Afternoon, everyone. Kindly have a seat. Good afternoon, members, and welcome to this meeting of the Standing Finance Committee. This meeting is now called to order. Honourable members, in accordance with Standing Order 82.6 and 87, this meeting of the Standing Finance Committee was convened to consider proposals for the supplementation and variation of appropriation for fiscal year 2023. Honourable members, in accordance with Standing Order 45.1, the speaking time in Standing Finance Committee shall not exceed 5 minutes on each intervention. Our procedure is as follows. Item number 1, supplementation. Firstly, the head and the amount to be supplemented will be announced. Second, the minister with responsibility will then be invited to provide an explanation for the supplementation. Thirdly, the chairman will then propose the question that the head be supplemented. Fourthly, members may then seek clarification from the minister. Fifthly, once this is concluded, the chairman will then put the question that the sum to be supplemented be approved. Sixthly, the procedure will be repeated for each head. So we now embark on item number 1, supplementation. Honourable members, we will now consider the proposals for supplementation of appropriation for fiscal year 2023. Head 01, President, a supplementation of $10,797,000. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think all members are well aware that the President is the head of state of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The President has duties as outlined in the Constitution and various obligations. I don't think I need to go into any further detail.
You're through, Minister? Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 01, President, be supplemented by the sum of $10,797,000. Member for Princess Town.
Madam Chairman, through you to the Honourable Minister. Minister, line item 02000104, electricity. There's a supplementation of $350,000 for TNTech. Can the Honourable Minister indicate if this is a raise in light of noticing that there's a pattern under several ministries and now the Office of the President where we are seeing large amounts, and from last year's budget we were told that there were a lot of arrears. So could the Minister indicate if this too is a reflection of arrears?
The information I have, there are no arrears, but the new President is expected to occupy President's house, whereas the former President did not use President's house as her domicile, and therefore there's an anticipated increase in electricity usage at the building, official President's House building.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, line item 05, telephone, an additional $200,000 is being requested for this line item up to September 30th, 2023. Can the Honourable Minister indicate if this line item was under budgeted in the presentation of the appropriation bill, or if this is additional unforeseen expenses that has incurred?
Again, I'm advised that all arrears have been settled. Again, this is an anticipation of the new President together with family, occupying President's House.
Supplemental question. Honorable Minister, so we are projecting future expenses till the end of this fiscal year for the remaining months. Telephone expenditure at 200,000 for regular operational telephone expenses, or is there any specific capital expenditure for specific equipment is going to be installed for us to come up and utilize this amount of money?
It's not just for the building, it's for the entire compound, and I'm advised it's operational expenditure. These are estimates.
Madam Chair, through you to the Honourable Minister. Minister, I'm not referring to the building, I'm referring to specifically line item 05, telephone, where the explanation given for this line item for $200,000 is the sum needed to meet obligation of TSTT to September 30th. We're in the month of May, so I'm asking if it is from May to September, we're expecting to utilize $200,000 in telephone bills, or is there additional pieces of equipment that is going to be installed?
I already answered
I
that.
believe the question was asked
And answered.
And as far as each prong of your question, it was answered. Member for Orpuch East.
Orpuch East.
No? Orpuch
Yes,
East.
thank you, ma'am. At 02000121, Minister, could you give some type of explanation as to what maintenance work at the President's House is expected to be undertaken for the $2.2 million to September, bearing in mind that the President's House was recently refurbished and a lot of work was done there over the last few years. What would this $2.2 million be for specifically?
This is facility management.
So it is to hire people to pay facility managers. What is the maintenance we're talking about? No specific program of maintenance.
Well, as you can see from the explanation, it's a facility management agreement with
Yes, no,
UDCOT.
I don't know if you're saying the same thing, are we?
With UDCOT.
We don't have that.
You don't have that explanation?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have received those additional explanations.
Well,
Yes.
Could we
I was
benefit
not aware
as well?
you did not have them.
Could we get a copy of that additional explanation so we can probably go a little faster if we have all the explanations?
No, I'm afraid not.
Or you prefer a longer process?
Are you finished, Member for Orpuch East?
No, but I'm still asking the
Okay.
question now that he has the full explanation before him and we don't. What is this program of maintenance? They say costs associated with the maintenance of the President's House.
Well, if you look at the heritage buildings around the Savannah in particular, you have Stallmeyer's Castle, you have Millfleur, you have the Whitehall, and so on. All of these buildings need to be maintained as a routine matter, and this sum is for
Maintenance.
facility management agreement with UDCOT.
With UDCOT.
Yes, with UDCOT.
So UDCOT has a facility management agreement for the President's House.
This is to enter into. This is a future facility management agreement.
Oh, so there is to be a facility management contract of which UDCOT will enter with the President's House, and you need $2.2 million between this date and September 2023.
That is the information I have.
That's the explanation you have.
That's the information I have.
Member for Orpuch West?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, just a follow-up on the question that my colleague asked. You had an initial budget of $230,000. You're now asking for $2.2 million more. Is it that when the building was constructed, no arrangements were put in place for maintenance of the structure?
To answer that question specifically, I am simply answering on behalf of the President. However, what I do know is that in most cases where there was restoration of heritage buildings, Whitehall, Stallmeyer's Castle, President's House, Red House, that the project manager, UDCOT, continued to maintain the facilities for a period of time after completion of the construction or renovation works. But at some point in time, that temporary arrangement has to come to an end, and you have to enter into a longer-term formal maintenance agreement. So in this particular case, UDCOT would have continued to do facilities management on an interim basis, and it is now necessary to enter into a facilities management agreement with UDCOT for the maintenance of the facility.
Thank you, Minister. So is it that the initial expenditure of $230,000, was that figure what was considered to be reasonable for the period going before 2023, and now we expect significantly more expenditure on this?
As I indicated, I don't have details of what occurred before, except conceptually, that I know UDCOT, after completion of the work, continued to do maintenance work and perform the facilities management function. But you need to formalize it now so that in each case there will be a facility management arrangement between UDCOT and the government.
I understand, Minister. We are just trying to get clarification as to what would have caused this drastic increase. You indicated that we are now at a point where we are formalizing an arrangement with the same entity that was already providing the service, and that service was budgeted at $230,000. The question we are trying to figure out is what would have caused this massive jump between what they were spending before and what they are now being asked.
I think you misunderstand. I think you misunderstand.
Please clarify, sir.
UDCOT would have been carrying these costs all the time. At some point, UDCOT would have to get reimbursement from the government. So when you look at that 230, that would have been what would have been spent by President's House itself, not by UDCOT. So you're mixing up apples and oranges there.
So you are advising then that UDCOT was literally carrying the load, and allocations to the President's House was not made for repairs and maintenance for buildings because UDCOT was carrying that load. So if I look at the yellow books before, I would not see a figure for repairs and maintenance.
You would not see the full amount. That is in the case of all the heritage buildings. UDCOT did the work and then continued to maintain them on an interim basis until formal arrangements can be put in place.
Last question, Minister. So does this mean that this $2.2 million extra to take it to $2.43 million would include arrears to UDCOT?
I can't answer that, but I could certainly get that information out of OPM, which is the line ministry for UDCOT, to settle that particular point you have raised.
Thank you, Minister.
So,
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, or should I say acting Prime Minister?
Four.
Could you inform the meeting how many vacant positions will be filled with this additional sum of $2 million?
which item are you on?
02000126.
0200, excuse me? Member, just guide me. Which sub-item?
26 expenses of President's establishment, $2 million.
Thank you. No, we in sub-item, we under the same
Sorry,
subhead.
a different.
Yes, and the member has now identified it. Thank you.
It is not just for vacancies. It is for the conduct of the national awards, state dinners, and other events that would have been held by the Office of the President,
Madam Chair, unless...
such as the recent inauguration.
Madam Chair, unless I was given the wrong document, and I'm scrutinizing this document well, and I have my glasses on, the sum is needed to facilitate the recruitment of persons to fill vacant monthly paid and daily rated positions on the establishment that is specific to the President's household. unless the minister, the acting prime minister, has a different brief, because he alluded to my colleague that he had privileged information that the opposition is not in possession of.
I'm not sure, is there a question for the minister to answer? Or is that just a statement?
The question still stands, Madam Chair. How
The
many?
vacant positions, the number of vacant positions.
When I look at what was circulated to members, it does say to facilitate the recruitment of persons. But the detailed notes I have here, given to me by the representative from the Office of the President, is that 0200126, the general head is expenses of the President's household. And this will include expenses for national awards, state dinners, and so on. And I'm also advised, which now deals directly with the issue raised, that the previous president, as I said before, did not occupy what is called the Great House, the large building, and as such a skeletal staff was maintained during the last 5 years. The new president and her spouse will be residing at President's house, and therefore funds will be required to hire additional staff for the upkeep of the president's household.
Kuvasau?
Yeah, Madam Chair, unless I am confused, I know that there's another subhead to deal with the hosting of conferences and seminars and other functions and so on. And I mean, I don't want to belabor the point. This has to do with vacant monthly paid and daily paid positions on the establishment. And I know the acting prime minister has had, in a previous incarnation, would be familiar with these terms. And it's simply I'm asking these things. Are we going to recruit contract positions for when there are state banquets and so on at President's house? I am just asking or seeking the clarification.
Madam Chairman, I thought I clarified. The previous president did not live at President's house, and therefore the President's office maintained a skeleton staff. The new president and her spouse will be occupying President's house, and therefore a full complement of staff will be required to provide services to the President's household. And that is one of the purposes for this allocation of additional expenditure. I thought I made myself crystal clear.
And Madam Chair, given what is being told to the meeting, no problem. How many, the ministers indicated that the president will now come and fully occupy with members of a family and so on. So is it 10? Is it 5? 6 daily paid? These are the things that we want to know for the benefit of the meeting. That is all.
Minister?
Well, I was waiting. 10. We
10,
didn't ask.
10 in total?
He didn't ask. 10.
And could you provide a list or a breakdown of the
I certainly can't
classification?
provide that now. I will endeavor to get the information out of the Office of the President in time for the debate.
Well, Madam Chair, based on the track record of the acting Prime Minister, we would plead upon you to ensure that this information comes before the debate.
Member for Kuva North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with respect to that said line item, item 26, where $2 million is being requested for the recruitment of 10 persons for the rest of this fiscal year, can the Minister provide us, in addition to what he has committed to, the positions and the compensation, the salary for those positions that this line item is intended to fill?
I believe that was already, that undertaking was already given.
Thank you.
That the Minister would provide details concerning the 10 positions.
Thank you.
Member
In
for,
addition,
you finish? Sorry?
on another line item.
So
if I
go
could
ahead,
read.
go ahead. You have my hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with respect to line item 28, other contracted services, of 500,000 being requested for, and the explanation given in the notes is engaging the services of specialists in the field of archiving and research. Can the Honourable Minister advise us how many specialists and what are the terms of engagement for these specialists? What specific archiving and research will these persons be doing?
Minister.
Madam Chairman, that was a misleading introduction from the member. That is not all that is in the document circulated to members. So for the benefit of the listening public, I will read what has been circulated to members. Other contracted services, 500,000. Funding is needed to facilitate, 1, the upgrade of the disaster recovery as a service and its wireless infrastructure, which is a cloud computing service model used to back up the organization's data and IT infrastructure. 2, the expansion of the Columbus Communication Trinidad CNW managed services and cloud security managed Wi-Fi. And 3, engaging the services of specialists in the field of archiving and research. So it is 3 things. Quite a bit of it would be IT and matters of a technical nature. So could the member please be more specific in the question?
Thank you. Thank you, most certainly, Honourable Minister, for adding that. And in addition to explanation 3, with specifically the details asked for with the specialists, can you also provide us in terms of the service providers for item 1 and 2 to provide those services, or a breakdown of what is budgeted for those services in item 1 and 2?
Madam Chairman, I was very clear. I didn't stutter. 2, the expansion of the Columbus Communications Trinidad Limited cable and wireless managed services and cloud security managed Wi-Fi. And therefore, the service provider for item 2 is Columbus Communication Trinidad Limited cable and wireless managed services and cloud security managed Wi-Fi. With respect to the others, I will try my best to get the information for the debate.
Member for Caroni Central.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Minister, in respect of line item 21, you indicated previously that expenditure is required for facilities management in respect of an agreement, a futuristic agreement with UDICOT. Can the Minister indicate what procedure was used for the selection of UDICOT in respect of the facilities management?
The agreement has not yet been entered into. That is the intention.
And Minister, what process is being used to engage UDICOT?
I'm not aware you need a process to have an intention. The process when UDICOT is engaged, and it will be in accordance with the Public Procurement Act. Right now, it is simply an intention.
Member for Princess Town.
Thank you, Madam. Honourable Minister, line item 02000158 medical expenses. There is an allocation of 100,000. Can the Minister say whether this is associated with recent medical challenges of Her Excellency?
It should be known to the more experienced members of the House that a decision was taken by successive governments, or decisions, plural, that all former presidents, and as an aside, all former prime ministers, are entitled to medical care for life. And therefore, there is now another former president, and therefore, there is now a requirement to take care of the new former president and the new president, hence the increase.
Yes. Member for Kuvanaur.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, line item 03000101 vehicles, an additional 1.5 million is being requested fund is needed to meet the costs associated with the purchase of 2 replacement vehicles. Can the Honourable Minister advise if these vehicles are also to be used on the weekend vacation that has been circulating Her Excellency takes down in Mayaro?
As far as I know, the President is on duty, like some of us, 24/7, 365 days a year. And therefore, the President is always on duty. But in this particular case, my understanding is this is for escort vehicles for the office of the President.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 01, President, be supplemented by the sum of $10,797,000. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 01, President, has been supplemented by the sum of $10,797,000. I thank you, Minister of Finance, and I thank you, Secretary to Her Excellency the President. Head 02, Auditor General. Head 02, Auditor General, a supplementation of $1,493,000. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Auditor General is the supreme audit institution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The Auditor General will audit the accounts, the public accounts of Trinidad and Tobago, and various accounts associated with departments and agencies. The Auditor General's appointment is covered by Section 116 of the Constitution, and the Auditor General's functions, duties, and responsibilities are also covered in the Constitution.
Members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 02, Auditor General, be supplemented by the sum of $1,493,000. If we can just wait a little bit before I take questions so that the technical assistance for the Minister would be in place. Okay, we can proceed. Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 02, Auditor General, be supplemented by the sum of $1,493,000. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 02, Auditor General, has been supplemented by the sum of $1,493,000. Thank you very much, Auditor General. Head 05, Parliament. Head 05, Parliament, a supplementation of $14,591,000. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Madam Chairman, I was asking the Leader of Government Business if she was going to do this one, but it appears the task falls to me, unfortunately. I think we all know that the Parliament is the legislative branch of the state. There are 3 branches: the executive, the Parliament, and the judiciary. And I don't think I need to explain to honourable members what the Parliament is all about. But as you know, we have a bicameral Parliament. We have 2 houses, the House of Representatives and the Senate. And the allocation to the Parliament is intended to cover all of the expenses of maintaining the functions and the proceedings of the House of Representatives and also of the Senate and all the associated officers associated with the two houses, the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, and so on, and also looking after the upkeep and maintenance of constituency offices and other allowances that are paid to members of Parliament, and all matters relating to the functioning of our Parliament, which I dare say is one of the best in the world.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 05 Parliament be supplemented by the sum of $14,591,000. Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, line item 02002121, repair and maintenance building, an additional 5.8 million is being requested to meet the cost of maintenance of the Red House and Cabildo Chamber to September 30th, 2023. Can the Minister provide us with a breakdown of what this additional 5.7 million is for, when in fact this item was actually budgeted at 200,000 in our appropriation bill?
My answers will be identical to all of the questions with respect to a similar line item in the previous head in the Office of the President. This is for a facility management agreement between the Urban Development Corporation and the heritage buildings which comprise the Red House and Cabildo Chambers. In the past, as I said in answer to a previous question, UDCOT would have been carrying these costs. It is now necessary to enter into formal facility management agreements with UDCOT for the Red House and Cabildo Chambers.
Member for Orpuch West, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, I refer you to line item 00201. It will be the same question for 00212. I noticed that you have an allocation based on your request here. You are asking for funding for July to September for the Office of the Ombudsman, both in terms of travelling and subsistence and in terms of salaries and cost of living for investigators attached to the Office of the Ombudsman. So these are the first two line items in the schedule. Is it that the Minister has under budgeted in the sense that provision was made for October 2022 to June 2023 and no provision was made thereafter? Or is it that these investigators are now being proposed to be brought on board from July to September?
The latter.
Thank you.
Member for Point of Peer.
Thank you. Line item 64, Minister, Operations of Constituency Offices. The Parliament is requesting an additional $1.2 million approximately. Question is this to take care of arrears, firstly? And a general question is, within this line item, does it take care of members of Parliament, staff inside this line item of $36 million?
Minister.
This is for operations. Let me just see exactly what was told to members. Just excuse me 1 second. It was indicated this is for operations. So what this would be for is constituency office staff salaries, constituency office rentals, and other similar matters. It's not arrears. It's for continuing payments for the staff that we have in our constituency offices and the allowances that we get and so on.
Just a follow-up question, Madam Chair, through you to the Minister of Finance and maybe to the head of the clerk of the President of the Parliament. This $36 million that it takes care of all our staff at our offices. Do you agree that maybe it's time to to look at an increase in allocation for the employment of the income of staff.
You're talking about an increase in allocation overall
Yes.
to members of parliament for the engagement of constituency office staff?
Yes.
When was it? I think I kind of vaguely remember the member for, what is he now?
Vancouver South.
About East was associated with the House Committee, and I've just been reminded that the last time we looked at this was 8 years ago, but this is a matter for the House Committee. So what I would suggest you do, member for Pointe-a-Pierre, is make representations to the House Committee, because normally a recommendation would come from the House Committee and go to Cabinet, and then Cabinet would make the appropriate decision. So make a representation to your members on the House Committee, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you.
Because the last amounts were settled 8 years ago, 9 years ago.
Thank you.
Member for Kamucha Mansanilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question was asked and responded to.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to draw the Minister's attention to line item 09005-06F013, restoration of the Red House technical team. An additional $2 million is asked to add on to the $3.5 million. This sum is required to meet the cost of renovation works at the Red House, Parliament Museum, as well as repair and refurbishment of all passengers lift at the Cabildo building. Can the Minister provide us with a detailed breakdown of whether there are outstanding bills to be paid, or there are new purchase orders to be funded with this additional $2 million?
Well, I think like any government department, there would be outstanding bills. You want to get some details now? I can give it to you. I have the information, some information. Cleaning and shampooing of furniture and carpets in the complex due to mold. Renovation works at the Red House, painting, enhancement, irrigation repairs, landscaping, repair and refurbishment of the passenger lifts, installation of annunciator panels for the fire alarm systems. I don't know what more detail you want.
Can you provide us with a breakdown of the service providers?
I'll ask the Parliament for the information.
Also, Minister, you indicate the presence of mold and mold treating inside the Parliament building. Can you advise when this occurred and if there is still any threat of the presence of mold, because this is something that can compromise the health and safety of the employees and the members?
That's the question finished?
Yes.
The clerk has advised me that that was in Cabildo and it has been eliminated.
Thank you most kindly, Minister.
Member for Shogunas West. No? Oh, you were just testing your agility. Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, subhead 09, item 005, line item 005, televising and broadcasting of parliamentary proceedings. I see there is an increase of $1 million, and the explanation is to do some renovation at the Grand Couva broadcast site and some additional upgrade to broadcasting equipment. Can the Minister advise in terms of the split between what is the amount going towards the upgrade of the facility at Grand Couva and what portion is going towards the broadcast equipment?
I'm advised by the clerk that that will be made available.
Excuse me?
I'm advised by the clerk
Yes.
of the House that that information will be made available.
Thank you. I have a part B of the question, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I am aware that the Grand Couva site is a shared site for all telecoms operators in terms of broadcasting. The fact that the Parliament is paying a portion of this renovation, I'm wondering if we are taking up the full cost of that renovation, or is it being shared amongst other telecoms operators?
Answer is no. The Parliament is not paying the full amount, and it is a shared cost.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
I don't know if you have an interest in this matter, because if you
None at
do, I'd
all.
like you to declare it.
Absolutely no. I sold my interest.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 05 Parliament be supplemented by the sum of $14,591,000. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 05 Parliament has been supplemented by the sum of $14,591,000. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Madam Clerk, and the supporting technocrats from the Parliament. Head 06, Service Commissions. Head 06, Service Commissions, a supplementation of $3,566,000. I will now invite the Minister of Public Administration to make a brief opening statement of a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Service Commission Department acts, as we all know, as the Secretariat for the 4 constitutionally enshrined service commissions. It supports the service commissions through the provision of administrative, technical, and advisory services. The division is continuing to provide support to the 4 commissions and is continuing to seek to improve its operations through digitalization, through revisiting of its structure, and through addressing the issue of delegated services to ministries, agencies, and divisions. Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions on the... Oh, one more thing, Madam Chair. The adjustments are all in relation to recurrent expenditure to continue the operation of the Service Commission, nothing to do with capital expenditure or any of their capital projects. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 06, Service Commissions, be supplemented by the sum of $3,566,000. Member for Faisabad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Minister, with regards to item 02-00122, which is short-term employment for $865,000 requested, Minister, can you indicate when is the completion date for the renewal of these contracts? And if you can, how long have these employees been on short-term employment?
As I indicated in my opening statement, the Service Commission is seeking to revise its structure and the structure for the Police Service Commission. So these short-term contracts are being entered into pending the completion of that exercise, at which time we propose to hire either establishment persons or long-term contract people.
Understood, Minister, and thank you for that explanation. Are you in a position to give any time frame for the completion of this restructuring exercise?
The matters are currently before PMCD, and we are in discussion with the Service Commission as to how we see the restructuring going forward. Those discussions are actively being pursued. I would think within the next couple of months we should come to a landing on those and go before Cabinet for approval.
Member for Barataria-San.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm at line item 02-00123 fees in the amount of $1.468 million. Minister, based on the explanation we're given here, there are basically 3 areas, one for licenses of software, the other for the examiners and markers for promotional exams, and the third is to retain the services of the attorneys. Can you just give a breakdown of the amount per item? How much would be the software for the examiners and for the attorneys?
The Oracle software is $416,000. In respect of the database and the database enterprise solution, in respect of the Survey Express, it is $90,000. Facilitation of examinations, $367,000. Payment to senior counsel is $594,725.
Minister, can you just tell us who that senior counsel is?
We have 2 different senior counsels for different matters, and they are Russell Martino, there are 3 attorneys, Russell Martino, Deborah Peake, Dominique Martino.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, with respect to 02000122, how many employees have been on short-term contract or short-term employment, and for what periods have they been under what we would term short-term contract?
There are 7 persons on short-term contracts. Period, do we have that? Have the period currently before us.
Could you undertake to get
We can provide.
and a breakdown of the 7 persons, their job classification?
Yes,
please?
I can give you the job classifications. It's Assistant Director, Research and Evaluation, Assistant Director, Public Education, Audit Analyst, Business Operations, Assistant 2 and 1.
And Minister, with respect to the said line item and employment and so on, I heard you indicate that the restructuring and reorganization of the service commissions is currently with the PMCD. Given that the Prime Minister said that service commissions will be disbanded, given the restructuring and reorganizing, will there be any employment within the service commissions following the restructuring and reorganizing?
We are currently dealing with the Service Commission and the structure as exists, and we are seeking to ensure that it is as efficient as it can be while it continues to exist.
So there will be no disbanding of the Service Commission?
I am currently treating with the Service Commissions as they exist.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, line item 23, with respect to fees, can the Minister advise if any of these fees are to be paid or are going to be paid for legal advice for the shutting down of the Service Commission as announced by the Honourable Prime Minister?
Madam Chair, these legal fees are for the ongoing work or past work of the Service Commission. The issue that the member raised is not currently before the Service Commission.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am continuing questioning based on line item 02000123. Honourable Minister, you indicated that the sum is required to pay several things, including the Oracle software license for IHRIS. Is this a new license that the ministry is engaging in, or is this an item that was based on previous agreements? The question I'm trying to find out is whether or not this should have been budgeted for, because it's part of the normal renewal of licenses under the ministry. So is this a new license, or is this a continuation of an existing license?
They are not new licenses, but what I would advise the member to make the position clearer is that we are the entities responsible for the HR in the public service are currently revisiting the issue of the platform to be used for HRM management. And because that is ongoing, these license expenses need to be continued until we come to a landing on that, which will be soon.
Thank you. Just a follow-up. So, Minister, this was clearly going to be an easily predictable exercise. So can you advise why it was not provided for in the initial budget for the financial year?
It was predictable but uncertain because it was contemplated that we would have made the switch before now.
So no provision was made?
Provision would have been made in the PSIP for transfer to a new dispensation if the decision had been taken in time. Because that decision is not yet made, those funds in the PSIP remain unspent, and we need to make an adjustment to recurrent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, line item 43, Security Services. An additional $400,000 is being requested for this line item. Can the Honourable Minister advise if this is a new security service at Cipriani Plaza, a new contract that is being entered into, or to pay fees for the rest of the financial year?
To pay fees for the rest of the financial year.
And can the Minister advise if it is to pay fees for the rest of the financial year, why it was not provided for in the initial budget?
Well, you may recall that there was an issue regarding the costs being incurred by the Police Service Commission to complete the exercise of locating and appointing a new Commissioner of Police. There were additional costs that needed to be provided for. Some environments were made to treat with that, so we need to supplement those accounts to take us to the end of the financial.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Taking into consideration that a new Commissioner of Police, a substantive Commissioner, has not been placed in office as yet, and this is an ongoing exercise, can the Minister advise if this funding here will be sufficient?
Commissioner of Police, that was approved by the Parliament some months ago.
As I'm saying,
So that exercise has come to an end.
so that exercise has been ended.
Yes.
Member for Oak Ridge West.
This same line item, 02000143. This sum is required to meet the cost of security services, but you indicated just now that this was for a replacement of funds that were varied for some other purpose?
It was that then we needed to wire funds from out of some accounts to treat with expenses in the Police Service Commission. And those funds are now being replaced.
So we had movement of monies from under this head, out of this head to another purpose.
Correct.
And this money now then is to replace that funding.
Correct.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, if I may, where then would I be able to see? If you could just assist.
Sorry?
I'm sorry. I'm really being disturbed. Yeah, Member for Oak Ridge West.
Minister, so I'm assuming that when we look at transfers between heads at some point in time, we will be able to see that reflected? Thank you.
Understand. Is it a transfer between heads? Are we using the right terminology here?
That is the understanding that I have from what the Minister's explanation is, that monies were taken from this vote to be used somewhere else. And
Yeah,
this
but
is a
head is a
supplement
different thing. So that's why I'm asking. I want us to be clear. Head would be Parliament, okay? We're not talking about goods and services and personnel, but I think we're talking sub-item here. I
Yes,
don't know,
ma'am.
maybe the Minister could clarify, because I'm not sure what is being asked and what is being said is the same thing.
Ma'am, the question that was asked is whether this was environment. This was to replace funds that moved between heads. This sum is required to meet the cost of security services. This is not a new cost. The Minister indicated that the money was allocated and some money was moved from this vote to move elsewhere. That is not reflected in the explanatory notes that was provided to this Honourable House. I am actually satisfied with the Minister's answer, ma'am.
And all I'm trying to say is that you're using the word move from one head to another head. And for the length of time we've been sitting here, that can't be done. So I'm just, you know.
I will say.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for head 06 service commissions be supplemented by the sum of $3,566,000. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 06 service commissions has been supplemented by the sum of $3,566,000. Minister, thank you very much. And Director of Personnel Administration, thank you very much. Head 07 Statutory Authorities Service Commission. Head 07, Statutory Authority Service Commission. Minister, I'm barely hearing myself. Head 07, Statutory Authorities Service Commission, a supplementation of $444,000. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chairman, the Statutory Authorities Service Commission was established to deal with particular statutory authorities, such as the 2 city corporations, the 2 borough corporations, and a number of other statutory authorities. Its function, its responsibility, its role is very similar to the other service commissions.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 07, Statutory Authority Service Commission, be supplemented by the sum of $444,000. Member for Point of Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question to the Minister. Minister 08, under General Administration, Rent, Lease, Office Accommodation, the authority is asking for an additional $110,000, and it's to cater based on the notes for the months of August and September rental, which when you work it out to be approximately $60,000 per month. So the question will be why, which is a straightforward budgeting amount, why 720 was not budgeted for at the beginning in October?
In the budget exercise, when the Ministry of Finance gets requests from ministries and departments, the requests always exceed the revenue, and therefore one has to make adjustments, and one expects that most heads of department, ministries and so on would be able to find savings from within their overall allocation to via or transfer. But sometimes it's unavoidable that we have to supplement, so that the Statutory Authority Service Commission was not given the full amount for this particular sub-item.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, line item 16 to the Honourable Minister, Contract Employment. Can the Minister advise what is the engagement period for this specialist that this line item is for?
3 years.
And this 3 years has started at what time and is expected to be finishing at what period?
Fiscal 23.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 07, Statutory Authority Service Commission, be supplemented by the sum of $444,000. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 07, Statutory Authorities Service Commission, has been supplemented by the sum of $444,000. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, the Acting Executive Officer of the Statutory Authorities Service Commission. Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister. Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister, a supplementation of $125,502,845. I will now invite the Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as before, the Office of the Prime Minister is there to provide the support services for the Honourable Prime Minister in his day-to-day operations and in the running of the country, including the Cabinet Secretariat. We also have 2 ministers in the Office of the Prime Minister with specific responsibilities, one for gender and child affairs and communications.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister, be supplemented by the sum of $125,502,845. Member for Caroni Carinese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Line item 0200166. Could you please provide a breakdown on how the supplemental sum will be divided among the projects stated?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, the member is asking for the breakdown as to which symposium, which ceremony, so for the celebration of the 60th anniversary for the independence of the Republic, and then for the co-hosting of the regional symposium on crime and violence as a public health issue. They want to know how it is broken down.
Yeah.
Okay, that could be provided. Just now. Well, as was answered by the Honourable Prime Minister at the last Prime Ministerial questions, the Crime Symposium, which was co-hosted with CARICOM, is at a cost to taxpayers of $1.5 million. So therefore, the remaining $13 million, we'll have to provide the breakdown for that.
Member for Naparima.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No.
You're not asking?
No, the Prime Minister had indicated the cost was estimated at 1.3. Could we get the final cost? 1.5 and the breakdown, please.
What do you mean the breakdown?
The main expense items. No, you could do it in writing if you so wish.
No. See if you could follow.
Yes.
Thank you. The official launch, $150,000. Invitations, oh, thank you. The opening ceremony, $90,000. Hotel accommodation and breakfast, remembering, of course, it is customary and proper to provide hotel accommodation for the various heads of CARICOM or the heads of the delegation for each CARICOM country, $225,300. Rental of vehicles, again, it is customary and proper to provide transportation for the heads of CARICOM who attended, or the various heads of delegation, the Secretary General of CARICOM, $200,000. Venue security, $50,000. Food and beverages, $400,000. Translators, $50,000. Ushers and protocol officers, $25,000. Master of ceremonies, $10,000. The moderator, $14,000. Decor, setup, hospitality, $200,000. Tokens and memorabilia for delegation, $75,000. Tokens and memorabilia for patrons, $50,000. That comes up to $1,539,300. Cheaper than a function at the Prime Minister's residence in 2010 to 15.
For point of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item, expenses of cabinet appointed bodies, $9 million. I know the explanation notice for the expenses incurred by the Commission of Inquiry into the Paria-ish tragedy. Could the Minister state that $9 million breakdown of that $9 million, and is it a running expense? Meaning, I know all the expenses would not be completed. So, at what period is this $9 million is for, and who the breakdown?
Cabinet is to approve the
This matter deals with the Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited. And I see...
this matter deals with of inquiry.
Just 1 minute. A question was asked by point of order, which is being answered by the Minister. So what you're objecting to the question?
I'm suggesting that there's a conflict of interest here. And and in terms of the fact that we are dealing with an issue in which, Madam Chair, you are conflicted, and I'm dealing with the UK Parliament House of Commons Staff Handbook, avoidance of conflict of interest, upholding the code, Robert's Rule of Order, Parliamentary Procedure, Erskine May's Treatise on the Law, Privileges, Proceedings, and Usage of Parliament, 2050 edition, and it says, and I quote, where a member of a committee, particularly the chair, has an interest which is directly affected by a particular inquiry, or considers that a personal interest may reflect upon the work of the committee or its subsequent record, they should stand aside from the committee proceedings related to it. So I'm just raising a question of ethics and proprietary at this point.
Point noted.
Madam Chair, I will now proceed to answer.
Just 1 minute. Is it that the member of Point of View wants to withdraw his question?
No.
Please
No,
answer,
Madam
Minister.
Chair.
But, Madam Chair, it would be remiss of me not to place on the record the irony and hypocrisy we just heard from the member for Naparima. So I place that squarely there, and now I'll proceed to answer the question asked by Point of View. I'm sure he can't spell ethics. So with respect to the $9 million, that is the projected amount of money that has been put aside. Cabinet is yet to approve the final invoices of the commissioners and the council to the commission, and that is where the majority of the expenses will be. So as soon as that is done, that could be provided.
Member for Point of View.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Minister. So it's a allocation of $9 million that's being put aside. When those expenses, who would, out of that $9 million, what expenses would be paid? Would it be the commissioners be paid out of that $9 million? Would the lawyers for the commissioners? I don't know. I'm just asking.
So as I just indicated, yes. So that $9 million would be to pay the fees for the commissioners. There are 2 commissioners, and then to pay the fees for counsel to the commission, led by Senior Counsel Ramesh Lawrence Maharaj, and he has 2 junior counsel along with him. So it would be to cover those expenses, and then there are some administrative expenses, paper, photocopying, and those things to be covered as well. But as I said, Cabinet is still to approve the final invoicing by the commissioners as well as counsel to the commission. So this is projected to cover that.
Just a follow-up. Thank you, Minister. And for my own appreciation, viewing the commission inquiry, there are several lawyers that are present there. Is the government that this $9 million catering for any counsel outside of what you just mentioned?
As far as I'm aware, no. Cabinet has not made any such approvals, and I'm not aware of any applications coming to Cabinet along those lines. Those would really be directed to the Attorney General's office.
Thank you.
Member for Couva South.
Madam Chair, I don't know, because I was trying to follow with the whole question of what was put forward by my colleague Naparima about conflict of interest and so on. But the issue, and from the minister, I don't know if he already gave my colleague, the total cost for fiscal 2023 is approximately $44 million as it relates to this commission of inquiry at the moment.
Or statement, member?
I am trying to find out based on the supplementation.
Is it a question? I want to know if it's a question being asked, because it was said like a statement.
At the moment, given the minister's indication to my colleague, has it reached $44 million, or it may increase with the passage of time?
Thank you very much for that question, Member for Couva South. You would see that the sub-item, the line item, is expenses of cabinet-appointed bodies. The original allocation in total for that for fiscal 2023 was $35 million, and there's now a specific increase of $9 million. That $9 million is for the Paria Commission of Inquiry. The $44 million, which was previously $35, is for all expenses of cabinet-appointed bodies. There's another Commission of Inquiry, and coming out of Cabinet, you have a number of cabinet-appointed bodies that sum of money is set aside for. So it is not for the Paria, the Commission of Inquiry into the fatalities at the facilities to deal with the LMCS divers.
But you have committed to a point of view that there may be an increase to this.
I never said that. I said that Cabinet is to if you'd allow me.
Yes.
I'll make sure that the record is correct. We are dealing specifically with $9 million that have now been allocated for the specific commission of inquiry. I said cabinet is to approve the expenses of the commissioners and counsel to the commission, this is estimated to cover. It may very well be less.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Princestown.
Madam, line item 0400703, the Children's Authority. Madam, a supplementation of $62,500,000, which essentially is a reflection of the under-resourcing, the continued under-resourcing year after year of the Children's Authority, which demonstrates the government's lack of care and compassion in treating with children's matters with any sense of urgency. Madam, the question I have to the Honourable Minister, the first one being, is that in light of critical areas of increased personnel costs, accommodation requirements, internal security issues, the first one I want to deal with is increased personnel costs. And could the Minister share with us the current complement of staff at the Children's Authority in terms of numbers?
Madam Chair, there are currently 224 contract officers and 134 service providers.
Madam, could the Honourable Minister indicate to us, in light of recent interviews with members of the Children's Authority in the local media, and the issue of staff shortages and vacancies at the Children's Authority, can the Minister indicate how many vacancies currently exist at the Children's Authority in terms of the structure?
Madam Chair, the Children's Authority would have recently gone through a restructuring exercise. It is the intention of the authority, based on the new organizational structure, to recruit 241 persons by now in September. Would you like the categories?
Yes, but can we also get from you, Honourable Minister, the total number of vacancies that currently exist up to this time?
The organization recently went through a restructuring exercise.
Yes, but in light of that answer, you would know how many vacancies there are.
I can tell you how many persons they intend to recruit between now and September, based on the new structure. Would you like that information?
Yes, madam.
Okay. 1 CEO, 64 child support officers, 16 child support assistants, 145 child support associates, 8 executive assistants, 1 general manager corporate support services, 1 general manager finance, enterprise risk and supply chain management, 1 general manager legal services and general counsel, 1 general manager research, planning and development, 1 general manager child and family reintegration services, 1 general manager child welfare service, 1 people leadership and transformation manager, a total of 241. That would bring the total complement at the authority to 609 by September 2023.
Minister, can you tell us, on the current establishment at this time, how many child psychologists exist at the Children's Authority in terms of warm bodies in position?
I don't have the breakdown for the exact number of child psychologists at the authority at this time.
Would you be able to give us the undertaking to provide that? Also, Minister, in light of this allocation, can you indicate how will this impact on children's homes that have not met the requirements of the licensing regime?
How would the increase
How will this 62.5 impact on children's homes that have not met the requirements of the licensing regime?
The support for the homes that have not been licensed is coming directly from another line item. This allocation is specific to the Children's Authority and the operation. What would happen is additional supervision, support, technical and otherwise, from the authority to the homes.
Certainly. Minister, there is an explanation that is provided in this document that speaks about accommodation requirements. Can you indicate how this has impacted in terms of, you spoke about the service centers and support centers, whether or not this allocation incorporates those service centers and support centers, or is this purely for the administration of the Children's Authority in terms of the administrative element of it?
It's for the administrative elements.
for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back to line item 02000166, hosting of conferences, seminars, and other functions. Minister, are there any intentions to do a follow-up symposium under this line item to determine the success of the initiatives proposed at the regional symposium, as crime and violence were not definitively linked to public health, and no public health proposals were offered at the Hyatt meeting?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my friend may have been absent on the last occasion where those on his bench, and I think in particular it was Urupuch East, had made a submission that there was no linking of public health to crime, violent crime, as a public health nature. I took the time in my contribution, it was actually last week Friday, so I don't fault my friend for his memory not sufficing. I know a week is a long time for him to remember. That I actually read the declaration that in a number of occasions, on a number of occasions and in a number of sentences, that was the declaration of the heads of CARICOM. They have made the link. Those who attended beyond the opening and had interest in what was taking place, so again, I understand the absence, would have also have seen that it started off with experts in public health putting forward papers and discussion, drawing that analogy and that specific link. And interestingly, I saw last night on MSNBC, the Americans doing the exact same thing. This is recognized, no matter how they try to rewrite it. As to the question whether there will be a follow-up symposium, I am not sure whether there will be a follow-up symposium. What I can tell the population through you is that all of the various ministries in Trinidad are working towards the continuation of this. So you have National Security, you have Gender and Child Affairs, you have Ministry of Health, you have the Attorney General, who I know for a fact is already outreaching to the other Attorney Generals throughout the rest of CARICOM to ensure that the legislative agenda and what was discussed by the heads is carried out. And this also gives me an opportunity, Madam Chair, to just correct something I said a short while ago. I've now been provided with Office of the Prime Minister. The question that was asked with respect to the cost of the symposium is $1.5 million. There is also a breakdown of approximately an additional $1.8 million for associated expenses that were support expenses for the symposium that did not fall in the category of the symposium. So the total cost estimated at this stage is $3.4 million. The 1.5 is the direct cost for the symposium. These other costs, for example, are invitations, $5,000, dinner, $60,000, team uniforms, $25,000, an event planner, $140,000, display of NGOs, $50,000, website content development, $100,000, social media monitoring, $100,000, photography and video editing, $200,000, set design, banners, signage, etc., $800,000, meals for the Secretariat, $50,000, coordinator for the National Secretariat, $30,000, and a contingency of $300,000 that may or may not have been used. Thanks.
Member for Urupuch East.
To the Minister. I'm on 040110 and 11. Would the Minister be kind enough to give some detail on the loan arrangement with UDCOT for $226 million plus for the San Fernando Waterfront Development Project, particularly to state, if not now, could supply the information, the name of the financial institution to which UDCOT is involved with for this loan, terms of the loan, the specific program of works that the loan would be used for at the waterfront project in San Fernando.
Thank you very much. UDCOT secured a fixed-rate loan facility of $226.46 million from Republic Bank Limited on the 17th of January 2023 at a rate of interest of 2.9% and a terminal date of 2028. The principal due is $22,646,142.70, which is due by the 14th of July 2023. The funds that are being requested are 46,400,000 approximately. The funds approved were 29.9 million. The program project breakdown is as follows. For the Bayshore Housing Development, $4.1 million. These are estimates. I wouldn't worry to get into the cents, right? The San Fernando Waterfront Redevelopment Fishing Facility, approximately $3.7 million. The San Fernando Waterfront Redevelopment Project, $2.9 million. The reclamation part associated with it, $4.4 million. The NIDCO car park modification works, about $379,000. The relocation of customs and excise, I believe was done. I remember Minister of Finance going to open a new facility down there, $8 million. The relocation of squatters to be worked out. The relocation of the PTSC maintenance facilities, $14 million. The upgrade of Plaza San Carlos, say $6.6 million, and water trucking bay removal, $1.5 million, totaling about $46.5 million. Other expenses have not yet been submitted.
Could the Minister tell us or indicate whether he can tell us how much funds have been expended on this project prior to taking out the loan in January 2023?
We'll have to provide that information.
Kuvanov.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention back to line item 66, hosting of conference, seminars, and other function. The Minister gave a breakdown of the cost and the service provided for the Regional Symposium on Crime and Violence as a Public Health Issue. Can the Minister also provide a breakdown for the other seminars and functions listed in this $14.5 million being requested for supplemental?
Member,
also,
I believe that was the very first question asked with respect to the breakdown under each of these.
Madam Chair, in addition to what the Minister has provided here in the House, can the Minister also provide us with who the service providers are and the payees for these line items that he has identified?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, we will take the necessary advice, and if advised that that should be provided, it will be provided.
Member for Kuvanov, finish.
Thank you.
Yes. Member for Princes Tong.
Thank you, Madam. Madam, back to line item 04007003 to the Honourable Minister. Minister, there is an explanation here that part of the 62.5 million for the Children's Authority will be used for the creation of an internal security department to provide oversight and security to all children's residences. In light of the troubling number of cases of child abuse under your watch, can the Minister indicate what currently exists in terms of the oversight and security of all children residences?
Yeah. Madam Chair, to assist my colleague here, that is not information that will be put into the public domain. The security arrangements for these various institutions, their location, how children are housed, their safety and security would be compromised if that were to be provided. So that is not something that can or should be provided. I'll also use this opportunity based on the opening statement of the member for Princestown a short while ago when he started directing his questions to remind the population through you, Madam Chair, that it was the 2010 to 2015 government that proclaimed this legislation without putting any infrastructure in place. And it was then their Attorney General who sued the state and brought constitutional motions and actions against the state, knowing fully well that him and the cabinet did nothing to operationalize this legislation.
Member for Princestown.
Madam, the question coming from the statement made by the member for Port of Spain North, while I do appreciate that there are elements of security and so on in it, there are areas in terms of the 62.5 that we are being asked to supplement that can be shared in terms of a broad overview. For the minister to blanketly give the impression that nothing was done post-2015 in terms of the legislation that was passed, this is 8 years later, and you have had to change your own proclamation date of March 31st. Nobody gave you a proclamation date of March 31st. You did that. And after 8 years, there's complete incompetence to meet your own proclamation date of March 31st. So essentially, all that we are asking is pretty much to give us a broad overview in terms of what this would encompass, seeing that there has been wanton abuse of children under your government's watch for the past 8 years.
How many reports?
Madam Chair, before I respond to the honourable member, I'd like to advise the honourable member and the wider public that childcare and protection is everybody's business. It's not just up to me or the government, it's everybody's business. For a child to end up in a home, something would have had to happen out in the communities. Having said that, Madam Chair, at present, the Children's Authority is currently working alongside the TTPS to determine the best security arrangement to facilitate our various homes.
Princess Down.
Thank you, Madam. Madam, could the Minister confirm that, in light of what she just indicated, whether or not the Child Protection Unit is involved in terms of advising and so on in this particular matter?
Madam Chair, I just said the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is working alongside the Children's Authority to determine the best security.
Madam, I ask that
mechanism.
in light of it's public knowledge that the Child Protection Unit is also understaffed and under-resourced, and therefore that is why I wanted to get a confirmation from the Minister that they are actually involved in it in light of both units being understaffed and under-resourced.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, line item 53, an additional 13.6 million is being requested here for telephone, rent, lease, vehicle and equipment, repairs and maintenance of building and security services. Can the Minister advise if these payments include outstanding arrears or it is to meet expense up to the end of this fiscal year?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. In some instances, there are some arrears, outstanding payments to suppliers, telephone and internet and these sort of things. So yes, there are some.
Madam Chair, through you to the Honourable Minister. Minister, can you be kind enough to provide us with a breakdown of those payments that are outstanding and the suppliers, for example, repairs and maintenance of building, security services, rent and lease of vehicle and equipment? If you can provide us with who those persons are being owed at this point in time?
Yeah, I'm sure we can provide it for you.
So under rent and lease for vehicles and equipment, you have TSL and Massey Finance provide photocopier services. TSL in particular provides photocopier maintenance services to service points primarily in rural areas where in most instances the only photocopying and print resources available to residents are provided by NALIS. Our inability to make these services available to patrons impacts negatively on NALIS's mandate to provide library and information services. Photocopier services by TSL have been suspended at all of the NALIS branch libraries since October 2022. Insufficient allocation in prior periods resulted in a brought forward debt of approximately $1 million in annual expenditure, and the annual expenditure is approximately 1.2. So this is to clear that. The repairs and maintenance, you have it there, Simon? Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Repairs and maintenance, we have a balance representing payments due to the London Street Project Company Limited for the period September 22 to February 23, as well as invoices from other miscellaneous contractors. Again, insufficient allocation in prior periods would have resulted in a brought forward debt of approximately 1.3 million. There is a lease arrangement with the London Street Property Management Company that has ended as of January 27, 2023, and approximately 1.4 million in unpaid invoices to them. Those are currently on hold, and annual expenditure for the maintenance of the National Library building and all the branch libraries is about $7.2 million.
The other contractors, can you provide us a breakdown in writing of those if you don't have it here?
I'm sure I can.
Thank you.
Member for Caroni East. Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister, be supplemented by the sum of $125,502,845. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister, has been supplemented by the sum of $125,502,845. Thank you to the three ministers. Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. I've been told that there's been an agreement for this ministry to come at this time. Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, a supplementation of $348,172,814. It should be page 39 on the schedule. I will now invite the Minister of Social Development and Family Services to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services continues to effectively carry out its mandate of maintaining the nation's safety net. Madam Speaker, given the occurrence of unprecedented flooding in fiscal 2022, the Ministry, being responsive in nature, depleted its allocation by $20 million under the social assistance vote. Coupled with this, the Ministry was required to pay its clients the one-off transportation grant, which was announced by the Minister of Finance during the budget presentation. This payment was effective in January 2023. As a consequence, all three of our major grants, namely Senior Citizens Pension, Public Assistance, and Disability, experienced a shortfall. It is also noteworthy that for fiscal 2023, the sum of $4.1 billion was allocated under the recurrent expenditure for Senior Citizens Grant, which represents a decrease when compared to the actual expenditure of $4.2 billion for fiscal 2022. So the Ministry therefore requires an additional allocation of $348,172,814 to meet its commitment for 2023. In closing, Madam Speaker, the Ministry recognizes its responsibility to ensure that the limited resources are adequately managed given straitened economic circumstances. And in this regard, we remain resolute in the delivery of a responsive and multifaceted social service system, the caring for and protection of our poor and vulnerable families, as we invest in the development of the people needing it the most, helping, empowering, and transforming lives. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, be supplemented by the sum of $348,172,814. Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would have a few questions as it relates to line items 020308 as I go along, so if you would permit me. Madam Chair, through you, Minister, I note that there's a supplementation of $348,172,814, which is required according to the explanation, due to payment of course, you said trend in expenditure and the one-off transportation fuel grant of $1,000. Minister, can you indicate what is or was the total cost of the facility of the one-time fuel grant?
And the total cost we spent $110 million and $51 million.
Minister, Can you state whether all eligible recipients have been paid to date, given that your the initial sum mentioned by the Minister of Finance was $175 million?
Yes, all was paid to date.
Minister, based on the Minister of Finance's budget statement, of this $175 million being allocated for the payment of the one-off fuel grant, why is this figure of $348 million plus so far off, bearing in mind that data would have, of course, been provided for the budgetary process for the Ministry of Social Development? Further to the $175 million, you have an additional $173 million, which would be divided into the Senior Citizens Grant, the Social Assistance Grant, as well as the Disability Assistance Grant. Why the
$175 million. So that's the reason why we spent based on what was needed. So because of the fact that some persons were off the system, then we did not spend $175 million, we spent less.
Sure. So, Minister, based on your response, why is there the need to supplement 02, 03, and 08 based on the increased amounts shown here?
Because the Ministry of Finance did not give us this money. We spent based on what we had. So we took it out of the Senior Citizens Pension, Social Assistance, and Disability Grant to pay for the one-off grant.
Sure. I think maybe the Minister of Finance can help you. Minister, given that this one-off fuel grant was a major fiscal measure of the government for this financial year, can you indicate why a separate one-off sub-item was not created to facilitate this one-time fuel grant, seeing that what you're explaining now, you have utilized finances from standardized grant line items here?
Because the Minister of Finance, because this was not in our estimate. The one-off fuel grant was not in our estimate. Why that was not allocated to us. This came up after, and we spent from what we had. So this is the reason why we now have to get it back.
Sure. So which brings me back to my initial question. Minister of Finance maybe can assist. Why a specific line item?
I thought you were asking me. When you do the annual budget, the documents are completed about 2 weeks before the actual reading of the budget. The fiscal measures are quite often settled during that 2-week period. So you'll find in many budget statements, you would have mention of fiscal measures in the fiscal year. And this is not confined just to this government or previous governments and so on. It's a feature of all budgets where fiscal measures may be developed in the week before the budget, which would not find themselves in the budget documents because these are sent to the printers 2 weeks before the budget. So that's why it wasn't in there.
Sure.
It's as simple as that. And that's why we make arrangements later on. Sometimes ministries can find savings within their overall allocation, so you don't have to do a supplementation. Sometimes they cannot. The Ministry of Social Development is an expensive ministry. It spends over $5 billion, $5 billion. And we are constantly trying to manage the expenditure on social grants, and we are therefore trying our best to contain that expenditure. But once people qualify for a grant, they have to get it. So that quite often you find we have to supplement that particular ministry. If you go back in history, you see that particular ministry is usually supplemented, not just by this government, but by all previous governments.
Minister of Social Development, Madam Chair, I want to refer to line item 2, Senior Citizens Grant. Minister, can you state whether this increase, whether this increase for the Senior Citizens Grant arise from the lengthy wait for approved applicants to be placed onto the system?
Well, I just want to say that we have an aging population.
and therefore we have a lot of persons who have been coming on, living past, 60. And I would want to say that we have also taken persons off the system. But of course, it's almost a similar amount of numbers on. I believe we took off about 5,000 and something persons, and we put on within the last year over 5,000 persons also.
Sure. Minister, you would hear time and time again that persons would have been approved for a grant, but they are awaiting the payment of that grant, and it runs into months, 5 months, 6 months, 7 months, of course, after they're given retroactive. Can you state for us, as at May 1st, 2023, how many approved senior citizens grant applicants are awaiting placement onto the system and to receive their grants?
Okay, good. Very good. Let me just get that information.
Suffering.
Okay, we have 109,436 existing clients. We have 2,500 to be processed. The problem is not just about being approved. The delay takes place because there are checks and balances. Therefore, we recently signed an agreement with immigration because we also have to check travel patterns. We also have to check with NIB with regards to before approval takes place. And that is part of where the delay takes place, besides the fact that there's also staff shortages at the ministry.
Minister, can you state the approximate wait time for persons? You stated processed applicants. Can you state the approximate wait time? Because I know they apply on their birthdays. Following the application on their birthdays, what's the approximate wait time for pensioners?
Officially, it is supposed to be 3 months. But in reality, it takes 6 months and up.
Minister, can you state whether the ministry would be taking on any new measures to deal with staff shortages to ensure that these senior citizens grants are paid on time or processed on time?
Well, I just want to repeat, it is not just only the staff shortages, because we have to wait on information from immigration. So we are hoping that MOU we signed with them will help us to be able to fast track, and the ministry will be able to approve pensions quicker. We also have to wait on the information from NIB. That too in itself takes time. But also we have persons on contracts. We also have some OJTs. We have been lobbying Service Commissions Department because of there are vacant positions.
Minister, given all that you have said, what would you, as Minister of Social Development, say to pensioners? Because, pensioners are not young people. You mentioned their age. We have an aging population. What would you say to pensioners who have dropped their applications and they are awaiting processing?
Okay, what I would say to them, of course I will tell them to, you have to apologize, number one, because of the fact that some of them have had a long wait because some have contacted me, but also part of it is that we are improving this process. We are improving this system because of our digitalization efforts. Very soon, this would be an easier process for them. But we continue to try our best to ensure that they get their pension as fast as possible. Also, they have to be reminded that it is not just the Ministry of Social Development. We also have to depend on information from outside to be able to complete the process.
Sure. Minister, I know you mentioned 5,000 persons have been removed from the Senior Citizens Grant Program. I know the ministry, based on the Auditor General's report, as well as work with the Registrar General, in addition to your compliance unit, would have been involved in data cleansing. I know you gave us for senior citizens. Can you give us how many persons would have been removed based on this data cleansing initiative from the Public Assistance Grant as well as the Disability Assistance Grant? Line item 3 and 8, referring to.
The Social Assistance Grant, 3,075 persons were removed. Disability grant, 1,892 for the period October 2022 to May 2023.
Any specific reasons found?
We found that some of them, well, for example, for senior citizens, some were not eligible and some died. Social assistance grant, the movement, we found them to be ineligible in going through our data cleansing. Similarly, with our disability grant, some of them you have to be permanently disabled. And in the review, you must have the doctor's report to state that you are permanently disabled. So once you cannot produce that, then you're not entitled to be on the disability grant.
Sure. Madam Chair, Minister, you mentioned eligibility. The removal of persons who are in receipt of the public assistance as well as the disability grant assistance. Are you saying that this has nothing to do with persons being on both food support as well as these two particular grants that they were removed, or just specifically eligibility?
Well, I think that it has to do with a lot of what is with the requirements. Many of them did not meet the requirements. There were persons who were permanently employed and on public assistance. There were persons found to be permanently employed and on public assistance. There were those who, at the time when they applied, they would have been in need. But afterwards, nobody's going to come back and say, I don't need this anymore. But it's while investigations take place, then we realize this. We started doing some data cleansing, and we recognized that there have been some persons. We found about 20 persons with the same birth certificate who applied for grants. We have found that. Our investigation unit, we have about 200 cases being investigated by the police. With regards to our senior citizens grant, we have found collusion between internal and supermarkets. We have clients living abroad. Clients reported dead, but are still alive. There are those who are supposed to be alive, but dead, but receiving and checks being cashed.
After 8 years?
We have reports of checks returning to the ministry because of someone producing a death certificate, and those checks were cashed.
Madam Chair, Minister, based on all that you have just explained, and given that the Ministry of Social Development is expending a lot in data cleansing as it relates to these three specific grants which the ministry expends on every month, can you state to this meeting, when do you expect to bring some type of closure to these particular issues listed?
Well, the truth is I really can't say. The investigations continue, and we are not responsible for charging individuals. So we have about 200 cases before the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service at this time.
Minister, moving on to social assistance. I note that in previous meetings under social assistance, income support and food support would have been paid under this particular line item. Minister, as at May 1st, 2023, can you state for us how many income support and food support for Phase 1 COVID-19 relief are outstanding? I note that you would have provided information that 1,154 individuals are awaiting income support payments, which would also include food support under this particular line item.
Before us, which one of these?
This falls under social assistance.
Okay.
If not, if you would be willing to provide it to us prior to the...
Repeat your question.
Based on information provided to us under 03 social assistance, I note that income support and food support COVID-19 relief would have been paid under this particular line item. At the last meeting, you indicated that 1,154 outstanding income support and food support under COVID relief would have been existing at the ministry. I'm asking, as at May 1st, 2023, how many income support, food support, phase 1 COVID-19 payments, not uncollected checks, are outstanding?
I think we don't have any payments outstanding. We have uncollected checks totaling almost $1 million outstanding. We have since December 2022, 435 checks valued at $1.2 million was expended, and 77 of those 435 checks were collected.
So, Minister, we can safely say that the 1,154 persons were dealt with?
Yes.
Minister, can you give the assurance, based on your allocations and increases in allocations, that all recipients under item 007, which is Senior Citizens Grant, Social Assistance, Disability Grant, would receive their payments for this fiscal year?
Definitely. This would be able to cover all.
All. So it would cover 4 and it would be paid in this fiscal year?
Definitely.
All right. Minister, you mentioned one thing in your opening statement, which I note was paid under social assistance, as stated by you. Can you state how many flood relief grants have been issued as at May 1st, 2023?
1,511 checks were collected.
How many checks, how many applications did the ministry receive, and how many were approved?
Is it 4,000? I see 4,000. Yes, 4,270.
And how many, that's how many were received?
3.
How many were approved?
Approved. We have 481 awaiting approval. We have 360 pending validation because investigations take place. We have expended the values of the check, $12.1 million. That's it.
That's it. Minister, can I ask whether all payments for flood relief would be completed by the end of the 3rd quarter in this year or the fiscal year?
Well, we are hoping so, but the point is that we have to investigate some of them. We have some with queries. We have duplication, and that is one of the things that is clogging the system because there's a lot of duplication. We have persons who applied more than once. There are persons who never had a flood but applied. We have some of the queries are under question as possible fraud. And there are some awaiting some validation because remember we work together with the Ministry of Rural Development, Local Government, and they are some of the main first responders with regards to examining the households.
Minister, just a few more questions.
Member, might I just allow 2 other members to intervene and then we'll return to you? Okay? So, member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very quickly, with respect to line item 04-00702, Senior Citizens Grant, the Minister indicated to my colleague that staff vacancies were impacting on the processing of applications for the Senior Citizens Grant. Minister, how many vacancies are existing in each of the divisions and the total at this point in time?
Okay. With respect to the established in Social Welfare Division, we have 216 positions, 123 filled, 93 vacant. With regards to contract positions, 34 filled, 9 vacant. So we have 43 positions overall with regards to the contracts. So what we have done, though, is that we have some persons on short term, and we also have OJTs to help us But we still have to lobby Service Commission because we have 93 vacant positions on the establishment.
And the OJTs, they do what? They do feel, because in terms of social...
Allowed you, remember we're just dealing here with the actual, this is monies to fund the grant. We're not dealing here with personnel or contracts or short-term employment. I allowed you that question because it arose out of something that the minister said. But for our considerations of the committee, those line items are not here before us. So I wouldn't allow you to develop on those items. Okay? Yes.
I still have another question.
Yeah, sure. You ask your
Because
question.
old age pension is very important to the persons who have reached 60 and 65 in this country. Chair, and through you, Chair, Minister, again, in the context of the agreement that you indicated that was signed between your ministry and the Immigration Division, through you, Chair, would you allow the Minister to just elaborate on that? Because as a member of Parliament, people come to my constituency office and they describe horror stories in terms of their experiences they have with the Immigration Division in getting information to forward to the Social Welfare Division.
But that MOU was signed so that it will be able to fast track and be able to get the information with regards to persons' travel patterns. So far, just last week, actually, the Minister of National Security and myself had a discussion about it because we have been having some kickbacks with regards to getting the information. And therefore, the Minister promised to deal with it quickly.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, through you, line item 04007003, Social Assistant. Minister, I make reference to a Guardian newspaper article by Gail Alexander on the 5th of October 2022 titled Government Moves to Revive Food Box Program Alongside Food Card. It was reported that the Honourable Minister of Finance said that we intend to do in 2023 is to restart the food box program and will supplement the food card program with the food box program. The minister continued later down in that article to highlight the benefits to the agriculture community. The farmers will get some income because they'll be providing the produce and the meat to NAMDEVCO to distribute it to Social Development Ministry. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, can the Minister advise if the supplemental funding that we are seeing here under this line item will also take into consideration the commitment that had been made by the Minister of Finance when we went through this exercise earlier in October 2022? And if it is that your line ministry intend to uphold the promise to our citizens that through your ministry we will see the return of the food box program to deserving applicants?
But I must say that this is not under this line item. But I would say that at this time we have been having discussions with NAMDEVCO and the Ministry of Agriculture to organize the food box program. We are doing the data cleansing and we recognize that on our programs a lot of addresses is not even right, because if we have to deliver, we must have proper information. So therefore, a part of the data cleansing is taking place at a fast pace. We have been having meetings to ensure that when we start, that it will be efficient and effective.
Thank you, Madam Minister. And through you, Madam Chair, also following up from the response that you would have given my colleague, the MP for Chabonas East, with respect to the checks collected for flood relief. Out of the 4,270 applicants, the 1,511 flood relief grants provided, can the Minister advise how many of those grants provided has been allocated to the Central Region through the Couva-Tabaki-Talpa Regional Corporation, specifically if you have the information for the constituents of Couva North, because we've had a lot of residents in Couva North who were flooded out, and also in my colleagues in neighboring constituencies. And up to recently, we have been receiving complaints that they have not received any kind of support from this government up to today's date. So can you advise us in terms of how many has already received from that region and how many are outstanding?
Okay, well, what happened is that the flood relief is not categorized based on regions. It is done as soon as it is received. So we do not have it with regards to constituencies. But we can check, because recently I got a letter from the member for St. Augustine asking about the flood relief, those outstanding on the uncollected checks for her area. And we were able to pull that and send it. You should receive it soon. And for St. Augustine, for Couva, Tabakiti area, we can check that for you. We wouldn't have those figures here.
Okay, thank you. Would you be able to provide it in writing at a later date?
Yes.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam. Honourable Minister, with respect to the supplementation for the disability grant in terms of $18,972,086, on the last occasion of the Standing Finance Committee, you were able to share with us the number of persons that this grant really serviced in terms of all three areas. The question I'm trying to get at, Honourable Minister, is whether or not you'll be able to provide us in terms of the disability grant of how many children are impacted by this particular grant.
Okay, I have that figure. We have 3,004 children are recipients of the disability grant for minors.
Member for Shagona Cease.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Minister, you mentioned 12.1 million in grants for flood relief. Can you state whether this is the 4,272 applications that you have come from every area that was affected by flooding?
Yes, total applications printed, we have 4,270. No, this is the 1,511 persons would have benefited to the tune of 12 million.
Right. Minister, based on this 12 million, can you, I know it's different grants they would have benefited from. If not now, can you provide for us a breakdown of the types of grants which would have amounted to this $12.1 million?
Okay, yes, with the flood relief, there's no one figure because it depends on your situation.
Right. So can you provide for us a breakdown?
That.
Sure.
Yes.
Minister, can you just state one more thing as it relates to applications? How many assessments in terms of a figure would you have received from the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government as it relates to flood relief?
I would have to provide that because we assess and Rural Development assess, and it's all one figure.
Have you received all
Rural Development?
Assessments from Ministry of Rural Development?
I am not sure. I'll have to check.
And Minister, one more question. Can you state whether there's 1,511 persons who would have benefited, which period of flooding they would have benefited for?
This would have been 2022.
2022.
St. Augustine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Arising out of the ministers indicating, responding to some of my colleagues, 2 points. One, with respect to pensioners. From reports from my constituents, I hear the minister's explanation of the long wait for the pensions. However, in addition to the lengthy process of application where the applicants have to wait for immigration to send information, wait for NIS to send information, whereas previously they would have been allowed to collect that information and deliver it. But even after the approval is given and they are notified that their pension has been approved, there are usually quite a lapse in time before they can receive their first payment. So that's one, just for your information. Secondly, the Tunapuna Social Welfare Office is responsible for the St. Augustine constituency. And recently, a number of officers there, their contracts expired. So for the senior citizens grant, disability and social assistance, a lot of clients, current clients and new applicants have been on hold because they either are awaiting visits, their file cannot be processed because so many officers' contracts have expired. And from time to time, I'm forced to send things to the ministry or to the PS because that Tunapuna office seems to be in a state of, there's always some issue with staff and the delays. And you have been subjecting constituents of St. Augustine to really inhumane treatments because these people feel that they are already in a terrible situation and they are begging for help. And they are being given a runaround and being treated in this way. And this also applies to people who have food card issues and so on. So my question is, how soon will the issues with regards to expired contracts for officers, particularly at that Tunapuna office that deals with St. Augustine, but generally, be rectified to sufficiently deal with all the issues that are presented to the ministry?
Member, I'm certain you were here when I made the sort of direction to the member for Couva South. And while it might impact, it's not ahead here for us to consider. So I'm sure you will have another opportunity to do the kind of examination that you would like. Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day, Minister. Line item 04007003, social assistance. Just as a follow-up to my friend from Couva North, how many individuals qualified for and received social assistance because of severe flooding and the loss of property, livestock and crops in the areas of Las Lomas, El Carmen, St. Helena, Kelly Village, Warren and Cunupia for 2022? Yes. I just would like that at some point, that information at some point.
That's not under this line item.
The line item for flood grants?
No, flooding is under urgent temporary assistance. No, the flooding is not under social assistance here.
What line item is flooding?
Madam Chair, the Minister went through a very extensive period when she was discussing the support for flood grants. Substantial amount of detail was provided. My question is actually based on the Minister's involvement.
Member, could you maybe carry your mic up a little bit because the voice is dropping a lot.
Sure.
Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. My question is based on the Minister's information. You indicated that several persons would have applied for and not gotten their grants because of several reasons. Now, these are grants that would have been requested since 2022. We are now in month 5 of 2023. And what we have in our constituencies, all of us, I'm sure even in your area, we would have had people coming in asking for updates, and we are then required to make phone calls on a one-on-one basis or write letters on a one-on-one basis. Is there any consideration being put in place for somehow providing the information as to whom have not been granted based on whatever information you want to provide, but so persons could be sure that they are not going to get or that their query, their application is being processed? Is there some mechanism being put in place so that persons could have an idea of what is the status of their application by name rather than just by number?
Okay, that's fair enough. But I believe we have a department and they have been contacting persons because some of the applications were incomplete and so on, and they have been contacting them. Those who are not eligible, they have been telling them about it also. and they have been asking them to provide more information. Remember that the first responder is the Ministry of the local government, and therefore we pay, and we sometimes assess to, but we can only process to what we have, because I have had persons send queries to us with regards to flooding, only to check and realize we didn't have it. It did not reach the ministry as yet. Right. But a system could be put in place. Definitely, I agree with you that they can respond to persons so that they will understand and know this current status.
Thank you.
Thus, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services be supplemented by the sum of $348,172,814. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, has been supplemented by the sum of $348,172,814. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, PS. Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly. Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, a supplementation of $100 million. Yes. Not yet. Not just yet, but shortly. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister of Finance, I now invite you to say something.
Certainly, Madam Speaker. Although I must say, these days I'm not sure, because I'm hearing about a separate government in Tobago and so on. But according to the law, the THA was originally a colonial institution that is, in fact, the country's oldest political institution, first incarnated in 1768 in the island's former capital, Georgetown, which is now Studley Park. The capital moved to Scarborough in 1769. And in 1877, representative government was abolished, with the Crown Colony introduced to handle the administration of the island. In 1889, Tobago was joined with Trinidad by the then British government. After 1990, the THA was formed into 7 divisions, each representing a developmental concern. Today, the THA comprises 2 main arms, the legislative arm and the executive arm, and 9 divisions, 8 with particular remits. The legislative arm is where all members of the Assembly meet in plenary or select committees. The executive arm is headed by the Chief Secretary in his capacity as leader of the Council. The Council has individual and collective responsibility for carrying out the tasks of the Assembly through its divisions. And the role and function and responsibilities of the THA are covered by the Tobago House of Assembly Act.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, be supplemented by the sum of $100 million. Member for Couva South.
Madam Chair, based on the commentary of the Minister of Finance, he seems to be holding on for some kind of tabanka based on the last results of the THA elections in Tobago. Madam Chair, with respect to development program under 09003115D523, major improvement works of secondary roads. Minister, could you inform this meeting in terms of where these works will be undertaken and provide a list of the roads that will be improved with this additional supplementation?
Minister of Finance.
I was just checking with the government of Tobago, which has given me a list. And work will be done on the North Side Road in Runnymede, if you know where that is. Highlands Trace, North Side Road, Mason Hall, Mount St. George, Castara, Bloody Bay, Wynwood, Charleville, Turpin Corner, Flagstaff Hill, Stangster Hill, Scarborough.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome. That's it?
That's it?
All right.
Okay. So, honorable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 15 Tobago House of Assembly be supplemented by the sum of $100 million. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 15 Tobago House of Assembly has been supplemented by the sum of $100 million. Thank you, Minister of Finance. Thank you to the Chief Administrator and your support staff. Safe journey home. Head 18, Ministry of Finance. Head 18, Ministry of Finance, a supplementation of $313,724,596. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement of a maximum of 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Ministry of Finance has the responsibility excuse me, for collection of revenue and allocation of expenditure, management of debt, and management of relationships with international institutions, and also has under its purview a number of state corporations and statutory authorities. But I want to make the point that this particular supplementation has very little to do with the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance has the responsibility for allocating funds under the Infrastructure Development Fund. If one looks at this particular supplementation, one will see the Ministry of Education is being supplemented, the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Trade and Industry, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts. As Minister of Finance, I would not have detailed information on the workings of those ministries, so I've asked the relevant ministers to answer the questions on the particular heads. As for example, I would not know what furniture is being procured for ECC centers and so on. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
But the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 18, Ministry of Finance, be supplemented by the sum of $313,724,596. Member for Faizaban. If maybe you could indicate under which head?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Head 28, Ministry of Health, if I can, with the guidance of the Minister of Finance, direct this to the Minister of Health. Honorable Minister, the $78,271,000 owed to contractors. Can you disaggregate that amount with regards to A, B, and C?
Yeah, sure, thanks. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thanks for the question. So $78,271,000 will be disbursed under 4 headings: physical investments, hospitals, district health facilities, health centers. The sum of $19.9 million is required to facilitate the payment of outstanding invoices submitted by UDCOT to the Ministry of Health for development fees, colleague, which represents 4.5% of the construction costs for the San Fernando Teaching Hospital. In addition, Funding is also required in the amount of $2,230,201 to replenish the vote subsequent to an unforeseen payment for variation of works related to the Arima District Health Facility of $894,524, and the Sangre Grande Enhanced Health Center, $1,335,678. Construction of the Arima Hospital, $29,708,700. The sum of $2,158 is required to facilitate payment of outstanding invoices submitted by UDICOT for construction works. That's of the Arima Hospital, right? An additional sum of $27,550,650 is required for the payment of costs associated with the maintenance of the Arima Hospital. Then we come to the third heading, the construction of the Point Fortin Hospital, $17,431,000. Colleague, this additional funding is in the sum of $15,501,123, VAT inclusive. This is required to meet outstanding payments to UDICOT for the period February 8th, 2021 to February 7th, 2022, related to the maintenance of the new Point Fortin Hospital. Additionally, the sum of $1,929,877 is required to facilitate payment of outstanding invoices submitted by UDICOT for construction works completed in fiscal 2022, which pertains to the Point Fortin Hospital again. And fourth and lastly, colleague, the construction of the Ministry of Health Administration building, $8,942,100. This sum is required with respect of some redesign works we had to do for the new admin building, the new head office, ICT equipment, hardware, software, UDICOT project management fees, and so on. So that is basically as much detail as I have.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. Minister, with regards to the Arima and Point Fortin hospitals, which are now operational, can you say whether there are any outstanding balances for construction costs that
I will have to check. I don't want to say yes or no just off the top of my head, but we could check and get that back to you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Member for Princeton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development. Allocation of $103,192,097. But it has an explanation amounts owed to contractors for refurbishment works at the Hasely Crawford Stadium, upgrade of the Dwight York Stadium, redevelopment of Skinner Park, and construction of community centers. Would the Minister be kind enough to indicate to us whether or not these projects, as suggested, are actually completed in totality?
Minister of Sports and Community Development.
Okay, as it relates to Hasely Crawford Stadium, the works are still ongoing. We have an estimated completion date of June 23rd. We have some outstanding payments also from last fiscal year where we're doing some sealing. As it relates to, we're also doing some infrastructure works at the national centers, for instance, the aquatic center, the cycling center, because we're hosting the Commonwealth Youth Games. So works, that's what outstanding works and works that are ongoing. In addition to that, the Dwight York Stadium, the fixing of the athletic track, and the outstanding monies for phases 2 and 1 of that project. For Skinner Park is completed, but we are not close to paying our final payments to the contractor. So this represents the invoices we had on hand at the time of mid-year exercise. So that amounts to the 103, and well, $30 million to pay a number of contractors for works that were completed as early as 2001 for community centers.
Okay. Minister, would you be kind enough to provide us, if you don't have the information now, but a list of these community centers in terms of
I can
its
provide to you now.
location, the cost, and the contractor?
So for the Arima Community Center, the contractor is JNCO Enterprise, and the outstanding money that we had, the outstanding invoices on hand totaled $1,133,657.15. For Bellevue Community Center, the contractor for which we have invoices on hand, it's yes, Bellevue. The amount on hand is $2,684,184.46. As it relates to Bellevue, contractor is, well, this is not Bellevue, this is Belmont.
Minister, maybe you can bring your mic a little closer because your voice is fading.
Right, for Bellevue, the total is 2.6 million, or should I say $2,612,184.46. The contractor is Hemispheric Building and Security Limited. For Belmont, Ramadan Engineering, Project Management and Consultancy Limited. The total is $1,237,784.63. For Belmont Community Center, that was Belmont Community Center, sorry. Cayman Community Center, Protran 97. We have invoices $541,429.26. For Cascade Community Center, Trinidad Pro Construction, $843,988.65. For Diego Martin North Community Center, SAS Marketing and General Contractors, the total is $1,496,422.90. For Diego Martin North, yes, SAS Marketing and General Contractors, I said that one already. For Edinburgh 500, Clyden Enterprise, $1,743,147.77. El Socorro Matzak Company Limited, $679,803.23. El Socorro Community Center, that was Matzak, sorry, I said that one already. Harmony Hall Community Center, that's Jacobs Transport Co. Limited, $752,000, $774.24. Indian Trail Community Center, Clyden Enterprise, you got it? Yeah. Construction services. $644,413.16. Lisa's Gardens Community Center, SAS Marketing, $3,516,000, $955.12. Maitagal Community Center, Protran 97 Limited, $943,044.95. Maraval Community Center, Fides Limited, $1,173,615. Quarry Road Community Center, Junior Child's Construction and Transport Services, $5,232,000. $1,991.92. Quarry Village, Pioneer Construction, $1,777,435.35. San Fernando North Community Center, AG Mahabir Maintenance Co., $677,666.82. Surrey Village, Ramdan Engineering, Project Management and Consultancy Limited, $1,459,021.32. Tacarigua Community Center, JNCO Enterprise, $3,655,919.94. Taradale Community Center, Kenlin Company Limited, MEP Works Package, that's for $537,582.28. Truba Community Center, Alliance Innovation Company Limited, $931,503.75. That gives a total of $30,094,918.99. However, what is being allocated to community centers is $30 million, so we'll still be out by $94,000, and that's for the invoices that's up to mid-year.
Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is on Head 26 to the Minister of Education, please. With respect to the amounts owed to contractors for improvement, refurbishment, and extensions of ECCE centers, if we can get which schools benefited from the improvement, refurbishment, and extensions, please. So I understand it's 51 primary schools, 71 secondary schools, and the ECCE centers.
Minister of Education, Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we have 29 ECCE centers, and these can be detailed in, it will take a little long to read here, we can send it in writing.
Absolutely.
The ones that we have had.
Absolutely, and if we can have included in that how many contractors are owed and the names of the contractors owed, please. I want to move to one.
Yes, please, Member for Tabakit.
Yes. I also see that some schools are getting pre-engineered classrooms. Which schools are targeted for these pre-engineered classrooms and the rationale for using pre-engineered classrooms in some of these schools?
Well, I can offer the rationale now.
Yes.
The pre-engineered classrooms are cheaper to construct, they are faster as well, and once they are maintained well, they give us well beyond the construction shelf life. So we can have a pre-engineered classroom. We do have pre-engineered classrooms that have been put up to maybe 15 years ago that are still existing well and serving the schools well. So that would be the rationale behind it. And I can supply the listing of those that we propose to do work on or those that have been worked on.
And so the cost of could you also provide the cost of the pre-engineered classrooms for us? The cost of, you said it's cheaper, so we would like to know what's the cost of
the cost is a very variable thing because it depends on the square footage, where the school is, the lay of the land.
So therefore, when you're providing the schools that stand to benefit, include the cost next to it, so that because it's going to be in the information that you have already, please.
Okay. Well, once we have that information, we will provide that.
Thank you. And then one other question on the status of the development of a school for special education.
That work has been done, so it really is to pay for work that's been done.
This is the school in Pointe-a-Pierre?
Yes.
Okay, and so that school is expected to come, so the school is operational?
That's an operational school.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day, Minister. On the Infrastructure Development Fund, Head 28, Ministry of Health, Minister, why were redesigned works required at the new administration building for the Ministry of Health?
Minister of Health.
So when you are constructing a brand new building, very often you have to do redesigns based on what the engineers see when they reach the site. Maybe specs may change during construction. So you have all these things to consider.
Minister, what was the initial cost to build this new administration building?
So that will come under the Ministry of Health's variation, so we can look at that then under head 28.
And we will also find out the new cost under that head.
Yes.
Minister, would there be any loss of personnel numbers when the transfer to this new building occurs?
No, it is not.
What we're looking here at is at the financial matters, the transfer of a sum to the Ministry of Health for redesign works. Regrettably, I can't allow that question under the exercise in which we
Okay, Minister, thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, Part A, with regards to the construction of the Arima and Point Forting hospitals and the amount owed to contractors, has the health management information system been implemented under this vote?
So Cabinet took a decision to start the digitization of the health system using the ERHA and the Southwest RHA as a pilot. The reason being they are geographically next to each other, especially on the southern coast. So we are going to be sharing that system, then it will be rolled out to the other hospitals to form a national grid.
And when can we expect completion of this full rollout?
So we got...
Madam Chairman, may I come in here, please? Madam Chairman, this allocation is specific. Construction of Arima Hospital, construction of Point Fortin Hospital, construction of Ministry of Health admin building, etc. I appreciate that my colleague wants to be very generous to the opposition, but the rules are very specific. We can only ask and answer questions on what is before us.
Agreed. Remember, it's a similar sort of objection to earlier questions you've asked.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, Part C, with regards to payment to outstanding services to UDICOT for development fees in respect of the San Fernando Teaching Hospital. Is this sufficient to clear all outstanding invoices with regards to this teaching hospital?
I will, as I indicated to your colleague who asked the same question, I will have to check. I don't want to give an answer that may be inaccurate.
And does this include any amounts with regards to plans for a cardiac catheterization lab in this facility?
This is not under this head,
Development
sir.
fees. That's what it is, development fees. Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister of Education, with respect to the 105 million being requested for the improvement and refurbishment extension to ECC centres and the procurement of furniture for the ECC centres. Honourable Minister, I have since 2020 been lobbying through our appropriate debates, appropriation bill, etc., SFC, begging of you to have the ECC centre in Waterloo opened, outfitted with furnitures, put the necessary systems in place. And you have given commitment that you will definitely look into it. I think you would have done an assessment of the outstanding works required to have these ECC centres completed and open. Can you advise if this supplemental funding inside of here involves completing the works at the Waterloo ECC centre, and if we will be seeing an opening of that centre sometime soon?
It does not.
Can you advise if any study, any feasibility, any audit has been conducted to have that project completed so that we can see it in the near future?
It's the same difficulty. Head 26 has very detailed itemization of what the monies are for, the amounts due, A to E. So you can ask about if the particular school was one of the 29 or something like that, but the feasibility study and all of that sort of thing,
Thank you.
Regrettably, I cannot allow in this
Guided
exercise.
accordingly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister of Finance, can the Honourable Minister of Finance, instead of going through each one of these heads, can the Honourable Minister of Finance provide us with a commitment to identify the contractors that are going to be paid under this IDF fund? And,
I believe what the minister said in his opening statement is that he does not really manage these things, and that's why he permitted each of the ministers to give details with respect to their respective ministries. Okay? So that if you wish, you could ask under head 26 on the Minister of Education, as you have seen, under head 79 to the Minister of Sports and Community Development, as you have seen, etc., etc.
Thank you,
Okay?
thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, this being Head 18, Ministry of Finance, and to all the different ministers here, Head 26, 28, 48, 79, and 80, can the Honourable Ministers give us an undertaking that they will provide us with a detailed breakdown of all the contractors and the amounts to be paid to these contractors as what is being requested for in the supplemental funding?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I just want to make a point. This is under the Infrastructure Development Fund, which was set up many years ago, about 15 years ago, to allow the use of state enterprises for the execution of the development program of various ministries. So all of this work would be under the development program, that's number one. And secondly, the supplementations are very, very specific. And I want to use a specific example. The member asked about a particular ECC school, center, Waterloo, and wanted to know whether the construction of that would be under this. But the wording is specific. It says improvement, refurbishment, extensions to ECC centers. It does not speak to construction of ECC centers. So that I would like to tell members, whatever questions they ask has to be relevant to what is in this document. Otherwise, it will be difficult for them to get answers to the questions because the questions would have no locus standi.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, through you, Madam Chair. And it seems as though we have a delayed reaction from the Minister of Finance because this question was already traversed between myself and the Honourable Minister of Education. And I move on to another question where, through you, Madam Chair, I directed the question to the Minister of Finance, and you provided the guidance that the Minister of Finance may not be able to provide the answer to the question I asked, but the ministers responsible for Head 26, 28, 48, 79, and 80. So, seeing that the Minister of Finance might not have been paying attention to the question that was asked when he intervened and provided with that response, I will repeat it for him to understand. What I'm asking for is for a detailed breakdown of the contractors.
No, remember, you asked that question already, and I gave some guidance. I allowed the Minister on the second occasion to answer because I thought he was going to give you some explanation with respect to how the IDF functions. It is quite clear what the minister had said in his opening statement. His ministry is the vehicle by which these sums are allocated. He is not, who's speaking there? Members? Member for Caroni Central? And member for Tunapuna and whoever else, let's get ourselves under control. It may be that members need a little break, and they're very welcome to take the break and come back in. Yeah, so what I'm saying, member, please. And the members on this side, member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, Laventille West, please, let's get on with this business. Member for Couva North. As I said, I allowed the minister because I thought he was going to give some guidance that may have helped you understand a little clearer what he said. The minister and the Ministry of Finance are the vehicle by which these lump sums are given to the ministries. That's what I understood from the opening statement. The ministries are the ones who disburse the payments based on the various contractors and so. The minister made it very clear that he is unable to give the details that you wish. And I've sought to guide you that if you wish those details, you're entitled to interrogate each of the ministers. I will not rule on that again. So either you want to go that route or we go on?
Thank
All
you
right.
for your guidance,
So member
Madam
for
Chair.
Old East. Oh, you no longer want to ask the question? I'll let you get your answer. You ready? Okay, please.
Just short questions. On this matter, Head 79, Ministry of Sports. If the minister can just indicate us out of the $103 million, exactly how much to contribute to the redevelopment of Skinner Park. And the minister indicated a moment ago that the project has been completed. If the minister could indeed tell us the final tally, the final cost of the redevelopment of Skinner Park.
Minister.
Chair, I spoke to what we have before us as it relates to the invoices as of this exercise at mid-year. Can I answer the question, please? All right.
One minute. I'm certain we'd all love to hear you. I am being challenged to hear you. I don't know if maybe your colleague on the right could also allow you to use his mic, and maybe the two mics might give you the degree of volume for us to hear.
Right. So, Madam Chair, the question is how much of this allocation is going to Skinner Park, and that is $23,380,798. As I said before, the project is completed, but this is outstanding monies owed to the contractor.
You didn't hear. What would be the final total cost for the redevelopment of Skinner Park?
Well, based on the invoices that we have in so far, we have $54 million already paid in the last fiscal, in previous fiscal. In this year, we've already paid $29,142,496.12. And when we get this allocation, we'll be paying $23,380,798. I know right now there is some negotiation taking place between the contractor and UDCUT. So we look forward to see what the end of that would be.
So it's more or less $111 million is the total cost of the redevelopment so far.
So far.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Oropouche West. The same.
Yeah, mic was off.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question relates to Head 48, Ministry of Trade and Industry, where an additional $9.8 million is being requested to meet VAT payments for work done on the construction of the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate. I'm assuming that the Minister of Finance will be providing the answer since the Minister of Trade and Industry is not present. My question is whether this, well, several questions. Question number one is how long has this VAT been outstanding? And my second question is whether this VAT that's being paid here now is included in the $3-point-something billion, that the minister recently announced that he was going to pay in VAT refunds for the period for fiscal 2023.
Minister of Finance.
Okay. The acting Minister of Trade is here. That is Dr. Brown, and you can pose your questions to him. And I understand his permanent secretary is here as well. So could you please be specific on questions related to this line item?
Thank you very much, Minister.
So can we redirect to the acting Minister of Trade and Industry?
Yes, ma'am. To the acting Minister of Trade and Industry, we are looking at an increase of $9.8 million being requested to meet VAT payments for works undertaken at the construction of the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate. My question is, for what period of time is this VAT been outstanding, and whether this component of VAT, this $9.8 million being requested, is included in the Minister of Finance's commitment to pay 3-point-something million worth of VAT refunds in fiscal 2023.
Chairman, before the Minister of Foreign Affairs comes in, this is an allocation to the ministry for payment of VAT, and therefore it would not form part of VAT bonds or anything like that. This is a supplementary allocation to that ministry because a contract of this nature would be VAT exclusive. So the contractor has to be paid the VAT, and then he will make his usual submissions to the Board of Inland Revenue with respect to VAT. So this is a supplementary allocation to the ministry for the VAT that is due and payable on the contract, and therefore it will be a cash payment. It will be not part of the bonds. But I can't deal with the first part that you're asking.
Thank you. Minister?
Yes, thank you very much.
No, Minister has to respond.
Minister, Acting Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With respect to the specifics of the question, I just want to be clear for the committee that this 9.8 million is not in total to meet the cost of value added tax. That is a small portion of this additional allocation. The component of this amount for payment of VAT on the value of works completed is 156,000, not 9.8 million. There is 8 million for additional works on the offsite detention pond, and there is 2.8 million out of this 9.8 million for additional road works, including the placement of boulders to soft spots on the road network. So this is a project that is almost completed, described as 99% completed. There's some additional infrastructural work that is required, as is provided for in these supplemental allocations, and there's a small amount to treat with the issue of remaining VAT. I do not have the specifics of the time frame of that VAT component of $156,000. I hope this adds some clarity to the members' understanding.
Thank you, Minister. Just one follow-up question. Would this allocation now be sufficient to take the project to its eventual completion? You said it was 99% complete, and we're looking at 1%. So would this be sufficient to cover full costs of the project?
This allocation would be sufficient to complete the construction of the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate.
Thank you.
Member for Kabucha Mansinala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Honorable Minister of Education, would you be able to indicate if the coal mine, completed coal mine ECCE will be included within this funding?
Madam Chairman, let me repeat. The wording of the document circulated to all members, including that member, that honourable member, falls within the definition I gave earlier. This is for improvement, refurbishment, and extensions to ECC centres. It is not for the construction of ECC centres.
I'll allow you to ask the question again because I felt you were under B. Is your question under B?
Yes, Madam Chair. It's because it's completed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the reason why the intervention would have been made, is it open? Is it operational? It's not. Remember? I'm clarifying.
Repeat that again.
Is it an operational center you're asking about?
Yes, it is totally, it's not operational,
right.
but it's totally finished.
Right, so that is why the intervention would have been made. That would be one of the centers that may seem to be finished, but there are legal issues regarding the actual finishings and therefore the operation of the center. So it would not be here, and that is why the minister would have made that intervention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. want to ask some of the ministers. Firstly, the Minister of Education. Minister, with respect to Head 26 and that sum of money under A, does it take into consideration the refurbishment of the Saniladu Early Childhood Education Center, which has been brought to total destruction over the last 8 years?
Chairman, I would have to check the exact list. It's quite a long list. I will check the list and let you know in writing.
And in terms of your 71 secondary schools, will further sums be expended on the Couva West Secondary School?
Couva West is one of the schools that receives regular attention. As you know, there are some issues with the construction of that school. So it may not fall under this, in terms of this particular allocation, but we have been doing regular work to Couva West, and if anything is required, it will get that type of attention.
Thank you very much, Minister. Merely articulating the interests of concerned parents and students who are from the constituency of Couva South. Secondly, the upgrade of the Rudranath Kapileu Learning Resource Center. How much of this allocation or supplementation will be allocated? And could you just give us an insight into what will entail in terms of the upgrade?
$2 million is allocated to the upgrade of RC, and that would have to do with our security booth, upgrades to the auditorium and the media, upgrades to the language, arts and science and IT room, the administrative office, the curriculum division office, the technical, it also is for technical vocational training, that room, a prefabricated structure that has to be refurbished, to the print tree, renovations to the print tree, and electrical work on the air conditioning units, the MTS maintenance room. That's the scope covered in the $2 million.
Thank you very much, Minister. Chair, to the Acting Minister of Trade and Industry. With respect to additional roadworks on the construction of the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate, Minister, I do not know how much of this $9.8 million will be utilized, but there are hundreds of potholes on the UTT Road to Savanetta Junction and the Camden Road that leads to the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate.
Wait, remember, we're talking about construction of the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate?
Yeah, additional road work, so in the estate. Merely seeking the clarification. And finally, to under Head 80, Minister, to the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Arts. Minister, are you in a position to tell us how much of this total sum here will be for the construction of the Desperados Pan Theatre and the Aripita Avenue Enhancement Project? How it will
Minister of Finance, could you
Yes.
provide a breakdown?
Unfortunately, the Minister of Tourism could not be here, but he sent me some details, so I will try my best to indicate the breakdown of the expenditure. The information I have is that of this $16,585,210, $8,020,410 is allocated for the construction of the Desperados Pan Theatre, and $8,564,800 is allocated for the Aripita Avenue Enhancement Project.
Thank you very much, and to the very cooperative Minister of Finance. Could we get with the total cost in terms of the construction of these, the two mentioned projects?
Certainly. By stroke of good fortune, I happen to have received that information from the Minister, and the budget approved by Cabinet for the Desperados Pan Theatre is $14,020,409.89. And the budget approved for the Arapita Avenue Enhancement Project is $16,635,870.01.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think that when the Minister of Finance acts as the Prime Minister, he's always a bit cooperative with the Parliament.
Sometimes. It's so lovely when we could compliment one another. Point up here, member, point up here.
Thank you. Madam Chair, just to build on the last response from the Minister of Finance in respect to Head 80, the Arapita Avenue Enhancement Project, Minister, is, yes, you just said budgeted $60 million based on what the Minister of Tourism sent you. But what really is the Arapita Avenue Enhancement Project? Yeah.
I have some brief details, and I am merely the messenger, so don't shoot the messenger. The phase 1 is for the construction of public washrooms, a cycling track, police posts, sidewalks, landscaping, signage, and installation of waste receptacles.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Minister, is it this project falls under the Ministry of Tourism or falls outside of the Ministry of Tourism? Is it falls within the Port of Spain Corporation? And just who's the exercising organization?
The project manager is UDCOT, and UDCOT has been contracted by the Ministry of Tourism to do the project.
Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Minister of Finance brought it to my attention that the language here is very specific. And so I want to return under the Ministry of Education to point the development of a school for special education. What does this development entail? If it's not improvement, refurbishment, extension, what is this development that we're looking to do for a school for special education under item D?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The development would have referred in past years to when you do some work on the school. So that is what this development was. Some work was done on the school. There was a new building, and so some work was done on the school to retrofit it to the use of the special school, and that's what that referred to.
Okay, well, so it's not an extension or anything. When you say work done, if it's not refurbishment or an extension, is it to the interior of the, like the upgrade of equipment
Madam
inside?
Chair, if I may, it is just that it's just a terminology used, but it's infrastructural work that was done to retrofit an existing building to, for the use of the special school.
Can we be a little more specific? Because the Minister of Finance was very clear that the language here is specific. And so
I don't know how much more so that can be, Madam Chair. It is retrofitting infrastructural work done to an existing building to allow for the special school to occupy. So that would be the ramps, the railings, infrastructural work done.
And which special school is it?
This is the Point of Peer Special School.
Member for Kuvanur.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just following up on the question raised by my colleague, the MP for Tabakit, can the Minister be kind enough to provide us with the scope of work or bill of quantity for this project, item D, under head 26, along with who the contractors were?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, item A, under the same head 26, improvement, refurbishment, extension to the 71 secondary schools. Can the Minister advise if the Karapichaima West is one of the 71 secondary schools?
I committed already to provide that in writing.
And can you also provide us this entire request for 105 million amounts owed to contractors for A, B, C, D, and E? Can you provide us with a breakdown of who the contractors are and the amount that is being owed to those contractors?
As far as possible, we will provide it.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you to the Honourable Minister of Sports and Community Development. Under head 79, $103 million here for the well, several projects, but specifically looking at the redevelopment of Skinner Park. Can the Honourable Minister provide us with the scope of work or bill of quantity and the breakdown of the contractors and the amounts that are being owed to those contractors?
Minister of Sport and Community Development, I think that question was posed to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will provide to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regard to Head 26, the additional sum provided for improvement, refurbishment, and extensions to the schools, the Curia Presbyterian was allocated $5 million in the budget. I know that was not enough, and it was supposed to be the repairs were supposed to be done on a phased basis. Can the minister state if any additional funding is being provided to complete the upgrade to the Curia Presbyterian School?
I would have allowed, if you were asking if it's on the list, and I would have said the minister has already indicated that she would give a list. Okay? So if you're asking, if your question kind of imputes that you already know it's not on the list, but you want to ask something outside.
I'll wait for the list, and then I could always bring it forward. No problem, thanks.
Right. You have another question? Member for Miaro?
Question asked already, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 18, Ministry of Finance, be supplemented by the sum of $313,724,596. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 18, Ministry of Finance, has been supplemented by the sum of $313,724,596. I thank the Minister of Finance and the Ministers of Education, Health, the Acting Minister of Trade and Industry, the Minister of Sport and Community Development, and the Minister of Tourism and Culture and the Arts through the Minister of Finance. Head 20, Pensions and Gratuities. Head 20, Pensions and Gratuities, a supplementation of $1,600,000. I now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes.
Madam Chairman, this particular head is a separate head of expenditure which caters for the payment of pensions and gratuities to public officers.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 20, Pensions and Gratuities, be supplemented by the sum of $1,600,000. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, given that these, to the Honourable Minister, sorry, given that these are government contract workers whose tenure, whose life of the contract would have been known at the initiation of the contract, can the Minister indicate why these payments were not included in the original budget for fiscal 2023?
The processing of gratuities and pensions is a moving target because in order to pay a pension or a gratuity, the person's files must be in order. People move from one ministry to another, from one contract position to another. Sometimes in the middle of a contract, they may take up another appointment with a higher salary and so on. So that in each case, the person's file and the person's application for a gratuity or pension must be audited. And there are a number of steps that the government is required to go through, including auditing by the Auditor General, which is more or less the final step. And therefore, it is not possible at any given time or any given year to know exactly what the requirement will be for pensions and gratuities. It's an estimate. And therefore, in this particular period, it has been established based on better information that comes forward during the year, because in September and August, when the budget is prepared, one may not have information on the gratuities that would come due, but as the year develops, the information is perfected, and therefore we require an additional amount of 1.6 million at this time.
Thank you. Just a follow-up, Minister. Can you advise how many contract workers' contracts would have expired prior to 2023 and currently await gratuity payments, and those which would have expired in fiscal 2023 and whose gratuity payments will be due?
What I can tell you is that the number of gratuity files outstanding for processing is 114, and on average, a gratuity payment per person may vary between 20,000 to 60,000. I can provide information on the allocation of 1.6 million. I cannot provide information outside of that in this forum. I can provide it otherwise, based on a question and so on, but not in this forum.
Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 20, Pensions and Gratuities, be supplemented by the sum of 1,600,000. Those in favour say aye. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 20, Pensions and Gratuities, has been supplemented by the sum of $1,600,000. I thank the Minister of Finance and I thank the Controller of Accounts. Head 22. Head 22, Ministry of National Security. Head 22, Ministry of National Security, $128,899,000. I now invite the Minister of National Security to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes.
Honourable members, okay, Minister of National Security, kindly proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of National Security is responsible for the safety and security of the jurisdiction that is Trinidad and Tobago. It consists of several divisions, some uniformed, some not uniformed. Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of National Security operates in a very dynamic environment with international implications in the context of transnational crimes, and as a consequence, its responses must be equally and perhaps even more dynamic. It is in the context of this, Mr. Deputy Chairman, Mr. Chairman, that the Ministry of National Security seeks the intervention of this Parliament in terms of the supplementation of some of the allocations that had been previously considered by this Parliament, and therefore we are before you in this regard. Thank you very much.
Right. Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 22, Ministry of National Security, be supplemented by the sum $128,899,000. At this stage, Member Finaprima.
And I'll be asking 3 questions. Yes, sir.
To the Minister, 02-00212, material and supplies, $2 million. Funding is required to facilitate the acquisition, firefighting branch pipes, medical supplies, safety helmets, respirators, etc. Minister, given what we are led to believe by fire service representatives who are on the ground and who speak about a dire lack of equipment and critical equipment. And last week we were told by the representative president that in Tobago, for example, they had to use their own vehicles to respond to fires. Is $2 million adequate in your view, based on information, detailed information, and an inventory of needs? Is $2 million adequate to deal with what we as citizens are being led to believe from those who are working in the fire services?
Mr. Chairman, this is the request for the supplementation that we seek, and for obvious reasons we consider this appropriate at this time.
Member.
And of course, Mr. Chairman, this is only one element of the supplementation that we seek in relation to the fire service. So, under this particular item.
So, Minister, you're giving Trinidad and Tobago the assurance that once we approve this $2 million, that we will not be hearing from fire service personnel and witnessing it when we see them dealing with fires, shortages of critical equipment like respirators and suction strainers. This is the assurance you're giving Trinidad and Tobago.
I cannot anticipate what we will or will not be hearing in the future, especially when it comes from the noise and the noisy elements in Trinidad and Tobago. I can't know what we will be hearing. Maybe the member for Naparima knows that.
We'll be seeing.
But as far as I'm concerned, this is what we seek in terms of this particular item for materials and supplies. It is only, as I indicated, a small part of the what we seek in terms of supplementation today. And for our purposes, this would, for the time being, do the job.
Second question, maintenance of vehicles, $4 million. Supplementary funding is required to facilitate the purchase of parts and servicing of emergency tenders, wreckers, and other ancillary vehicles assigned to the fire service. Could the minister tell us how many fire stations are with appliances that are in need of critical repairs at this moment?
25 fire stations across Trinidad and Tobago, 3 of which are in Tobago. And I am advised by the fire service that 6 of them are without tenders as we speak. I would have already indicated to this Parliament in very clear terms that in light of that, the Cabinet approved the acquisition of other vehicles for use and application by the fire service. Some have already come to Trinidad and Tobago, and others, or another, is expected very shortly, very, very shortly, imminently actually. I'm told that it would have been already shipped, and therefore we look forward to that with great anticipation.
Is the minister giving Trinidad and Tobago and the personnel employed in the fire services the assurance that once we approve this $4 million and the $31 million of which you speak, that fire stations like Princestown Fire Station, Rio Claro, and Siparia will be fully equipped with functioning, efficient fire appliances? We're not talking talk and expectation. We're talking about factual, on-the-ground delivery of services.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, sorry. Part of our request to this Parliament today for additional monies would also entail expenditure to repair certain equipment used by the fire service. For an example, 4 emergency tenders require repair, and we are requesting 600,000 in that regard. 4 hazmat tenders, we're making a request here for 400,000 in that regard. 4 crash tenders, another 400,000. This is how the 4 million is broken out. And of course, service parts for 14 Isuzu D-Max, service parts for 7 Nissan Frontiers, the purchase of 150 tires, and of course 117 plate batteries and spare parts for 10 Artigo water tender tankers, and of course 2 wreckers, all to be repaired. We are confident that in addition to the new vehicles that we have ordered to support those that we already have, when we repair these as well, part of the supplementation is directed to that, then we should be in a much better place than we are in now, having already indicated to this Parliament that the business of repairs and maintenance and the business of purchasing of new vehicles for the fire service and indeed all the arms of national security is an ongoing business, a work in progress, constantly so, and has been that way from the time these organizations were established, and I can only anticipate it will be that way until they no longer exist. So it's a work in progress, and it continues.
The third question, and then one more after this. And the third question is...
Yes. Proceed.
One of the difficulties we have on this side is that every time we raise issues about lack of equipment and supplies, we get a list. So the question to the minister is, do you at present have an inventory of what is required by the 25 plus 3 fire stations in terms of equipment and appliances? And are you at this stage in a position to tell us how many of these are not at this point in time not capable of functioning optimally if a fire occurs in their area of jurisdiction?
I'm sure that at the top of this segment of his interrogation, I did say that there are 25 fire stations, 3 of which are in Tobago, and 6 as we speak without functional water tenders. And of course, when a fire occurs in these circumstances, the fire service has arrangements to bring to bear resources from those that possess them to assist in those cases. And I have just explained in great detail what we are doing to improve the stock in terms of repairs and maintenance, and certainly in terms of the acquisition of others. And I have indicated that to the member. I don't think I can reasonably be expected to go any further than that, especially since I take my timing, advance, and confidently so, from the Fire Service Administration, which presents this information for our use and benefit.
And the last question, but before I go to that last question, the statement made last week on TV that all of Trinidad saw that fire officers in Tobago are using their own vehicles. Those 3 fire stations that you referred to in Tobago, you are saying that this will not happen in future, and I take your word for it. So I go on to 0300504, minor equipment purchase, $12 million. This is, the sum is required to meet the cost for the purchase of ammunition for the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. The question I have for the minister is the fact that we keep hearing repeatedly and reading in the press about ammunition, bullets with TTR or registration marks turning up on the scene of crimes. The question we have for the minister is, he assured Could he give assurances to us that the equipment, the $12 million requested here to buy ammunition, that there are safety and security procedures in the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force to ensure that none of this equipment will end up on crime scenes and some of those bullets being used to kill some of us?
Minister.
I can only, as a minister of government, rely on the information made available to me on request by me to the Chief of Defense Staff, the Commissioner of Police, and the other elements of law enforcement that carry and use firearms routinely by virtue of the nature of their work. In respect of the Defense Force, this matter arose, and I answered this in this Parliament previously, and I indicated to this Parliament that I was given the assurance by the Chief of Defense Staff leading the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force that when the reports of ammunition marked TTR began to appear, action was taken to improve, an audit was conducted and to improve the security measures. I went as far as to tell this Parliament that even when they go to do range practice, officers from the armory now accompany the training team on the respective ranges to ensure that the ammunition that they dispensed for training is used and accounted for. So I am given the assurance that the Defense Force and the Police Service have accentuated their processes to ensure that these things do not happen. But we're dealing with human beings. And then I might have alluded, and if I didn't before, I'm tempted to do it now. But I did say to this Parliament, without going into any further details, because it may touch and concern matters that are, as we speak, in the public domain. But I did indicate to this Parliament that it is quite possible that persons who may have had access to these things, other than in the way the member is talking about, may have been where the vulnerability is. And therefore, without being able to say any more, I give the assurance on the basis of what was told to me. I, as minister, raised these matters in potent terms with the leaders of these organizations, and they reported to me accordingly, which I have shared with this Parliament.
But Minister, the time has long since passed that people give you the assurance. Your job as Minister of National Security, your job as Minister of National Security is to ensure that the ammunition do not turn up at the scene of crime. Not to be given assurance, but to be sure, so that we will have confidence as citizens of this country that we are safe and secure. And I rest.
I'll give you the opportunity to respond, Minister.
I don't know. Perhaps what the member expects is that when, for example, on a daily basis, throughout the course of the day, the armorers in the storerooms, in the Defense Force, in the Customs, in the Police Service, in all these stations, they have ammunition all over. I suspect what the member is suggesting is that I will be there to see that 10 rounds is given to Constable Brown. And when he comes back, he brings the 10, and I record that for the 150 distributions of ammunition that took place on that particular day in that particular station. And I should do that at every police station and in every police barracks all over Trinidad and Tobago. If that is what the member wants, he should make that clear.
I'll recognize member for Baratara Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, I want to go straight to the largest allocation here, which is 0400902, the Strategic Services Agency. And I'm seeing that there's an additional $76 million that would be allocated for the CCTV camera infrastructure, the National CCTV Camera Network. Minister, I want to ask you now how many cameras we have, how many are operational, and how many are not operational.
Mr. Chairman, this is a question that I have answered ad nauseum in this Parliament. Let me record it again. As far as I'm aware, there are 1,700 and I think about 90 or 96 cameras utilized by law enforcement through the provision of a service provider across Trinidad and Tobago. I would have already explained that as technology goes, for one reason or another, some of these cameras may not be functional on a particular day, and therefore maintenance and repair is an ongoing business and replacement. Sometimes the criminals shoot at them or shoot them. Sometimes shrubbery grows, gets in the way of the camera, that is discovered. Maintenance requires removing it so that it can do its work. And this is an ongoing state of affairs that moves, the numbers move from day to day. I have also indicated that in light of the obvious need for improvement, this government engaged another service provider and contracted for the deployment of 2,500 high-tech, best-in-class cameras, which are now being installed across Trinidad and Tobago. I can tell you, some of them having been deployed up to as far back as Carnival 2023, were in service for Carnival and yielding very positive results, giving us a great feeling of encouragement and optimism as to the impact of 2,500 of them when that comes to bear sometime later in 2023. But as I speak to you now, they are in the process of putting these cameras out there in locations and in ways as directed by the Strategic Services Agency, which would have worked in collaboration with all other arms of law enforcement, particularly the police. And therefore, in this regard, we anticipate the application of that technology, CCTV camera systems, will be significantly improved in the not too distant future in the protection of the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Mr. Deputy Chair, can the Minister tell us as of today, without all of those ways?
I am unable to say what the figure is today.
I haven't asked the question. How can you tell us as of today, how many of the 1,796 CCTV cameras are working?
I'm unable to say, but I could find out and tell him what happened today, if he wants that. No problem.
So remember, the minister will get the information.
So the minister is telling us today that he doesn't know how many cameras are working in Trinidad and Tobago.
As a matter of fact, we may have started this morning with one figure, and it could be improved by this hour if the crew went out on the job. I am unable to say with specificity.
Mr. Deputy Chair.
Additional question?
Yes, I do.
Sure.
The minister indicated that they are going that the government's policy is to implement 2,500 additional cameras. He said some were installed for the carnival period. Out of those 2,500 cameras, how many were installed so far?
I'm unable to say, but it's a work in progress. The contract is to install 2,500, and I'm aware that they are being installed as we speak. I came to this parliament at 1:30. Maybe a dozen more might have been applied today, installed today. I'm unable to say. What I do know is that we expect that by later this year, all 2,500 of them will be in place serving the people of Trinidad.
Mr. Deputy Chair, the minister earlier told us cameras were installed for Carnival. He said the amount that were installed so far was as though it was 2,500 were working, and today he is unprepared and cannot tell us exactly how many CCTV cameras were paid for, installed, and are operational in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Chair, I find that totally unacceptable. The minister, day by day, is continuing to show his naked incompetence in this country, Mr. Deputy Chair.
As you are demonstrating your petulance.
Mr. Deputy Chair, I have another question.
So Minister?
Sir.
Any additional information?
No, sir.
All right. Member for Couva North.
Thank you.
You giving way to Bharatiya Sanwan.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Deputy Chair, is the Minister committing, just for the record, to provide us with all of those information that I requested with respect to the operational cameras, non-operational, and out of the 2,500, how many have been installed in writing?
No, I'm not committing to that.
So what is the aim of this exercise? He's asking for $76 million additional so that the SSA budget will now be $319 million, and we cannot have this information.
Right. So again, Minister, that's for the records.
I have nothing further to add, to usefully add.
Okay. Any additional question?
Yes, please.
Member for Bharatiya Sanwan.
I'm looking at security services 0200443, $7 million.
Which one?
And according to the explanation provided, it's for the cost of prisoner transportation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have been operating under virtual court for quite some time. Therefore, there will be no need really for prisoner transportation because the prisoners can, in fact, appear virtually at the prisons for court. Can the Minister give us an indication what this prisoner transportation cost is associated with?
Mr. Minister.
Yes, there is some use of the prisoner transport to get persons, for example, from police stations to the court. When the police arrest people, take them to the stations. Not all of the matters are heard in the way the member described, and therefore there is some use of the prison transport system still in place.
Are there any areas, would this figure be covering any areas that were previously owed?
No, no, this is anticipatory.
Sure.
Right, so I'll now go to Couva South.
Minister, with respect to line item 02000213, I heard you indicated to my colleague Naparima that 4 hazmat tenders have been requested for
Point Lisas.
No, I mean, my friend
your
must allow me.
constituency. I'm just anticipating. Come with it, come with it.
Thank you. Yes, taking into consideration that there is the Point Lisas Industrial Estate, the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate, the Point Lisas Business Park, the Couva Children's Hospital, the National Aquatic Center and Cycling Velodrome, and so on. Could the Minister inform this meeting if any of this 4 hazmat tenders will be allocated to the Couva South Fire Station?
Minister.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to, and I'm sure the member would find it in his soul, unusual as that might be, to celebrate with me the fact that the stations in the central area of which he has just spoken, that is to say the Central Divisional Headquarters, Chaguanas, the Couva Fire Station, the Savanetta Fire Station, and the Piaco Fire Station, they are all outfitted with tenders. Insofar as hazmat vehicles are concerned, those are not, the central area is not the only area where the possibilities would generate the need for the application of hazmat vehicles. So those and their distribution and allocation around the country is clearly going to be left to the wisdom, the experience of the Chief Fire Officer and his administration. I would like to say happily that sometime last year, I was able on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago to celebrate the fact that a warehouse on the Point Lisas estate went under fire and the fire service responded using thousands of, I had all of the details at that time, but they responded and they were able, they had difficulty getting in because of the system of securing that place, but they were able to get in and they were able to put an end to that fire. and there was no damage or risk to any other building, and they were able to contain it quite successfully, proving that things are in place to respond to those circumstances, and on that occasion, they did it quite successfully. That happened sometime last year, and I congratulated the Fire Service as Minister of National Security for that. And as I indicated earlier today, we are asking for additional resources in order to ensure that 4 hazmat tenders are brought up to efficiency by the maintenance and the repairs that we anticipate. And of course, just to conclude, there is in fact an operable, serviceable, functional hazmat vehicle in the central area with an eye on the issues that my friend so persistently and burdensomely raises at the first opportunity.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I hope that as a member of the National Security Council of Trinidad and Tobago, and taking into consideration the hundreds of millions of dollars in investment in the geographic area that we are speaking about, the Minister will rest comfortably in advising and ensuring that there is a fully functional hazmat tender assigned to the Couva South Fire Station, which was built to service the Point Lisa's industrial estate. And God forbid, if there is an industrial accident or spill of a small, medium-sized, or large magnitude, there will be an effective response. And in relation to...
Before you go, just let me say, in relation to that, that too is my prayer, that we will be all right and we'll be able to protect and defend ourselves in the worst circumstances that might come to us as a people. That's my prayer.
And with respect to 02002, 12 minutes materials and supplies, the $2 million, does this take into consideration, Minister, I don't see it in relation to branch pipes. I see branch pipes, medical supplies, safety helmets and respirators and so on. The acquisition of hazmat suits, because I'm told that none of the hazmat suits which were assigned to fire officers at the
Members,
fire
please remember,
station.
all cell phones have to be on silent or switched off, please.
Yes, all the hazmat suits, Deputy Chair, which have been assigned to the Couva South Fire Station, they have expired and they cannot serve the purpose that they were acquired for.
Minister?
Very generally speaking, insofar as hazmat suits are concerned, that appears under different head for which we are not seeking any supplementation today, Mr. Chairman. But provision has already been made in that regard. So we are not seeking a supplementation in respect of hazmat suits, which appears under another item which is not in front of us here today.
Member for Shogunas West.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, the question was asked, but it was not answered earlier. I refer in particular now to line item 0300504, other minor equipment, $12 million. Minister, in response to my colleague, member for Naparima, you spoke about an audit being carried out in relation to those registered Defense Force ammunition and certain steps being taken. You rely on the Chief of Defense Force, etc., etc. Minister, what I would like to inquire of you now and hopefully get a response is, what mechanisms have been implemented, are in place, or are to be implemented to ensure that when we spend this $12 million, that whatever ammunition we acquire here will be used for the intended purpose and not end up on crime scenes? That is what we are trying to get, Minister. It's not just an assurance. We want to get what exactly is put in place by the Ministry of National Security, the National Security Council, to deal with the situation.
Mr. Chairman, I answered that question a while ago, and I was implying as I answered that those operational matters are for the Chief of Defense Staff and the Commissioner of Police. And I have, as Minister, raising this public concern with them, would have been advised that they would have taken the action that they would have taken, and they gave me as Minister the assurance that they tightened up their security systems and their accounting systems for ammunition. I gave you an example of that when they go to the range. So I've answered that question.
Thanks for the additional information.
Thank you.
Additional question?
No, please, Mr. Deputy Chair, another item, please.
Proceed.
Thank you. Minister, I go to 04-00902. Question was asked by my colleague, member for Barataria Sanwan, but not answered. Minister, in relation to the question as to how many cameras, CCTV cameras, are actually functioning, Minister, is it that you are not in possession of information as at a particular date, meaning last week Friday, in December 31st, 2022, as to what or how many cameras were actually functioning as at that point in time? It must be that if you're seeking the $76 million, and we are talking about part of it being installation, that your technocrats would have been in possession of information to bring forward to you that you would take to cabinet and have this approved.
You yourself said that the question was asked, all right? But I'll give the minister the opportunity. Any additional information based on the member's question, Mr. Minister?
Except to say that I did promise the member for Barataria Sanwan that I can provide that, an accurate answer to that question for today in the near future. I can do that. So today is the 5th of May. I can provide an answer to the state of play as at the 5th of May. Told him that.
Supplemental member, proceed.
And of course, if he wants one for the 6th of May, he could get that too.
No, thank you, Minister. We would appreciate if we could get it before the substantive debate. It would assist.
Member for Urupuch East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chair. On that very item 04-00902, the provision of $76 million is related as well to an initial operation of a dedicated data connectivity solution. Bearing in mind that the Strategic Services Agency indicated to this Parliament in a Joint Select Committee that they are only responsible for 70 cameras, no more. They have no responsibility for no more than 70 cameras. Is this a joint project between the SSA and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service? And what company or subcontractor has been recruited to assist with this major multi-million-dollar project?
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Chairman, when the SSA would have said that, they may have been reporting to that Joint Select Committee as to the state of play on the date that they reported it. This project for the new cameras is being conducted under the auspices of the Strategic Services Agency. And to answer the second question, the company is Digicel, and they, along with another service provider, and they are engaged in establishing the backbone and the cameras and their installation as I have described.
Could I ask the Minister to indicate the identity of the second service provider apart from Digicel?
JCI.
What is the meaning, if you know it offhand?
Johnson's Control Incorporated.
Okay, thank you. Could you also give the undertaking, as you did earlier, when you indicated you will tell us in the near future how many cameras are working and how many are not? Could you also indicate, disaggregate that to reflect?
Mr. Deputy Chairman, may I come in here, please? Or Mr. Chairman?
Could I
conclude,
yes.
Richie.
Could you also disaggregate that specifically for cameras that are operational or non-operational in Tobago?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we went through this before in this committee. The supplementations are very specific. This is simply for security software and a data connectivity solution. It is not, has nothing to do with cameras that are working or not working. And therefore questions should not be posed on that and answers should not be required on that.
Mr. Deputy Chair, let's be very clear. You're asking for $76 million for a data connectivity solution for the overall national CCTV network. If that network is not working, what do you want to get a solution to what?
Mr. Chairman, I think I've made myself very clear. This committee is very specific. The allocations are specific. And according to my interpretation of the standing order,
it is for the
questions
CCTV
can only be
cameras.
asked on the specific matters.
So if no camera
on the
working, what
reference.
solution are you creating for what?
It says installation, training, and initial operation.
I never thought the Minister of National Security would be more clear than you. Mr. Deputy Chairman, please.
Initial operation and dedication of data collection.
Bring this faster.
Again, Mr. Minister, in terms of the information being requested from a national security standpoint, can the information be provided?
Well, I just wanted to record that.
Listen, hold please.
I just want.
Hold please.
Exactly. I was always mindful that the information, that what is in front of us today is indeed very specific, and I was always mindful that this has to do with new installations. And I received questions and patiently answered them in respect of existing installations. And I am agreeing with the Minister of Finance. However, I did say that I was prepared to provide an answer to the question that was given as at to this day. I said that.
Honorable members, the information that will be provided will be based on the 1,796 cameras and the 2,500 cameras in terms of how much we have. In terms of the being specific, right, we're not going into the
And I just
details.
want, for the benefit of the member, in answer to a question he asked, Tobago has indeed obviously been considered, and some of these cameras will be installed on the beautiful island of Tobago.
Right. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, line item
Member again.
04.
Yeah.
Line item 04, electricity. 5.5 million is being requested to meet obligations of the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission for all departments for the period June to September 30th, 2023. Can the Minister advise why this was not allocated in the appropriation bill, in the budget? If it is to meet obligations for the period June to September?
Minister.
Allocations for these, Mr. Chairman, in the budget, we now requesting additional monies.
So is it that we anticipate the use of additional electricity expenses, electricity service to the tune of 5.5 million for the upcoming period, June to September? Or does it include any arrears that is being owed to Tiantec?
Right.
Minister.
We would have been paying on these accounts from the various agencies on an ongoing basis. Having utilized most, if not all, of what was already allocated, we now anticipate for 2023 additional expenditure, which is what this is all about.
Additional question?
Line item 05, telephone, 2.5 million.
Proceed.
Can the minister advise
which item?
If this 05,
00105, telephones.
Yeah, thank you.
can the minister advise if this 2.5 million include any arrears being owed to the TSTT?
Right. No, the answer is essentially no. We would have paid and we anticipate additional expenditure in this fiscal, similar to the issue with the electricity.
Item 06, water and sewage rates, $2 million for all departments for June to September 2023. Can the minister advise if this include any arrears being owed or if it is for additional expenditure that we expect to realize for the rest of the fiscal
principle
term?
that I enunciated with electricity, repeated with the telephones, is to be further replicated. The principle is the same in respect of water and sewage rates, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Minister, line item 02000413, maintenance of a vehicle, the $4 million that is being requested there. Can the minister advise how many vehicles are expected to be serviced and or repaired under this allocation?
Which one? Yeah?
No.
Yes.
No, it wasn't.
Right.
It was the amount of fire stations.
I was quite detailed in my response to this earlier in this committee. You know.
Remember, that question was asked and answered, because I even have some of the information jotted on my note sheet here also. So could you, additional question, any more?
You must have been asleep.
Okay, 1 second, okay, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Minister.
And dreaming in Spanish.
Mr. Minister, thank you.
There isn't a mirror on this side of the house, and no one is sleeping on this side. It's the
Right.
minister who sleeps away. while
Any
he's
additional
performing
question,
his job.
members?
Minister, Chair, yes. Moving on to line item 43. And I hope the minister is awake to receive this question of an additional $7 million that is being requested here. This sum is needed to meet the cost of prisoners' transportation for the period April to September 2023. April to September 2023, Mr. Chair, falls within the financial term. And why was this not allocated in our budget? Is it that we have under budgeted by $7 million for this line item?
Mr. Minister.
We did approach the Parliament for more than was allocated in the budget. We were not in receipt of that at that time, because obviously, as we indicated at that time, and we are aware as reasonable and responsible public servants, that the Minister of Finance would have had the constraints that faced him in terms of budgetary allocations, and we were always confident that we can come on this occasion to have the allocation supplemented as we appear today to have done.
So you were under budgeting in the
I never said that.
appropriation bill.
What is wrong with the member?
Please.
Thank you.
Additional question, member?
Yeah, just one last question to the Minister of National Security. And I hope in his submission he didn't fall asleep in sending in these submissions, his supplemental submissions to the Minister of Finance. But in terms of the recurrent expenditure of...
Which line items, member?
This is under the head 22, under the Ministry of National Security. The
Which
overall
item? Which
request
item?
for $128 million, Mr. Chair, through you, no request is before us today for the TTPS and the resources that the TTPS
Okay,
require.
hold on, member. Again, totally not accepted, member. Honorable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 22, Ministry of National Security, be supplemented by the sum $128,899,000. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 22. Head 22, Ministry of National Security has... What's... No, I still need to close off. Yes. Head 22, Ministry of National Security has been supplemented by the sum $128,899,000. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you, Permanent Secretary, Chief Fire Officer, and the other senior executive from your ministry. Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs. We'll just wait the arrival of the senior executives. Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, is supplementation of $280,015,740. Welcome, Attorney General. Welcome, Madam PS and your senior officers from the ministry. I will now invite the Attorney General to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Mr. Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chairman. Mr. Deputy Chairman, the Office of the Attorney General is an important office, as we all know, under the Constitution, and particularly with the merger of 3 previous ministries, that of Attorney General, Legal Affairs, and Justice, is now a large, all-encompassing ministry with significant responsibilities. I'm here today to justify to this House the expenditure of $280,015,740 that we ask for in general administration for operations covering a number of different areas which are set out in the terms of reference. And additionally, Mr. Deputy Chairman, funds are also necessary for the continuous strengthening and maintenance of our IT software, particularly the Registrar General's Department, the Civil and Companies Registry, and the completion of the Property Business Registration Phase C. As Attorney General, it is imperative that I support the plant and machinery for digital transformation also to outfit part of the accommodation for digitalization, criminal justice, and anti-terrorism units. The ministry is also required, Mr. Deputy Chairman, to ensure payments of salaries to persons employed in legal aid, as well as to function as a conduit for the Police Complaints Authority. These monies are being expended, we hope, as being fundamental in the provision of robust legal services to the public officers and the citizenry at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. I recognize the member for Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Deputy.
1 second, member. 1 second. Honorable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs be supplemented by the sum $280,015,740. I now proceed to you, member for Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, the initial allocation under the head 02000123 fees was $63.5 million. And now there's going to be a further supplementation of $190 million, which means that the global figure just in legal fees under the Office of the AG for this fiscal year will be $253 million. $253 million. The last time when the Attorney General appeared before this committee, I had asked him to kindly provide a breakdown of all of the attorneys who would be collecting fees pursuant to this particular head. The Attorney General indicated that he will, and I can quote him, that he will do his best to provide me with a written record. Mr. Deputy Chair, the Attorney General has not provided this Parliament with a written record of all of the attorneys who collected fees under this head. This is a standard procedure in this Parliament, Mr. Deputy Chair. His predecessor, the member for San Fernando West, provided it. The Attorney Generals under the partnership government provided it. This is the only Attorney General who did not provide this information to us. I'm going to ask the Honorable AG, Mr. Deputy Chair, whether he will provide a complete breakdown of this $253 million to be paid to both local and foreign attorneys.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chairman. With the greatest of respect to the member for Barataria San Juan, I do believe that this House will record that I have provided a record to this House, a summary listing for the 19th of June, a summary listing for the 19th of June 2021 to the 3rd of March 2023 with the names of attorneys. I actually have the listing here and I have to flip it many times. The names of all of the attorneys up to a total of $206,052,968.49, so that the categorical lapse of error on the part of my learned friend's memory does him a disservice. The information has already been provided.
Mr. Deputy Chair, Mr. Deputy Chair.
Let me let the Attorney General.
If I may finish, the information has already provided. I have it here, and to supplement his deficient records, I'm prepared to provide it to him, that which is already in this Parliament. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Chair, I would want to say for the record that this information was not provided to the members of the opposition. I can say, when we get documents based on undertakings being given by ministers to the Parliament, it is normally placed on the rotunda. There's only one response that was ever placed on the rotunda, which is a letter from the Attorney General with some specific questions. That particular breakdown was not provided to the members of this Honourable House. I would ask the Attorney General to indicate the date in which this document was sent to the Parliament to be circulated, because we are accustomed to documents and files going missing from this Attorney General's office.
Attorney General, any information to add?
I have the information. I am not able to tell him today the specific.
When was it provided?
In the procedure of this House, Mr. Deputy Chairman, am I allowed to complete a sentence?
Proceed.
Thank you. I have the information. I am not able to give the specific date it was provided. I will give that date, but I am able to say today categorically, it is available, it has been provided, and I will make that which I have in my hand today available to the member and to the members of the opposition.
Barrier San Juan, any other? Shogunas West, in the meantime?
Attorney General, in relation to this line item 02-00123, would such a breakdown be forthcoming for this 190 million that is now being supplemented?
That 190 that is now being supplemented is not in the breakdown that I have already provided.
Yes. So I'm asking whether such a breakdown will be provided for this 190.
Well, I'm not able to give you that assurance just yet, because we've asked for a supplementation and we are in the process of working out the supplementation's applicability. But certainly, as and when that is worked out, we are prepared to disclose that.
Additional?
Yes, thank you, AG. May I ask then whether you're in a position to tell us this 190 million, does it include the
Shogunas West?
800,000. Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Attorney General, would this 190 supplementation include the $800,000 that has been paid to retired Justices Nelson and John for the file which was never missing?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Member for
Chaguanas West.
Chaguanas West. I have not said nor placed on the record that $800,000 has been paid to those two eminent gentlemen. What I said, and I will quote from the answer that I gave in Parliament, among other parts, is the approximate provisional fee under discussion amounts in the case of Mr. Justice Nelson, retired, to approximately $500,000, and the approximate provisional fee under discussion in the case of Mr. Justice John amounts to approximately $300,000. That cannot translate into a sum of $800,000 paid.
Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. In relation to the said line item, Attorney General, are you in a position to tell us whether this $190 million will include or does include fees paid to White and Case for the appeal which was filed in the Miami proceedings?
Just now, 1 second, member. The specific identification of your brief that you're trying to bring into the discussion, right? We are dealing specifically with the general total, right? But when you asking for the actual breakdown and identification of titles and so on, listen, member, please, right? Right. So again, let me hear the question, member.
Mr. Deputy Chair, the question is a simple one. I asked whether the Attorney General is in a position to tell us whether the $190 million, that budget, deals with the appeal which was filed by White and Case in the Miami proceedings.
And it's specifically within this particular financial year?
Well, it's $190 million to be paid in legal fees. So yes, it is within this.
Mr. Chairman, if I may intervene for a moment. Honourable members, it is a matter of public record that the Honourable Attorney General has recused himself from managing the PRCO matters in which White and Case is involved. I have been answering questions in that regard. The estimates are inclusive of potential fees to come. However, they're not crystallized yet.
So,
about to say to the member for Chaguanas West that, as you well know, and the word is recused, I have recused myself from that matter and I have no part to play in it. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Chair, most respectfully and with the greatest respect to the Attorney General, that's not what I asked. I was asking in relation to fees. So I don't know why.
No part to play includes fees, member.
So
Chaguanas West.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Yes, thank you. Attorney General, in relation to the case of Shervon and Devon Peters and others versus the AG, in which the state, there's a judgment whereby the state has to pay some approximate $20 million to former accused persons in the Vinja Naipaul Kuhlman case. Does this also include the fees, the legal fees that the state would have had to pay to its lawyers to represent the state in the matter?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman. The figure of $190 million is to be allocated to the payment of legal fees, local and foreign, and in due course, I expect some part of that will be paid to deal with that particular case, yes.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm back on the line item that deals with fees. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the record, A response was given by the Office of the Attorney General by letter dated 8th of November 2022, addressed to Ms. Kiba Jacob Motley, Secretary to the Committee Standing Finance Committee, signed by the Permanent Secretary of the Office of the AG. And the breakdown was not provided for the attorneys at law who were paid under this line item for that fiscal year. I want to read, Mr. Deputy Speaker, under item 02-00123 fees.
Mr.
Provide
Chairman,
the amount
this
of
is not
fees.
on this line item.
It is,
This
Mr.
is
Deputy Chairman.
supplementation
It
for
is
fiscal
supplementing this
2023.
figure.
Fiscal 2023, not 22. This is fiscal 23.
So I am asking, Mr. Deputy Chairman, if the Attorney
Mr. Chairman, I
General...
put to you that that question is not relevant.
I am asking, Mr. Deputy Chairman, if the Attorney General is willing to stand by his word that he provided that information to this
Mr.
Parliament.
Chairman, that is not relevant.
Again.
Not the two fellas on that side, to the Parliament. You could have printed thing and give anybody to the Parliament. And if you didn't, just say you didn't. Just say you didn't. You don't have to lie.
Mr. Finance Minister, remember he's asking for 2023 information. That's the information that he's requesting.
There was an answer to a previous committee meeting where the answers were not given. A previous meeting, not this one. That's what he's saying.
Right. No, but remember, it's in the statutes of the same period, Mr. Minister.
It's the same allocation.
Bear with me. So again, Bharata Sanwan, right. So you're going back to your initial question,
yes,
and you're stating, based on the information that was provided, that the AG saying is providing. So proceed.
Yes, and I am saying, Mr. Deputy Chairman, from that particular letter I quoted earlier, that all the Attorney General provided was this is the response given in that letter. Response: the total amount of fees paid to the Attorney General from financial year 2022 allocation was the sum of 1.428750 for matters for period June 15 to February 23, 2022. No breakdown of any fees were given.
Okay, and again,
in this response.
And again, Member for Bharata Sanwan, you are making your point in terms of having the information that you would have requested at the time versus what the Attorney General is trying to provide today. All right? So again, so Attorney General, you care to give any feedback on the point?
So for the record, Mr. Deputy Chair, my submission is that that information is not found in the rotunda where we normally get the responses from the Standing Finance Committee.
Right. Point taken. Member, point taken. I'll give the AG the opportunity to respond, and then we'll move on.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chairman. In answer to the question refers to a 2022 document that has been put on the record. He has referred to it. I'm not the author of that document. I do not accept that that is a document that speaks to the provisional supplementation for the year 2023, which is what we are speaking to. I will, however, I was given the document that I have just read from, which speaks to the sums that I have recorded having provided to this Parliament, and I was given that by a member of my staff.
Members?
I was given that by a member of my staff, and I will get from that member of staff the record of when this document was laid in this Parliament, and I will give that to the member.
Sure. Now, Minister of Finance, you will have the last point on this particular aspect. So let me hear you, sir.
Put before members of the House, as opposed to my particular notes.
Page 14. Bottom line, bottom section on page 14. 190. 02-00123.
What is here, Mr. Chairman, would you kindly ask them to stop muttering?
All right, go ahead, proceed.
What is here is fees, 190 million. This sum is required to facilitate the payment of outstanding fees to local and foreign attorneys at law for the provision of legal services. And Mr. Chairman, the detailed notes I have from the budget division is this is for the period 1st of January 2021 to the 30th of September 2022. and therefore has no connection whatsoever to the matters that member for Barataria is raising.
Thank you. I know, hold on. I said the Minister of Finance was the last thing on this particular line item. Shogunas West, you have an additional question? No, I said it earlier. We are moving on.
Mr. Deputy Chair.
Ms. Barataria Sanwan, Shogunas West, I'm acknowledging. You have an additional?
Yes.
Any question on moving on? New line item.
Yes, please, Mr. Deputy Chair.
Right. So hold 1 second. Right. Proceed. Shogunas West.
Mr. Deputy Chair, I'm wondering why the Attorney General cannot pattern with the Minister of Finance, who's been very cooperative and very quick with his info. What is the difficulty in telling us this afternoon when that information was laid with the Parliament? Madam Chair, we have had responses from the Honourable Minister of Finance. We have had him being very cooperative. Why can't the Attorney General be as efficient as him? And put the information here this afternoon.
Members, I think you all understand the process. And also I think members understand how Parliament works. If members feel an undertaking was given and it was not complied with, this is not the place for it. Okay? There are other avenues open to members. And for the lawyers amongst us, we understand very well procedure. Let's move on. And I have so ruled. Who feel else otherwise, then they could go to the place that they feel. Member for Oldpooch East. Same matter?
I want to just ask the Attorney General to clarify the matter 02000123. A matter of clarification. Could I ask the Attorney General, the 190 million in fees that you are requesting, could you tell us as to pay fees for local foreign attorneys over what period of time?
But isn't that what all the discussion was about? And the Minister of Finance...
There was a lot of noise and I didn't hear clearly what
it's unfortunate, but it's on the record because I came in and I heard the Minister of Finance indicate read over what period. Let's go on. Anything else? Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs. I ask if anything else. So let's all get on the same page. Yes, member for Oldpooch. I'd ask you, and
But ma'am, I put up my hand.
Okay, good.
We normally do that.
Yeah.
We don't shout at you to tell you we want to ask a question. We put up our hands. Right. I'm on page 15. So we're on the same page. 0200162. Mr. Attorney General, would you be kind enough to just explain in some detail, more than the 2.5 lines here, exactly what is this $1 million for in terms of paying in the next few months, I imagine, until September, to sensitize the public on the role and functions of the Attorney General when the ministry, like every ministry, will have access to government broadcasting, TTT, Facebook, and so on. That is basically free of charge. What programs are you going to implement with $1 million to tell the public what is your job, essentially?
I'm glad you asked that question, member. The Ministry of the Attorney General has a communications department, and since I have come into office, I'm regretting that it has not yet been built out. Since I've come into office, my thinking is that as Attorney General, I owe a responsibility to the citizenry of this country to keep them updated on a number of things as they occur. In particular, for instance, the legislation that is brought to Parliament and passed to talk to men and women of this country in simple language and not the obfuscatory language that sometimes attends debates in Parliament, and to say this
You're
is
casting
the
aspersions
legislation.
on the conduct of members of Parliament.
May I finish? And to say to the public, through a communications program that will be launched and run on a regular basis, this is the legislation that we passed in Parliament. This is how it affects you. This is what it means for you. And to do that in an engaging way to allow questions and answers on the appropriate platform.
So, Mr. Attorney General, this is what for newspaper ads, radio, advertisement, I don't know. That's what I'm getting at. I understand you want to explain law and Parliament in layman's terms, so to speak. What is this $1 million intended for?
Facebook page. It is what I just said, to build out a program that is in process. And it's a program that is going to be on the website. It is a program that is going to allow lawyers within the Ministry of the Attorney General, not just the Attorney General, to speak to the public, to invite questions, to exchange information, and to help inform and educate the citizens about the laws that we are passing in their interests for their benefit.
So this is in addition to what is occurring now, your very regular press releases, I think you did one just yesterday, is in addition to press releases, in addition to your press conference, is in addition to all that we normally communicate through government broadcasting and so on.
The difference is that it will be proactive, that is to say, it will proactively engage the population of this country in a continuing dialogue and not reactive in the way that press releases tend to be, to react to something that happened in the past. It will be proactive to educate and inform the public of this country what we are doing with the taxpayers' money to pass laws to make a difference and to improve their lives.
So you're going to spend $1 million of taxpayers' money to tell them what you're doing with the taxpayers' money. Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm seeing on my line item 0200908, rent, lease, office accommodation and storage, $6 million. And this funding is required to pay the rental cost of the accommodation for the north and south offices of the office of the DPP. Madam Chair, we all know that there are issues facing the office of the DPP and that we pay a monthly rent of about $600,000 for that building. Can the Attorney General indicate when the outfitting will be completed for the DPP to occupy that building that we're paying this rent for?
Can you just give me 1 minute, please, member?
Sure.
Can you repeat that question, please, member? I'm trying to.
What I'm asking,
Yes.
AG, is whether or not the office of the DPP will be moving into, when they will be moving into that north office that we're paying rent for under this line item.
I am engaged in discussions with the Director of Public Prosecutions on that subject. I am not able to tell you definitively when he will be moving in with his staff into that office.
AG, can you tell us if there's a lease agreement signed for that particular building?
Which building are we speaking about?
The north building that is currently being rented that the DPP is not occupying.
There is a month-to-month lease arrangement at the moment for that building.
So, AG, do you believe it will be saving taxpayers' money if there are no intention to occupy that building to terminate the lease? Because we pay $600,000 per month for a building that has not been occupied.
As I've just said, member, I am in discussions with the DPP, and that is a matter that I expect will be very shortly resolved.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going back to the line item, promotions, publicity, and printing that my colleague from Oropuchis was asking. So what I got from the Attorney General is that the cost associated with these initiatives are intended to be housed on platforms you already have, your website, etc. So the question we're asking is, from this $1 million, is it that you're paying for ads, sponsorship, additional hosting costs, staff to roll out the initiatives? We really want the specifics of where this $1 million is going. What is it actually paying for?
It will be paying for a number of things. It will be paying for software enhancement. It will be paying for staff. It will be paying for program direction and things associated with an effective communication strategy.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, I got what we were looking for. I guess we'll just examine.
Do you have another question?
No, that's it.
Member for Charles Sanwan.
Thank you. 02000127, official overseas travel, $2 million. AG, can you give us a breakdown of the travels, the cost per travel, and those who would have accompanied the Attorney General on those overseas travels?
Which particular travel are you referring to now, member?
All under this particular line item.
Well, all under that particular line item don't involve me other than one particular occasion when I traveled. So I don't understand the question whether I can give details of persons who accompanied me when I only traveled once.
Well, then can you give us the details of when you traveled?
Yes, I can give you the details of when I traveled. That was in, if I'm not mistaken, round about November last year. I went to the Bahamas. One occasion and no one accompanied me. I went on my own.
What was the purpose of the trip, AG?
I went to have consultations with persons in the Bahamas to do with particular matters that are engaging the attention of the DPP. I am not at liberty to speak more to that.
Minister of Finance.
Just to be specific, can I just say that that was a visit that I made to the Bahamas in January 30th, 2023. That was for a CIFATIF steering group ministerial subcommittee.
So that's a different, so one was
Yes.
in November, one was in January.
Yes,
Yeah.
the one in November is the one I just spoke to, and I'm just checking the notes here. On November, I went on my own, no one accompanied me. January 30th, 2023, I attended a meeting of the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force in the Bahamas, and I was accompanied by the head of the anti-terrorism unit, Ms. Viana Sharma.
Madam Chairman, I will ask for a ruling on this again. This $2 million is additional to the original allocation, and it's for payment of travel expenses in the future. It has nothing to do with past expenses. Members opposite are on a fishing expedition, and they are asking questions that bear no relationship to the item under consideration. I want to repeat, this is a supplementation to deal with travel going forward. It has nothing to do with travel going backwards. There is nothing here that deals with the expenditure on this item before today. So I would ask for your ruling on that members confine themselves to the matters under consideration.
Well, I agree that they will confine themselves to the matter under consideration. The member's question may have had a foundation if he had asked a previous question that laid the foundation. Okay, member for Orupuchis.
Well, therefore, Madam Speaker, my question to the Attorney General, which arises now, is this is for, as the Minister of Finance indicated, future travel. Would you indicate what future travel it involves?
You mean anticipated?
Yeah, but if they have asked for $2 million for the minister, say, for future travel, he must know where he's going. That requires $2 million.
And that's what I said, that is anticipated. Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. To answer the question, this is anticipated travel. There are a number of different engagements that the Office of the Attorney General, including members of staff of the Attorney General, necessarily have to travel on. Examples of that have to do with the travel that I undertook in January of 2023, the CFATF meeting in the Bahamas. That has to do with anti-money laundering, proliferation financing. There are a number of other engagements, training engagements, educational engagements, using the examples of the past, intellectual property engagements and training programs, international human rights law programs and training, conferences, and such like. So that what we are doing here is making provision for future travel consistent with the remit of the Office of Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney General, I'm looking at line item 02-00116, contract employment, 17 million. Are you able to tell us how many positions are vacant? What are those positions available, and the timeline for the recruitment?
Just give me 1 minute, please. I can tell you the total number of contract positions at the 30th of April 2023 is 872. Of that total, 471 are filled and 401 are vacant. Total number of and that's staff. Total number of contract legal positions, 239. Of that, legal filled 94, vacant 145. Total number of non-legal positions, 633. Non-legal filled 377, non-legal vacant 256. And total number of positions to be filled up to the 30th of September 2023, 97 positions.
That's it?
For
Do you
me,
have
yes.
another question?
No, please.
Okay. So, honorable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, be supplemented by the sum of $280,015,740. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, has been supplemented by the sum of $280,015,740. Thank you, Attorney General. Thank you, Madam PS. Thank you to the technocrats. Head 26, Ministry of Education. Head 26, Ministry of Education, a supplementation of $69,419,023. I don't want any. I will now invite the Minister of Education to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Ministry of Education has a mandate to deliver modern, relevant, equitable education for all, with the goal of creating the citizens with positive values, attitudes, and behaviors, and appropriate qualifications that will drive the development trajectory of the nation toward the realization of Vision 2030. The executive and staff of the Ministry of Education take this mandate very seriously and continue to do the work that will redound to the benefit of our over 250,000 students in approximately 850 public ECCE, primary, secondary, post-secondary, and tertiary institutions. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 26, Ministry of Education be supplemented. Honorable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 26, Ministry of Education be supplemented by the sum of $69,419,023. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item, item 007, households, line item 001, transfers to state enterprises. This is on the principal payment to MTS on the loan that's meant to cover financing for the completion of 7 schools and critical infrastructure works for 26 government schools. Could the minister give us an appreciation of how far along we are in the payment of this?
How far along we are in the payment?
Yes.
This loan was taken very recently, and so this amount that is due is the first payment we are making, and it's a payment of $13,481,195.
And would we be able to get the 26 schools that benefited from the critical infrastructure works?
Sorry, are you asking about the 26 or the 7?
They both, the 7 that have been completed and the 26 that benefited.
7 that are going to be completed would be Lahakata North, ECCE, Ramai Trace, SDMS Primary, Arima Central Secondary, Holy Name Convent, Piccadilly Government Primary, Bishop Sansti High, Lower Mova Government Primary, and the 26, it's actually 27 schools that will be the subject of the other loan that the payment is identified here for. Barataria North Secondary, Brazil Secondary, Carapachima West Secondary, Shogunas North Secondary, Shogunas South Secondary, Digomate North Secondary, East Macrapo Secondary, El Dorado East Secondary, El Dorado West Secondary, Five Rivers Secondary, Malik Secondary, Manzanilla Secondary, Maruga Secondary, Mova Laventel Secondary, Macrapo West Secondary, Point Fortin West Secondary, Princestown East Secondary, San Juan North Secondary, Sandy Grande Secondary, Separia East Secondary, Separia West Secondary, Southeast Port of Spain, St. George's College, Success Laventel Secondary, Tranquility Secondary, Union Claxton Bay Secondary, and Valencia Secondary.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Tabakit.
Thank you. So, Minister, I'm on line item. I'm being disturbed by Port of Spain North, Madam Chair. I'm being disturbed.
I think the members are celebrating the schools that have been selected. Yes, member for Tabakit.
Line item 004, social infrastructure education. This line item is being supplemented by 16.2 million. Could you give us some sense of what this is what this covers? Does this include the vacation revision program? This is social infrastructure 004.
What item are you on, please, member?
004, social infrastructure, sub-item 04, education.
Okay,
yes?
Thank you.
Is to cover the national additional scholarships based on advanced level examinations.
No, that is education services 004, and I have a question there. But I am above that under social infrastructure line item 04, education, unless that's a typo in the document provided by the Minister of Finance. Page 19.
No, this is the line item is 00404, Group G 004.
You watching a different document.
Members, we are looking at the schedule, item 004, so this is page 19. Item 004, social infrastructure, 04, education. It is above G, which is educational services. So
as I have it.
004, social infrastructure, sub-item 04, education.
Correct.
Madam Chair, the line item as I have it is 2609004004G004.
Yeah, well, that's an additional one.
Yes.
But if we look at page 19 of the schedule, Oh, so that's the opening up of it. That's exactly what it is, but it does look like that here. Yes, Minister. Yeah. So one is the overall categorization, and then you have it underneath. Yeah.
Under the breakdown of for social infrastructure, it included items like the vacation revision program. But if we are discussing the scholarships here, then my question is, are there any outstanding payment to outstanding payments? Does the 16 million cover outstanding payments to scholarship winners, or?
It covers the shortfall in the allocation required to pay up to the end of this fiscal the personal maintenance allowance and tuition for 756 existing scholars and new scholars, 49 open, 91 additional, and 2 President Medal scholars.
So does that mean that as of right now, some of our scholarship winners are without their personal allowances?
No, it does not mean that. It means that the allocation that is given is not enough to cover to the end of the fiscal.
Okay, so that this is an outstanding payment due before the end of the term, the semester.
It means to not run into arrears, we have to get a supplemental figure, and this is the figure.
Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 26, Ministry of Education, be supplemented by the sum of $69,419,023. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 26, Ministry of Education, has been supplemented by the sum of $69,419,023. Thank you, ministers. Thank you, PS. We go on to Head 28, Ministry of Health. Head 28, Ministry of Health, a supplementation of $692,975,753. I will now invite the Minister of Health to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to all. The Ministry of Health continues to provide healthcare services to the population of Trinidad and Tobago under the concept of universal access to healthcare. We provide absolutely free healthcare at the primary, secondary, tertiary, and quaternary levels to citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. We have made considerable strides in many areas of health, most notably maternal mortality rates, neonatal mortality rates. We are embarking on 4 strategic objectives for the next year or two. 1, the attainment of the 95-95-95 targets for HIV/AIDS by 2030, the continued decentralization of mental health services in Trinidad and Tobago, the continued thrust in our NCD drive to reduce the burden on the population and the government about the high rates of diabetes, hypertension, cancers, and other NCDs. These and other strategic objectives are what occupies us at the Ministry of Health, and at this time, I look forward to availing myself to questions from my colleagues.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 28, Ministry of Health, be supplemented by the sum of $692,975,753. Member for Faizabad.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister, if I can draw your attention to item 0200108 with regards to the request for $13,646,406 to meet a shortfall in allocation with respect to the Bolt agreement for the Ministry of Health Administration building. Minister, can I ask you to explain in terms of why this allocation is needed, especially in view of the Bolt? Is it a part of the contract that the ministry is required to pay a sum as part of the contract?
So we need this allocation to meet expenditure for the Bolt agreement for the period May 2023 to September 2023. The monthly expenditure that was anticipated, because we had to provide for it, was $2,945,674 for 5 months, which will come out to roughly about $14.7 million. So that is why we needed that allocation.
Right. Minister, can you indicate what further payments will be required? Can you say at what stage of completion this building is?
Roughly about 84% completed at this time.
Are you in a position at this time to indicate what will be the total cost of the building?
The Bolt agreement, which was established on March 9th, 2020, has a total negotiated amount of $249,468,110.
Can you share with us details of the lease arrangement going forward, since you're close to occupation from what you said?
Yeah, so it's going to be a 15-year Bolt arrangement, so we'll pay it out over a 15-year period.
And the monthly rental?
As I just indicated, $2.9 million.
Rental as you go forward?
Yeah.
Sorry,
go on, Member Farr.
I just wanted to ask on 0200121, Madam Chair, with regards to the outstanding amount for the building repairs and maintenance of the Couva Hospital. The $73,539,902 has been requested. Minister, can you provide the details of the building repairs and maintenance that was executed for the sum?
Yeah, so this was to be paid to Udicot, who undertook all aspects of maintenance for the Couva Hospital and Multi-Training Facility for the period January 31st, 2021 to September 30th, 2022.
Minister, can you indicate whether there are any other outstanding payments due to Udicot for work done at the Couva Hospital that you anticipate at this time?
Well, this is just for maintenance up to September 30th, 2022. So there will be outstanding fees after September 30th, 2022 for maintenance.
Yeah. And if I may add, Minister, with regards to the Couva Hospital and with regards to your own pronouncements in this House and a statement from the Ministry of Health today, and PAHO indicating that COVID is no longer a global pandemic, are you in a position to indicate when the Couva Hospital will no longer be required for the use of COVID patients?
Madam Chair, could I have a ruling as to whether that question is relevant under repairs and maintenance?
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Carinese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, same line item 0200121. Why are such works being undertaken on a fairly new complex which the PNM government said was properly completed before putting it to use for COVID-19?
You must maintain the building, member. You can't have
73 million.
You can't have a building unmaintained.
Minister, why are the payment invoices relevant to the previous fiscal year? Is this because of bad budgeting?
No, sir, because we allocated for this period, so that's why it's there.
Member for Faizabad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, if I can refer you to items 04009, and if we can take 2, 3, 4, and 5 together with regards to each of the RHAs. Yes. And you're asking for a total sum of 321 million plus with regards to facilitate partial payments on trade payables for the period April to September 2023. And maybe you may want to provide this in writing, or if you can at this time. And can you indicate for each RHA, in terms of the suppliers and the goods or service that are to be provided, any contracted cost, and any outstanding payments? Some of these sums for outstanding payments.
These items I'll give you for Northwest Regional Health Authority to facilitate partial settlement of trade payables for Northwest for the balance of fiscal 2023. Categories include medical supplies, 22.2 million, utilities, 2.4 million, security services, 9.5 million. In the case of Eastern RHA, same principle, medical supplies, 4.4 million, utilities, 0.7 million, security, 2.4, North Central Regional Health Authority, medical supplies, 56.9 million, utilities, 8.7 million, security, 17.8 million. Southwest, medical supplies, 20.8 million, utilities, 4.2 million, security services, 13 million, janitorial, 4 million.
Minister, with regards, if I may just look at tie this to the allocation for the Southwest Regional Health Authority, and to ask whether you're in a position to disaggregate the outstanding or projected trade payables for Point Fortin and Augustus Long Hospitals.
I wouldn't have that breakout here, but we will attempt to get that for you.
And if I may, one more question under that heading, Southwest, Minister. Any of these trade payables would be for equipment that would have been procured for the cardiac catheterization laboratory that you promised is being built at the San Fernando Hospital?
So, Madam Chair, I was very specific. I said it was for trade payables, not for capital expenditure. And under trade payables, I will repeat, medical supplies, 20.8 million, utilities, 4.2 million, security services, 13 million, and janitorial, 4 million. CapEx does not fall under this.
Thank you, Minister. Madam Chair, if you'll allow me one more question. I'm just looking at the big picture here in terms of this expenditure. Overall, now we are going to add, this will be a total revised budget expenditure of about 4.2 billion for the RHAs in total. And with regards to the full proclamation of the Public Procurement Act, Minister, can you indicate whether all four RHAs have fully established procurement personnel departments as required by the legislation?
Madam Speaker, could I have a ruling, please?
Yeah, member, I'm sure that's a pertinent question, but you'll be able to ask it somewhere else. Member for Kamuta Manzanilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Honourable Minister of Health. Same line items for the RHAs. Would these payments also include purchase of pharmaceuticals at the hospitals?
Speaker, I will repeat. As for all four RHAs, the payments include, under the same headings, medical supplies, utilities, security services, and janitorial. I don't know how else to say it.
Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 04009001, 04009001, Regional Health Authority, with regards to the global medical response of Trinidad and Tobago. Minister, state how this sum of $71 million will be shared over the period April 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2023.
Yes, thanks. So this, as you said, the National Emergency Ambulance Services, the allocation is 91 million. So we pay roughly the actual expenditure for fiscal year 2023 as of March 2023 was 98 million. So that is what this is going to be used for, to cover us for the balance, hopefully, of 2023.
Minister, would this additional funding lead to improved efficiency and overall performance of the service? And if so, how?
So what we do with GMRTT has recently added over 10 ambulances to their fleet. They now have a total complement of 58 ambulances, and it has resulted in increased efficiency.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Honourable Minister, line item under the development program 004-07-022. As you would recall, I've had some conversations with you prior with a particular interest in terms of government's assistance in AIDS relief. And I did take particular attention to the statement that you made earlier. Can I ask two questions under the same line item? Under the development program, 022, the President's Emergency Program for AIDS Relief.
Yes.
As I indicated before, I know you and I have had some conversations about this, and I had two questions. One had to do with what is the current number of staff in this program, and can you give us an idea of the scope of the operations of this program?
So this program, this funding, the PEPFAR funding, goes to the MRFTT and the San Fernando General Hospital Ward 2. I don't have the actual number of staff, but I could tell you the categories of staff, but doctors, nurses, pharmacists, phlebotomists, adherence counselors, patient tracers, HIV rapid testers, peer advocates, program administrators, HIV helpline officers, and clinic coordinators. If you want the exact numbers, we may have to provide that.
Yes, ma'am, just the second part of the question, Minister, if you can give us an idea of the scope of the operations in terms of, I was wondering whether this was more of a support mechanism or whether or not it is operations in terms of evaluation, testing, medication, etc.
Yes, we do testing and we provide medication.
For Faisal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, if I can direct your attention to 00407A003 with regards to the requested sum of 14 million.
Please just point me.
Yeah, so it's page 18, just above PEPFAR.
In the commissioning and decommissioning of remand point 14, is it that?
Yes.
Yes.
So with regards to the point 14, the allocation for point 14, can you just break that down? Because I see there are two items.
Yeah.
Can you break it down for the electricity and the surgical medical equipment?
So for the Point Fortin Hospital, it was for the payment to suppliers for medical and surgical equipment related to the starting up of services at Point Fortin.
Yeah, but
the commissioning.
Minister, but the document I have says it's to settle outstanding invoices for electricity for the period June 20th to January 2020.
That's for ARIMA, yes?
No, for point 14. This is what I have in front of me.
Okay, let me just double check that.
It gives a total amount of 10 million, and I just wanted a breakdown.
Technical folks are just double checking it.
No,
I have here is for ARIMA payment of to suppliers for medical and surgical equipment related to the commissioning 7.1 million and outstanding electricity bills for the period June 2020 to January 2021 and April 2021 to July 2021, 3 million.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, this is not...
Okay, sorry. My PS. Settle outstanding invoices for electricity for Point Fortin Hospital in respect of the period June 2020 to January 2021 and April 2021 to July 2021, and for surgical and medical equipment.
Right, and so I'm just asking for the breakdown with both categories.
All right, so we will try and get that for you.
You can't provide the information?
Yes, we will attempt to do that.
All right.
Before I leave that matter, are you in a position to say whether there are any outstanding invoices for electricity? Because this is a period we are going back to 2021 here now for the Point Fortin Hospital.
Can I ask member, outstanding for electricity over what period? Because that's the note, settle outstanding invoices for electricity, Point Fortin.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. No, I meant going forward. This is just covering the period 2021.
Well, Madam Chair, could I have a ruling, please?
No. The item here deals with outstanding invoices, and it tells us the period.
Okay.
Okay, so instead of outstanding, the word, I guess we would want is arrears.
Yeah.
Right? That's what the payment for is arrears. So,
Thank
your
you,
question?
Thank you, Madam. I'll move on from that.
Member for Kamuta Manzanilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Minister of Health, line item 00506C250, Health Services Support Program. I see there's an increase of 40 million. Minister, could you indicate what projects will be ongoing during this program?
So this health services support program is geared primarily at reducing the incidence of non-communicable diseases. Programs would include, 1, our gestational diabetes management program for our diabetic pregnant population, sourcing of IT system for the RHAs, procurement of oral and fasting glucose monitors, the lung cancer early detection management program. Under that, we have already procured $7.1 million worth of equipment for the Lung Cancer Treatment Center at North Central RHA, which is doing very good work. The supply of physical equipment for primary and secondary schools, 90% completed. Our recent rollout of our diabetes foot care project in Princestown, Diego Martin, North Central, Eastern, and Tobago. Our community-based health youth wellness installation of physical activity equipment, where 6 youth centers were fully equipped, and also under our TT Moves campaign to help people drink more water, eat more fruits and vegetables, and move more. Our recently concluded International Women's Day week of activities, where over 2,800 women received free pap smear tests so that we could detect cervical cancer in the precancerous stages. So these were some of the activities that we have undertaken, and moving forward, we will be implementing more of these.
Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, on the same line item, what is the timeline for completion of this program, or is it an ongoing project?
2025.
Okay. Has a chief medical physicist been retained under this program?
Madam Chair, there is nothing under this line item for a chief medical physicist.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move to line item 00506C251, COVID-19 Emergency Response Facility of 134 million. Minister, this loan was approved on July 2020 with the aim to support procurement of medical supplies for testing and diagnosis, inputs for infection prevention, personal protective equipment for staff and training, and appropriate care. Could you give the amount spent on each of these items in each category?
Component 1, emergency response, 80.9 million. Direct payment from the World Bank to PAHO as per the contract agreement for the purchase of PPE for frontline health workers. Component 2, support to the COVID-19 vaccination campaign, 52.2 million for financing to the government for the purchase of vaccines, which was a retroactive payment. So we paid it and then we got retroactive payment, partial reimbursement and so on. And component 3, project management and monitoring, 1.2 million for project personnel expenditure and operational costs.
Minister, were any antigen test kits purchased during this, using this facility?
Madam
We
Chair,
just-
could I have a ruling, please?
One minute, please. No, really, this is for an advance payment on a loan. Okay, I allowed you some latitude. The minister said what it was applied to. Therefore, member, I rule that your question is out of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, Madam Chair, line item 04011/22 UDCOT for a payment of $24.96 million US. Minister, are works on all contracts up to date?
Yes, so this is for the new central block in Port of Spain Hospital. Right now, the program has been broken up into several packages and work is ongoing. I had a site visit here about 2 weeks ago. Yes, so work is ongoing.
Minister, have all contractors met their stipulated performance functions?
Madam Speaker, could I have a
Member,
ruling?
1 minute. These sums are with respect to payment of principal in one case and interest in another case. Okay, so that the questions have to be related to the yeah. Now, sometimes I will allow a little latitude, like in your first question, because it may be intimately tied up with the financing. It might be a question of whether the financing being used in the right way. But, we can't stretch it to that extent. But I do say that if the questions are really of that import, there are other avenues for you to ask them. Okay? Member for point of appeal.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, line item 00506C251, the COVID response facility, $134 million. The initial loan, bank loan, was for $20 million US. Is that correct, Minister? So that's at 680 is 136 million TT dollars. This payment of 134 clears off that, or close to clearing off that loan of 20 million US. I'm just seeking clarification. This payment of 134, would it clear off the 20 million World Bank loan of 20 million US?
So, can I just intervene?
Yeah, please.
It's 100 and this is, sorry. Let me just find out exactly what members would have been told, because I have detailed notes.
Page 19. The loan is, the World Bank loan is 20 million US. At 680 is approximately 36 million US, TT.
The entire loan hasn't been drawn down. This is just one payment on the loan.
So, what was the total amount of the loan, then, Minister?
20 million US.
20 million US.
But it hasn't been fully disbursed.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Zaban?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, if I can just go back to 00506C250, which is the Health Services Support Program. I know you indicated a number of projects under this program. I just wanted to ask specifically, because I'm seeing from the Ministry of Health website a request for a consultancy to conduct an assessment of the Ministry of Health's response to the COVID-19 pandemic with regards to the HSSP program. Can you indicate whether this project will come under this expenditure as well?
Minister.
This project is currently being reevaluated. So most likely that will fall under this program because it falls under the HSSP loan. So yes, it will fall under here, but we are evaluating the project right now, especially now as WHO made its announcement today.
Yeah.
So that's why I said we are reevaluating the project.
And
right?
that's why I asked. Thank you,
Yeah,
Minister.
thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 28, Ministry of Health, be supplemented by the sum of $692,975,753 Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 28, Ministry of Health, has been supplemented by the sum of $692,975,753. Thank you, Minister of Health. Thank you, Piers. Thank you, other technocrats. Have a good afternoon. Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities. Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, a supplementation of $508 million. I will now invite the Minister of Public Utilities to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the government continues to support the Board of Commissioners of WASA as it continues to implement the transformation roadmap to put WASA on a sustainable path towards meeting its mandate to provide water and wastewater services to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The Ministry will continue to keep the population up to date on key milestones as key milestones are met by the Board of Commissioners. The supplementation before this committee, Madam Chair, is fairly straightforward. That is to enable WASA to meet the payments of wages, salaries, and related allowances to September 2023.
So, honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, be supplemented by the sum of $508 million. Honourable members, the question, sorry, it looked like you were just exercising your pencil. Member for Princestown.
Why are you unkind to the Madam Chairman? Huh?
Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam. Madam, line item, the Honourable Minister of Public Utilities, has to do with 06000451, and there are increases in several areas here of overtime and contract employment. Can the Honourable Minister indicate to us what would have accounted for these increases over the last financial year to satisfy these payments?
Minister.
I would not say that they are increases. They are projections to take or to allow the authority to meet projected expenditure towards September the 30th, 2023.
Honourable Minister, what changes can be expected at WASA regarding staffing in light of these supplementation?
I don't anticipate anything.
You don't, sorry?
I don't anticipate any changes.
Any changes? Okay. Can you indicate the supplementation under contract employment for $328 million? Can you indicate how many employees would that impact?
Madam Chair, there are 800 permanent employees in the Water and Sewage Authority, 1,175 daily rated employees, and that's 1,632, daily rated employees, 2,827 monthly paid employees, and 800 permanent employees.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, be supplemented by the sum of $508 million. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, has been supplemented by the sum of $508 million. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Piers. Thank you, other members of the WASA and Sewage Authority. Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries. Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, or supplementation of $600 million. I will now invite the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries to make a brief opening statement for a minimum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries is charged with the mandate of managing this country's mineral resources.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, be supplemented by the sum of $600 million. Member for Point of Peer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, the request is for additional $600 million for subsidy arrears between National Petroleum Marketing and also UNIPET. And there's a breakdown. I'm being disturbed, Saddam. Saddam.
Members, member for Barataria Samoa, member for San Fernando West. I'm always happy when my members across the floor, in very convivial mood, but member for Point of Peer can't hear himself. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Minister. Question. Based on the additional $600 million in arrears for subsidy payments between National Petroleum Marketing and UNIPET, there's a breakdown there in the notes. Could you just say what period these arrears are for?
These are really to facilitate the payment of arrears that have built up. So the actual amount owing as at the 31st of March is about $490.3 million. But then you also have payments that are owing for LPG as well. All right, and then what we're looking at is we know going forward using a $80 barrel per oil, $80 for a barrel of oil going forward on our projections that there's going to be some subsidy as well to the sum of about $289.1 million. So it is actually just a certain amount for us to take going forward.
Okay, so out of the $600 million, it carries us up by a projection up until, let's say, the financial period ends in September. Is that fair to say, based on what you just stated, out of the $600 million?
Well, actually, currently, because we're still carrying the payments that we made, this is actually going to take us up to the end of March.
Okay, the end of March then.
Yeah.
So this $600 million is up to the end of March.
Yeah.
Fair? Okay. Minister, I just want to ask, and maybe either you or the Minister of Finance, the request is total was $1 billion, now it's $600 million, so it's $1.6 billion. Could you state, based on the subsidy fund, that we get some funding from oil companies, if this 1.6 out of this amount, what relates to the subsidy fund from the oil companies?
So what I could tell you for the period of a comparative period for 2022, but of course prices were a lot higher in 2022, we only got $561.7 million from the Petroleum Product Subsidy Fund. All right, and the rest had to be paid from consolidated fund.
Correct.
And what we are allocated towards it. So it would be around the same, because it's a formula, so it will be around the same this year. So I can't tell you right now what the Petroleum Product Subsidy Fund would generate. We have it. So far for the year, we've paid $245 million from it, but I can't predict where it will end up. But what I can tell you is only going to be a small proportion, about a third of what the full amount always is.
Okay, thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, be supplemented by the sum of $600 million. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, has been supplemented by the sum of $600 million. Thank you to the Minister, PS, and to the other technocrats. Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, a supplementation of $160,017,235. I will now invite the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, I make myself available to answer colleagues' questions in this committee.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I do not believe. Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, be supplemented by the sum of $160,017,235. Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you very much, Madam. On the Ministry of Local Government, I observe that the CPEP company has an additional $46.5 million. And in the details, it indicates that this is for RDC, the $46 million in under CPEP. Can you indicate what operational expenditure this is to meet?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Madam Chair, I'd just like to remind Honourable members that with respect to this supplementation of appropriation which we're doing, at the budget period in the original appropriation, I put it on the record that we would be coming back at mid-year in respect of a number of items that we had catered only for projections as at the beginning of the year. So the supplementation we're asking for across all of the entities, that is all 14 corporations, RDC and CPEP, represents estimates that we knew that we would have to make at mid-year. To answer the honourable member's question, the specific sum under CPEP is to capture two aspects. Number one, there are 3 judgments against the company in respect of orders by way of consent before the court for 3 contractors. That is roughly $19.5 million. And the balance of the money is to take us to meet the year-end expenditure for the balance of the financial year. So CPEP is effectively in 2 categories, roughly $20 million in respect of 3 judgments against the company, and that includes interest. And then the balance of the money is to take the company to meet the year-end expenditure.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, are there any other contractors who have sued CPEP for non-payment of work for work done who we may have judgments against the state for?
Just a minute. Again, that's a very wide-ranging question. This is very clear. It's for 3. This is what we're dealing with. So that I can't allow that question, member. If you wish, there are other fora where you'll be able to ask such a question.
Okay, if I could rephrase, I really wanted to find out if this amount would cover all the money, because you indicated this is to pay based on a judgment. Are there any other payments that would be outstanding, or does this cover all the judgments that are against the company?
Cover the 3 judgments? Would this money cover
the
the
minister
3
indicated.
judgments?
Yeah, the minister indicated that this sum covers 3 judgments.
Yes.
So I'm asking if there are any others that are not covered.
But that's the same question you asked in a different way, which I ruled against just now.
Under that same head, 040107 and 10. These RDC, these loans, demand loan facility. Can you provide the information? Usually the budget books, they will have a number, a reference number, so you'll know, you can find the details of the loan. Can you provide that in writing, and can you indicate why, if these payments, I mean, these are ongoing loan payments, why they were not budgeted for?
Well, Madam Chair, I don't need to detail what's in the published books already, right? The yellow books are available for this financial year. So the line items are clear, 04-01107, 04-01110. They're already in the budget estimates at appropriation. With respect to the first part, which is the $100 million demand loan, the interest that we're asking for to be met is $257,345. And that's simply because the life of the loan was extended for a 3-month rollover period. And this is the additional interest required to take us to meet that. Similarly, for the $200 million fixed rate loan, that's the same loan that's in the appropriation bill for the same financial head. And these are as a result of financing adjustments that we had to make. So this will take us to currency within the period of the financial year that's left.
Vancouver North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister. Minister, I want to make reference to line item 0600532, Couva Tabaki Talpa Regional Corporation, for an additional $4.6 million. And in the explanation provided, it's to enable them to meet operational costs with salaries and colas, wages and colas, allowances, pensions and gratuities, scavenging, water trucking, etc. Minister, can you provide us with a breakdown of how this 4.6 million is going to be allocated to these items? Because during the budget presentation, and when we go through this exercise after the budget, each one of these items have a vote, whereas it is all lumped together here. So can you provide us with some clarification of how it is actually going to be dispersed?
That immediately, $3.6 million with respect to scavenging, and $1 million with respect to maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc., cleaning of drains and water courses.
Minister, if I may, while you're on Couva, can I ask you to provide the details
Just a
for
minute,
all?
please. Member for Couva North, are you finished? No.
Okay, I have another question to follow up with from the Minister.
Go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for providing us with that breakdown of $1 million supplemental funding for the 14 electoral districts in the Couva Tabaki Talpa Regional Corporation to deal with maintenance of roads and traces, mobile patching, to deal with maintenance of water courses. When we have short staff, we don't have a full cadre of employees down there. I didn't hear any being allocated towards wages and COLA out of that 4.6. So it's clear that during the rest of this financial term, the corporation will not be in a position to bring on additional staff to assist with the health team, to assist in the cleaning of these water courses. And I made representation on multiple occasions that several of these water courses were maintained by Carney 1975 Limited, has been abandoned by Ministry of Agriculture, resulting in flooding across the entire constituency. And I'm not hearing any additional funding being allocated towards these votes that the corporation need to effectively deliver the services to our burgesses. Can you provide us with a little further detail in terms of what solutions at this point in time, whether any amendment can be made in going forward so that we can have a greater supplemental funding being allocated to this corporation so that they can effectively execute their work?
Just 1 minute. Members, no. All right. Member for St. Augustine, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Okay? Member for Port of Spain South I know it's most probably kind of late in the afternoon, so, we may all need to keep our anxiety under control. Okay? Yes. Okay? Member for St. Augustine, let's stop and get on with it, please.
In addition to that, Honorable Minister.
Member for the Couva North.
Thank you, ma'am.
I am sure that the matters you are asking are important.
Yes.
But regrettably, they can't be asked here in this exercise. Okay? So I'm sure you will have another forum to ask that.
So just in clarifying what the Minister provided us with, just one final question, if I may, Madam
Let's
Chair.
hear what it is. Yeah.
Through you, with respect to the $1 million
Yes.
that is being allocated for those items that you have identified, can you provide us with a breakdown of how that $1 million, which are the projects that the Ministry has approved for the utilization of that $1 million?
Minister?
Sure. Madam Chair, it isn't what the Ministry has approved, it's what the corporation has requested as well. So the projects and planning units have dealt with it. I want to remind the honourable member that there are alternate ways to meet needs. There is the IDF, there is the environment of funds, etc. What I can say, Madam Chair, is that we're several percentage points higher in supplemental funding, and that is on top of the hundreds of percentage points that were up in the PSIP and other works. So, I mean, this is a matter for workout. So I regrettably can't provide the details that the Honourable Minister has asked for because it's just not possible.
Yes, Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to move the Minister's attention to line item 0600534, Siparia Regional Corporation. 5.48 million is being allocated to this regional corporation. Minister, can you give us a breakdown of how this 5.4 million is going to be dispersed to the corporation?
Sure. The sum of $3.9 million for natural disasters and the sum of $1.5 million, together aggregating to $5.4 million, the latter being under scavenging.
Minister, at this point in time, going through this exercise on this same line item, it is where we meet the shortfall in the funding for the regional corporation. And Minister, I'm not hearing any funding being made available to Siparia Regional Corporation for roads, cleaning of watercourse, etc. Can you provide us an explanation why?
Member, again, as I said, I think you are seasoned enough to know that there will be another forum open to you for you to utilize at your wish to deal with those issues you think that have not been addressed here.
Sure.
Okay?
Moving on to line item 0600528, Diego Martin. Lavantil West, can you show some order here, man? He's disturbing me, Madam Chair. Lavantil West always disturbing.
Okay.
Let's focus now.
So, members, it is 7:06. It is 7:06. No, we don't want to go home. We want to use our time very prudently on a Friday evening at 7:06. All right?
Yes.
So I ask all members to, if we focus on these papers before us, we won't run afoul of even the slightest thing. So let's get on.
So that's 28.
Thank you,
Yes.
Madam Chair. So moving on to line item 0600528.
Diego Martin.
Diego Martin Regional Corporation, $2.3 million is being allocated to the Diego Martin Regional Corporation.
Yep.
Can the Honourable Minister advise us if any of this $2.3 million is going to be used for the upgrade of the Diego Martin Regional Corporation to borough status?
No. The borough status, we've dealt with that in terms of the legislation. If you want to know what the breakdown is for, $1.1 million is for natural disasters, that head, and the sum of $1.2 million for scavenging.
Thank you. Can I go into Chaguanas Regional Corporation, 27? If we can have a breakdown also for what that $3 million is going to be utilized for?
Sure. For Chaguanas, we are looking at $3 million for natural disasters.
And for the Sangre Grande Regional Corporation?
Sure.
can we get a
Sangre
breakdown
Grande,
of that?
$3 million, natural disasters.
The Mayaro Regional Corporation.
Mayaro Regional Corporation, $3 million natural disasters.
Thank you.
Realizing it, sorry. Sorry. Thank you for recognizing me, Madam Chair. Seeing as the trend is going, usually after budget, we would have some details for each regional corporation in terms of which head and subhead these would be going to. Because we don't have that at the mid-year review, I know the various regional corporations would usually be given such a document after this exercise. Can you provide us with the details in terms of which head and subhead these monies will be going to for sub-item 005 and sub-item 23 straight to 36, which is all the regional corporations?
I can do that immediately.
Thank you.
We've already done that. It's on the record for Diego Martin. Sawa Laventille Regional Corporation, 9.866326. That is broken down wages and COLA with sick leave bonus, 4.366326. Natural disasters, 3.5 million. Scavenging, 2 million. Tunapuna Piarco Regional Corporation, $17.4 million. The sum of 17,443,576. That's going for scavenging. Sangre Grande Regional Corporation, we've already answered. Cuva Tabakit, we've already answered. Mayaro, we've already answered. Siparia, we've answered. Pinal Debe Regional Corporation, natural disasters, 3,866,178. Princestown, we've already answered. Port of Spain City Corporation, the sum of 43,600,000. That is specifically for back pay due to implementation of revised collective agreement, which is due to be paid this month, as a matter of fact, $25,500,000. Wages and COLA in respect of implementation of that revised collective agreement, which the Amalgamated Workers Union signed, $6.2 million. Allowances for daily rated employees, $900,000. Salaries and COLA, $700,000. Pensions, $2.5 million. Gratuities, $1.8 million. Gratuities to non-pensionable daily rated employees, $6 million. San Fernando City Corporation, pensions and gratuities, $3,306,400,000. Scavenging, $3.1 million. Natural disasters, $2.5 million. In total, aggregating that $8,906,400,000. Arima Borough Corporation, $2.4 million, broken up into salaries and COLA, $1 million. Pensions and gratuities, $1.4 million. Point Fortin Borough Corporation, $1.4 million solely in natural disasters. Chaguanas, we've already answered. And that is it. That's everything you've asked for.
Yeah, so would you be able to share that document with the
I
opposition?
just did. It's on the record.
To share the document in writing to the opposition?
The Hansard is available. Yeah.
Pardon?
The Hansard is available. It's
Okay,
live
thank
transcript.
you. Madam Chair, sub-item 96.
Yeah.
The Secondary Road Rehabilitation and Improvement Company. This company was announced in the mid-year of last year, 2022, the mid-year review.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sub-item 96 on the schedule.
If you could have me.
Page 27 on the schedule. Yeah, it is.
It's a reduction of 100 million. Which one?
I don't see.
Head 42.
Yeah, but
sub-item 96.
We're on supplementation.
1 minute. When we sat in the table, I think we take it for granted. All right, what we said is item 1, we were dealing with the supplementation. Okay? So what we're dealing here now is with supplementation.
Not a variation.
If you check item 96 is a decrease, we will, so that was under variations, we will come to variation. So you might be a little early. We will come to that eventually. Okay, member for Cuba South?
Oh, yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Minister?
Yes.
You see that of this aggregate sum of $112,294,500 has to do with portion for pension and gratuities. And I heard you speak of an agreement with the Amalgamated Workers Union, and I could remember that the Minister of Finance spoke in a very gleeful manner about a daily paid contributory pension plan. has there been any agreement and any portion of this money allocated for any daily paid contributory pension plan?
No, that's not before
Member,
us.
I think the, that plan you're talking about, we know that it's not here. I do commend you for trying to find it out, but I think you know as well as I know. Okay?
Yes.
Yes, okay? But I'm sure with all your goodwill towards the employees,
Any other
you'll find a
questions?
way to
Yeah.
show your interests appropriately. Member for Hoover North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd just like to bring the Minister's attention to line sub-item 27, the Chagonas Borough Corporation. Minister, can you kindly confirm that the revised provision for 2023 that we are approving here is $736,395,900, as in the schedule, page 27?
What is printed is
But
printed.
that's, I don't understand. That's what is there. Yes?
Thank you.
Right. Okay. So, honorable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, Minister of Finance, I'm being distracted, be supplemented by the sum of $160,017,235. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, has been supplemented by the sum of $160,017,235. Thank you to the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, to the PS, and the other supporting staff. Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport. Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, a supplementation of $300 million. I will now invite the Minister of Works and Transport to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you. Good evening to all. And as Minister of Works and Transport, I'm here to answer any question on the supplementation variation of estimates 2023. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, be supplemented by the sum of $300 million. Member for Orpooch East.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just some quick, brief questions to the Minister. Minister, at item 02-00528, you have other contracted service, $67 million more, a bit more, and $100 million. I just wanted to ask you if you could make a commitment and undertaking to indicate to the committee the list of projects related to drainage, bridge repair, slope stabilization, road rehabilitation, which are due to be completed in fiscal 2023, for which this is the monies that you're asking for as a supplementary vote.
Problem. I mean, I'll give you a list of the projects that will be started and what stages they are. Completion will be based on weather permitting and so, but I can give you a listing of
could
that.
you,
Not a problem.
on the related point now, could you also include in your list not the projects, the estimated costs, and the contractors that are conducting the work?
Again, I can't give you contractors. We can only give you contractors when the jobs are tendered out and awarded. And we do use competitive tendering at the ministry, so we can only award, I can only give you the names once the contracts have been awarded.
Sure. I can move on to, thank you. I can move on to page 22 on the matters involving several loan arrangements. Now, I can ask one blanket question that captures everything, if it's possible. Yeah, I'm noting the time. I'm at 04000801. And we come down. There are several loan arrangements here, as you notice, for which you are requesting supplementary funding for interest payment, principal, and so on. If we can just get some more detail on each one in terms of the nature of the loan, which financial institution it was taken out with, the duration, the terms, and for specifically what job, per job. You see, you have, like, for example, construction of the Diego Martin pedestrian bridge, East-West corridor transportation project. So for each item, some more details on it, if it's possible. That can be done? Yeah.
Yes, I have it here, but it will take some time to go through each individual, and I'll send it to you in writing.
And you can
I can give it to you here right now, but it will just take.
Since it's already in your possession, could you...
I have the information here, but in the interest of time, maybe I could, okay, if you want to go to 02...
No,
I don't mind furnishing you in writing with the information.
Since you already have the information in your possession, you can just make it available to us before the debate on this matter in the next couple of days. And so.
Yes, yeah? You will be able to get
it. The next question now, related not on detail of loan and so on, but just if you can give us a brief explanation, because you are requesting money for the East-West. The line item is 04-01146 on the top of page 23. Now you're requesting some funding here, as you see, for the transportation, East-West Corridor Transportation Project. This is supplementary funding. So could you just give us an update on where this project is and how much money has been expended so far?
Madam Chairman,
that you will request this additional 7.8 million?
That's a loan.
For what?
You could ask interest rate, tenor, financial institution, etc.
Now that you have come to us and kindly requesting our support for $7.8 million pursuant to satisfying requirements of a loan for a specific item, you can tell us the item and where we are in terms of the project itself.
No, Madam Chairman, I asked for ruling.
You want the money and you don't want to tell us
the
what
member
it's for.
can only ask about the loan.
The loan is for what? And what is that about?
Madam Chairman, I ask for ruling on this, please.
It is a loan that you want money for something. Tell us what it is about, and it is a supplementary allocation. So meaning monies have been spent already, and you can give us an update on this particular project.
This is just an interest payment on a loan.
I can't understand why the finance...
1 minute. I see it's with regard to principal payments on the above loans. That's what I see. Okay? A loan which was finalized and executed after the finalization of the 2023 budget.
Yeah.
That's what I see. So I will allow the question in terms of giving some idea of what the project is.
Very kind.
Minister.
Ignore that, Finance Minister.
Madam Chair, this is for a loan under the East-West Corridor transformation project, which includes several projects, including but not limited to things like the interchange projects and so.
Like the bridge, is that?
Yeah, I said interchange projects and so. Remember the East-West Corridor project is an ongoing project which started some time ago, which includes projects under the Europe interchange. You have several projects under that.
Okay, maybe you can.
Then
you can undertake just a list the related projects.
And you have
and give
culvert
us
projects and so where you change culverts along the highways and things like that. So it comprises several projects.
Sure. Could I ask you to give an undertaking, just instead of saying several projects, so you could just list it and circulate it to us. That would be fine.
Yes,
Thank
sure.
you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The response was, the question would have been responded to based on what the
Member for
Minister
Cuba
committed.
North.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I refer the Minister's attention to the line items for wages and COLA. supplemental funding totaling 20 million is required to facilitate payment under the above sub-item as a result of filling of 690 daily paid vacancies. Highways, drainage 140 and maintenance 275 divisions to September 30th, 2023. Minister, can you advise how many persons would be this payment or this supplemental fund will be contributing towards within the central division, under the drainage division in the Ministry of Works and Transport?
This allocation is for filling the vacancies on the cadre. In terms of the amount under the different drainage, highways, maintenance, I could always furnish you with that.
Minister, we have a lot of drainage issues within the central division. I have personally conducted site visits in areas
in this meeting to please contain themselves. This will be my last warning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Yes, Minister, so we have conducted several site visits with representatives from the Ministry of Works and Transport, Central Division, Drainage Department, Orangefield Road, Southern Main Road in Edinburgh, etc. And one of the keepback in getting these works done to clean these watercourses is the short staff within the Central Division. Can you tell us how many vacant positions within Central Division is going to be filled?
The process to fill the vacant possessions, as you will appreciate, it's a collaboration between the representative unions and so. That process is ongoing. We have to do it at the different regions. However, this is really the maintenance in-house staff. A lot of the water courses and so you would have visited, they are cleared under different votes and so. But this is really the in-house staff. Now, they do some maintenance, but they only do maintenance in certain areas where equipment and so can't go. So,
yes.
All right, so I mean, I will leave up different areas, but we fill the vacancies based on the different regions under the ministry. In terms of the central area,
can you give me a breakdown in writing if you don't have it?
I'll furnish you with that.
Thank you, Minister. And for line item 0200228, other contracted services of $1 million there. Sorry, $100 million. Can you provide us with a breakdown of what are the contracts that this $100 million is going to supplement?
Oropouche West already requested that. Sorry, Oropouche East, sorry.
Also for 005, right?
Does that mean I have to send two sets? Or because
okay.
I am going to send a set to the member Oropouche East.
For everyone.
So yeah, so I'd probably send two sets for everybody, but it will be furnished. And this was as a result of the inclement weather last year, so that is why this vote would have been increased.
Point of appeal.
Minister, if I could take you to this schedule, page 31 on 011 transfers to state enterprises. And I would just want to take 4 areas in a block, Madam Chair. 05, NIDCO, 25, 31, 32. Now, you're asking for increases. Let us take 05, 12.5 million, 10 million, 10 million, 10 million. But, Madam Chair, through you, Minister, the original budget estimate back in October would have been exactly in the column revised provision 2023. So, for example, 05 NIDCO repayment around West El Socorro overpass in October was 25.6 million that we had budgeted. Now you're asking for 12.5 million today. Where would you have spent that $12.5 million within the ministry?
Went to drainage. Some of it was transferred to Lake Asphalt, I think. Yeah.
So you would have moved around money within the ministry.
Right. So this is the.
I don't know when the Minister of Finance when we'll be able to note those movements within the ministry.
Closing of accounts.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Caroni Central, Caroni East, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 02-00528, other contracted services. I see there's a sum of 67 million that is going towards, in some part, towards bridge repair. In Caroni, we have the Cunupia Bridge on the Southern Main Road. The pedestrian railing is completely destroyed, and there's open access to the open water course below. It's very dangerous for pedestrians. Would consideration be given to fix this under this line item?
Madam Chairman, before that is dealt with, I distinctly recall the member for Oropoch East asking for full particulars with respect to 00228 and 00528, and I distinctly remember the minister saying he would provide all of the information, the names of the projects, location, cost, status of construction, name of contractor, cote se, cote la. So that question, as far as I am concerned, respectfully, Madam Speaker, is redundant.
Any other question, Member for Guyanese?
No.
Okay. Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, be supplemented by the sum of $300 million. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, has been supplemented by the sum of $300 million. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Pierce. Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, a supplementation of $40,771,000. I will now invite the Minister of Housing and Urban Development to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development continues to be at the forefront of the government's public social policy and is charged with the responsibility of providing adequate and affordable housing solutions for citizens, as well as contributing to the development of our nation's urban environment. Madam Chairman, the Ministry remains committed to working assiduously to provide these housing solutions for all citizens who are in need of such solutions, as well as
I just want to advise members that dinner is available. So maybe for those members who wish to relax a bit and refresh themselves, they are quite welcome to leave the meeting and relax and have their dinner and then return. For those who remain, we will seriously conduct the business that we are about. Minister, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, as I was saying, the Ministry remains committed to working assiduously to provide adequate and affordable housing solutions for all citizens who are in need of such solutions, and to provide grants to citizens for the development of their housing requirements. The Ministry also contributes to the development of the nation's urban environment as guided by our National Strategic Plan, Vision 2030, and the roadmap for Trinidad and Tobago transforming to a new economy and a new society. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, be supplemented by the sum of $771,000. Member for Old Cheese.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just one question to the Minister. Minister, on this heading 04000901, which is the only item here on the housing and urban development, is a matter of 40.7 million. My only question is, it is being asked for as well to replenish funds which were wired from this sub-item, 21.3 million. Could you just indicate what were the funds wired to which area?
Madam Chair, the purpose of the environment was to supplement funds in order to facilitate a principal and interest payment on the Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development Corporation loan that was taken in 2012, and this loan was the Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development Corporation UDCOT principal payment on the sum of $213 million on a fixed rate loan that was taken in 2012.
Just follow up. Yes, that's the first part of the three line. There's two lines or 2.25 lines here. $19.4 million, which you just indicated. But it says here, I'm reading, as well as to replenish funds which were wired from this sub-item, 21.3 million. What was the 21.3 million wired to? That's the point, not the earlier part of the loan.
The 21 million was, as I said, it was required to pay on the fixed rate loan to facilitate principal payment on the UDCOT NCB loan of $213 million, which was a fixed rate government guaranteed loan. And it was done in May 2023.
So you took that to pay one loan and now you're taking this to pay another loan. Is that it?
Essentially to repay what we took from the loan. Yeah. Sorry, to repay what we took from the loan that is existing.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, be supplemented by the sum of $40,771,000. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, has been supplemented by the sum of $40,771,000. Thank you, ministers. Thank you, Pierce. Thank you, representatives from the Housing and Development Corporation. Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, a supplementation of $100 million. For Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, a supplementation of $100 million. I will now invite the Minister of National Security to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Having so done in respect of the generality of the Ministry of National Security, Head 22, I am available for any questions that my colleagues here would have in respect of the Head 64. Thank you very much. I have, of course.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, be supplemented by the sum of $100 million. Member for Naparima.
Simple questions. Under the development program, $27 million, the sum is needed to meet the cost of fleet expansion for Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Will any of these vehicles be equipped with dashboard cameras since they're new to the fleet?
The answer to the question is yes. Continuing development of that program on vehicles in the police service.
Yes, Member for Napier.
Yes. In terms of that, the cars that will be acquired, is there a policy in terms of allocation? And I'm just give an example. Would it be tied to a division having a response time of, say, 10, 15 minutes, whatever? Or is it just given on the basis of requests made by the divisional heads? Or is it tied to an output of reduced response time? To if a citizen calls, he would not hear that we do not have a car. A car would be available to cater for that output.
The member for Naparima was swinging between the specific about a particular outcome and the very general about what a citizen go say. The position is that the police service, on the basis of its operations, on the basis of its experience, on the basis of the resources available to it, will determine how it will allocate these cars. But generally speaking, they are indeed going to be structured, the distribution of them and all resources of the police service, depending on the strategic goals and plans of the police service. And of course, it also takes into account distribution in accordance with divisions and branches and sections.
Another question. Maintenance of vehicles, 38, it will be supplemented by $0.435 million. When I look at the maintenance expenditure over the years, it averages, in 2021, 25 million was spent. And I'm just seeking clarification. 25 million was spent as the actual. In 2022, it was 21. And in the 2023 estimates, it was increased by 7 million to $28 million. So we see that there's an average annual expenditure of about 25, probably 26 million. Now, it means that when you supplement 28 million with 38 million, we are now talking about close to 60-something million dollars. Is there a reason? There may be a valid reason for this jump by threefold over the previous years.
Yes.
And may I say that we're happy that the police service, vehicles will be maintained. If this figure is a justification for that increase.
Yeah, well, there are a number of factors. One, the fleet is aging and therefore would demand more in terms of maintenance and upkeep. There's also the question of the very focused program to return more of the vehicles that were needing service into the fleet. That too would be a contributory factor. And of course, more robust maintenance. Those are the kinds of factors that you see inside of there.
Excellent. And just lastly, is there a maintenance? How are vehicles in the police service maintained? Is it a scheduled maintenance? Is it done by a centralized firm? Or is it breakdown maintenance? Is there some approach, policy approach to the maintenance of police vehicles?
There is a well-designed policy on the business of maintenance, as indeed there is policy in respect of various activities, various aspects of the police operation. To answer your question, yes, there is a vehicle maintenance policy.
Member for Barataria.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and welcome to the Commissioner of Police, to the Standing Finance Committee on Development Program, Madam Chair, 0412B046, purchase of vehicles for the police service. Based on the explanation here given, this sum is needed to meet the cost of the fleet expansion for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. This allocation of $27 million, can the Minister just indicate to us how many vehicles will be added to the fleet with this allocation?
About 103 vehicles in this regard.
103?
Yeah.
Minister, can you be so kind to tell us what is the current fleet?
The current fleet, in respect of the police service, they have a total of 2,133 vehicles.
Total?
Yeah.
And all of those vehicles operational, Minister?
No.
Remember, I gave you a little leeway.
Oh, sorry.
But, let's focus on what we're here about.
Madam, can I then ask it under 02000213 with respect to the upkeep and maintenance of vehicles? Can I then ask how many vehicles this allocation would be used to maintain that may be not operational?
What's the question?
Ask over the question? Yeah. Minister, under 02000213, maintenance of vehicles, this allocation of $1.6 million, what is the estimated number of vehicles would be maintained using this allocation? 73. And Madam Chair, with your leave, can I ask the Minister now how many vehicles within the fleet are not operational?
Madam Speaker, are you permitting that question? You denied it earlier. Same question.
Well, before the question could be completed, I'm being asked another question.
Okay.
So if you can wait. So, member.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Please find another question.
Well, that will be all, ma'am. I do not
you.
wish to detain you any longer. Yes.
Excuse me?
Thank you very much.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just for the benefit of honorable members opposite and the general public, when the decision was made to allocate a total of $100 million in additional supplementary funding to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service for the balance of fiscal 2023, the $100 million was broken down into three categories. One is maintenance, and the member for Napari has pointed out that the additional allocation is in fact more than the original, and there will be some 60-odd million available for maintenance. The second category is to replace existing vehicles. So that is vehicles that are no longer serviceable, repairable. It's to replace. So for the first category, maintenance, approximately 40 million. For the second category, replacement of existing vehicles, approximately 33 million. And then for fleet expansion, the third category is the $27 million. So it's three different categories of vehicle expenditure. Okay.
Just 1 minute. Member for Chaguanas West.
Asked and answered.
Member for Naparima, you want to ask a question?
100 million is significant, but are they tied in any way in the justification to performance indicators that we could see a measurable improvement in the visibility of police officers, given this $100 million?
Let me just repeat. There was a request, and we felt it was justifiable that we should provide the police service with a significant sum to increase its mobility. And we felt the request of 100 million was justifiable. I cannot speak to how the mobility of the police will be after this. That is not my remit.
So the remit of the cabinet is not to give expectations for money spent. To say, look, we are the government, we need a response time of 5 minutes. This allocation, whatever it may be, 100 million, 200, 600 million, will meet that objective. And therefore the population can see that the money is being spent in a way that could advance their safety and security.
I might say to the member for Naparima that these things are in existence, but they are to be found in the police services strategic operational plans.
Well, Minister,
so they are there. And I also would like to say, if he wants to become a little more granular in this regard, as a citizen myself, I have observed, personally observed, and I've taken the time to do so, not merely as a citizen, but as Minister of National Security, to look sometimes to see where and how these vehicles, as far as I can observe, are posted, arranged, distributed on the ground as a citizen might. And I have been taking note of the fact that the police has within recent months implemented what this Parliament by now should be very familiar with, the direct, active, strategic, what's the name of it? Direct, active, targeted patrols. And Madam Speaker, I have seen these vehicles located at particular places identified by the police service. And if you want proof of how they work, because the police has been reporting to me that it works, and I'm able to say that within recent times, the police have been having far more interceptions, far more contacts with criminals, in many cases fleeing from the scene of their crimes. This is a fact. Intercepting them, confronting them, and having greater success in this regard.
Okay, 1 minute. I've seen plenty of hands up. So we'll take Navarima.
Yes.
Then sorry, Shogunas West, in the wrong place. And member for Kuva North.
Madam Speaker, you see, deep down, I get the impression the police service does not want to create problems, but they are not given the equipment they asked for. Now, the minister says that he has seen a policy document that speaks to the kind of indicators that I've spoken of. So I asked the minister, I could tell you the response time in the NYPD is 10 minutes. Could you tell me the response time of the TTPS in Trinidad, given this expenditure?
Okay, all right. So I have given a little leeway for all these lovely discussions, but unfortunately, I can't allow a further discussion on these matters. Thank you. Member for Shogunas West.
Madam Chair, I too wanted to know whether there was a standard, maybe not standard, but whether there was a response time that the police service was working with. And what is that time response?
The answer is yes. The answer is...
I just said, Minister, that we're not going down that road. Member for Kuva South, North.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, with respect to line item 00412B046, purchase of vehicles for police service, 27 million. And can the Honourable Minister advise if a complete needs analysis has been conducted for the supply of vehicles to the police service across Trinidad and Tobago, the various divisions,
can I ask you to rule on that, please?
if there is any shortfall in fulfilling this needs analysis with the purchasing of these vehicles, will there still be a need for more vehicles at this time?
Chairman, I believe the question was asked how many vehicles this will purchase. The answer is 103, and I believe that's the end of it.
Member, again, question of that nature, I think is for another forum. Okay? Yes? Minister, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I take note of the response from the Minister of Finance, and I also take note of the response from the Minister of National Security to my colleague from Naparima, when he indicated that my colleague was being specific, but then moved to the general of what a citizen say. Madam Chair, it is not a generalized statement of what a citizen say with respect to police not showing up in a timely manner because of the lack of police vehicles. That is a specific response that we get across the country when it is incidents happening. Just today, another person was murdered right in St. Mary's Junction in my constituency, just a stone throw away from the police station. So I'm asking the question to the Honourable Minister. We are spending monies here and we are allocating supplemental financing to the TTPS to provide vehicles. At the end of this exercise, Minister, can you say if the TTPS will have all the required resources, that being police vehicles, to effectively and efficiently execute their responsibility to keep its citizens of Trinidad and Tobago safe, seeing that you really don't think it's your responsibility to do such?
Okay, so, Member, I've allowed you your statement. That is a very similar question to what I didn't allow for Naparima and which I didn't allow for Chaguanas West in this exercise. Okay? So, honorable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, be supplemented by the sum of $100 million. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, has been supplemented by the sum of $100 million. Thank you, Minister of National Security. Thank you, Commissioner of Police, and to the other representatives from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, a supplementation of $49,956,823. I will now invite the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs is completely focused on our critical mandate, and we work hard every day to elevate the standard of our diplomacy and to enhance Trinidad and Tobago's relations with other countries and external agencies. The Ministry is very mindful of the need to ensure proper management of funds allocated to facilitate the delivery of services and to maintain an active agenda. In the course of undertaking this mandate, there have been areas in which there is need for additional financial support. In some circumstances, the initial allocation has not been sufficient to cover the required expenditure. It is therefore expected that this exercise that we engaged in would provide the requisite resources to cover planned and anticipated expenditure to the end of this fiscal. And I sit here representing the hard-working staff of this ministry, and I'm available to respond to any questions from members of the committee to the best of my ability. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, be supplemented by the sum of $49,956,823. Member for Naparima.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Repairs and maintenance buildings, $2.2 million, 02-00121. Funding is required to meet expenditure for the completion of repairs at the High Commission in London and for refurbishment works at the High Commission in Jamaica. And I'm just asking for a breakdown of these two expenditures, given that in January 2023, at a Standing Finance Committee meeting, a sum of $3.1 million was transferred to meet the cost, and I'm quoting here from the minutes of the Standing Finance Committee, to meet the cost of critical remedial works to the facade and roof of the Trinidad and Tobago High Commission in London. It was $3.1 million. So the simple question is, what is the total?
Answer for the question. With respect to the line item being examined by the committee member, this funding is required to meet expenditure for the completion of additional repairs at the High Commission in London, as well as refurbishment at the High Commission in Jamaica. With respect to the London project, some additional works requirements were not visible and identifiable at the time that the initial scope of works was being prepared in 2022. And while those works were underway, as happens in a number of infrastructure projects, some items of electrical and plumbing work were visualized, identified by the contractor, and repairs undertaken. So that is with respect to London. With respect to Jamaica, Jamaica, this expenditure is related to roof repairs and structural work required at the Chancery. This is a building of some vintage, and all of the preparatory work has taken place. We are looking to replace steel, to reinforce columns that have rotted over time and cause the migration of the concrete cover, installation of a standby generator, installation of an elevator, which is a statutory requirement under Jamaican law, and the structure must be friendly to differently abled persons, so some advancements there. Repair to the reinforced concrete works to stop the intrusion of water. This cost includes repainting of the facility, replacement of ceiling tiles, replacement of some shelving in the vault area, and the vault room has some repairs as well to be done. So and we are of the view that this additional allocation by the Ministry of Finance would be sufficient to cover those two projects.
Question 04000304, United Nations Peacekeeping Operations, $10 million. I refer to the Yellow Book, which says that United Nations Peacekeeping Operations were 13 million actual in 2021, 13. But then the revised estimate was 5 million in 2022, and only 1.5 million budgeted for 2023. And two questions. Is it that the allocations fluctuate, and therefore what you submitted in the 2023 estimates was a reflection of a down cycle? And secondly, if we know that the annual what we have to pay is around 13 million, 10 million, why wasn't that, why we didn't budget for that before?
Well, Chair, I'm surprised at the question in two regards, because the member has held up some level of experience in treating with UN matters. So he would know, the member would know, that these contributions with respect to peacekeeping, no, they vary. That's number one. No, well, I mean, we're all humans, so I'm not going to hold you over the coals for that. But the other aspect is, I'm not speaking on behalf of the Ministry of Finance. They do the budget allocations. We make the requests. So when you are asking based on the allocation, I am not the Minister of Finance. So I will give you a direct response. No, it's not a matter of culprit. You see, you want to drag him over the coals, but you don't want me to drag you over the coals. Remember, the direct answer is these contributions vary. That's number one. And secondly, the allocation that was made was not sufficient. I will go further to provide context to indicate, as the member is aware, Madam Chair, we are in a very important endeavor with the United Nations with respect to the presidency of the General Assembly, and it is deemed to be particularly important in this case to be proactive with our contributions. So there's a little bit of an error in the detail provided. This is not for 2022. We are up to date with 2022. This is for 2023, and whereby such payment would normally be made in June of the following year, at the end of the fiscal cycle of the UN peacekeepers. We are being proactive in this case based on the contributions identified. That is the broadest explanation I can provide.
Precisely, and I hear what you're saying, but that is precisely why It is no conceivable way that 1.5 million, which was the estimate for 2023, would have met the requirement for the peacekeeping operation. No way. So therefore, in anticipation of the fact that we were taking the President of the General Assembly, I would have ensured that there were adequate funds to meet that situation. But that
No,
is,
but hold on.
Yes.
You see, again, the member, Madam Chair, is straying back into the error that he made initially. There is an error. There is an error. This is not after the fact. These actions by the Ministry of Finance in collaboration with the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs are properly described as proactive. As I said, this is due in June next year, forward-looking. So no, don't construe it in the wrong manner.
in your thing. 00166, and it's a simple question. 20 million, no obfuscation. The sum is needed to meet the cost of hosting the 45th regular meeting of the conference of. This is 0200166. The second item. I'm not dreaming.
No, take your time, take your time. Minister of Finance trying to throw you off.
This is the one of housing of conferences?
Yes.
Yes.
Seminars and other functions. $20 million. The sum is needed to meet the cost of hosting the 45th regular meeting, the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community, and related celebration of the 50th anniversary of the establishment of CARICOM by the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago during the period 3rd to 6th, for 3 days. We have just held what you have described as a very successful meeting, right, in terms of the crime as a public health emergency. And the figure fluctuated from 1.3 million to 1.5 million. And today we are told that when we bring in the ancillary costs, it will be 3.3 million. So we are not sure of the cost. But what we do know, that there was, by the accounts of the government, a very successful meeting for 3.3 million. So all I'm asking, we are looking at $20 million in a go-over season time. And I'm asking you just to give us a breakdown of this cost. And do you think that it is justified in the circumstances in which we find ourselves financially?
Madam Chair, in response to the question, again, first of all, these are the allocations identified by the Ministry of Finance. There is no commitment that all of these funds will be expended. This is an important, generous allocation being made, which will allow for the government of Trinidad and Tobago to host a number of very important events. One of them is the 45th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM. It is public regional knowledge that Trinidad and Tobago, given the fact that this is the 50th anniversary of the Treaty of Chaguaramas, will be hosting that CARICOM Heads meeting in July of this year. It's the 50th anniversary. We have estimated $10 million as the expenditure associated. Before the member goes any further into examination of that estimate, I would want the committee to be aware, Madam Chair, that in 2013, Trinidad and Tobago, under a different governing administration, had the honor of hosting the 40th anniversary celebrations of CARICOM and a Heads of Government Conference. The expenditure associated, estimated expenditure associated with that 40th anniversary hosting was $9.923 million. So we are projecting and estimating $10 million for the 50th anniversary, which is a very significant, and it's an honor for Trinidad and Tobago to bring CARICOM back to Chaguaramas, back to Port of Spain, back to Trinidad and Tobago for that event. We've also factored in this $20 million allocation that was requested and granted by the ministry as supplemental, $800,000 as the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs contribution to that total that you've mentioned as expended by the government on the regional symposium. So that is factored into here as well. We are also projecting costs for this ministry's contribution to some very important Emancipation Day celebrations. This is going to be a special Emancipation Day because we are hosting the King of the Ashanti Empire of Ghana as the special guest for Emancipation Day. And this is also an Emancipation Day that comes at the end, toward the end of the International Decade for people of African descent. So there are a number of factors that come together to make these emancipation celebrations particularly prominent. We've estimated a total contribution from the ministry of $2.5 million, and you know the costs associated with hosting royalty and the entourage and so on. It could be quite significant. So there's that. We've also just hosted the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan on an official visit with his delegation, and that is included here in terms of invoices that are coming in to support this. There are some additional costs, not much out of this figure, about 25,000, being identified for the rounding off of our PGA campaign. So there will be a local event that diplomats and former diplomats here in this country will be invited to participate, to be introduced to the candidate. Sorry? Maybe not all, most. Will be invited to participate, to be avail of the strength of our candidate. And there will also be what is traditional, and those with experience would know this, at the end of the campaign period, on the eve of the election, there is normally a modest event that takes place in New York at the United Nations as well, to thank those who have endorsed and given support. So, Madam Chair, I believe I've responded to the request for some breakdown. There will be some other events as well covered here. We are looking to, Madam Chair, I'm not sure, the member has asked, but I'm not sure if he's, okay. As you know, we've had a very important foundation.
Madam Chair. One minute. You know, it's lovely for us to have, a little banter and so on, but we must know when we're being rude. Okay? And, having regard to the 70, how many years you remind us of all the time, I expect you to show time-honored traditions in your behavior. Okay?
The member knows these questions could be responded to very differently, but I'm honoring this committee to provide as full a body of information as possible. I could do it very differently. So the final point I was making, Madam Chair, before the member went off on a different avenue, is we have a foundation role in the ICC, and there is planning underway for a special seminar which would highlight Trinidad and Tobago's foundation role at the International Criminal Court. So that's the breakdown I can provide.
Member for Afrima.
Would the minister wish to indicate who were the competitors for the post? Because it was one of the things you have identified for President of the General Assembly. To enlighten us?
I'm pleased to inform this committee that due to the diligence and the diplomatic work of Trinidad and Tobago, thus far, there are no other candidates that have come forward. Trinidad and Tobago is the sole candidate. The member should know, and would have, if he didn't know, would have been informed by some output that occurred a few weeks ago, that up to the eve of the election, up to 48 hours before the election, another candidate can be offered. So nothing must be taken for granted.
And the minister would admit that every 10 years, someone from CARICOM becomes president of the General Assembly unopposed for the past 40 years. So that it was Ash,
Madam Chair,
Ambassador
I'm
Ash
asking what
in
is the point being
2013.
made?
It was Ambassador, yes.
We just spoke about being rude. So I guess what happens is the member for Naparima most probably is just giving us this as history to big us up. Is that so? Right, as history to big up the country. That could be the only...
I'm bigging up the country.
Yes. Okay.
But I'm bigging up the country, but give credit where credit is due. It is due to us in 2013 who put up our
Member for
names
Kuvanon?
unopposed to...
Madam
Member for Kuvanon, you asked the
Irrelevant.
question. Member for
Thank you.
Kuvanon? Yes?
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, and I thank the Minister for elaborating on his response to my colleague from Naparima on line item 02-001-66, hosting of conference, seminars, and other function, and attempting to give us a breakdown of that $20 million. Some is going to be expended in the upcoming activities, and some is to pay invoices for work already completed. Can the Honourable Minister provide us with a detailed breakdown of the service providers with respect to the works already executed, who provided the services, and the amount to those service providers that this $20 million is going to be utilized?
Services are you asking about?
Honourable Minister, in your explanation, from what I understand, some of this $20 million is going to go towards outstanding payments for activities that has already been completed. And we have the upcoming
Hold on,
regular
just
meeting
to clarify,
of the
because
conference.
I want your question to be based on fact.
Yes.
Through you, Madam Chair. So we can but try. What I indicated was that there are still invoices with respect to specifically the symposium on crime as a public health issue, violent crime as a public health issue. It wasn't generalized, it was very specific. So,
Honourable Minister, a percentage of this 20 million is going to be utilized to pay those invoices.
I don't know well, we could work out the percentages. It's 800,000. The Minister of Finances is the mathematics expert, yes.
So if you can kindly give us what part of this funding is going to pay outstanding expenses or expenses
3.72% is what I've been advised by the Minister, who's advised me to take
Minister, may I ask the question,
matters of
please?
computation.
Thank you. Thank you. So what I'm asking you is the service providers, if you can provide us with a breakdown of the service providers and the amount that they are to be paid, along with the futuristic expenses that have been budgeted for to make up this 20 million, if you can give us the total breakdown of what this 20 million will break down for.
Just now,
From the explanation provided by
One minute, please. Before the Minister gives this undertaker, what is meant by breakdown of futuristic? What is meant by breakdown of futuristic expenses?
So, upcoming expenditure
But they haven't happened as yet.
and what is projected in terms of the expenses, what the Minister anticipates that this $20 million is going to be utilized for with respect to the projected budgeted expenses.
All right, Madam Chair, I will try to assist the member to separate what is achievable from what is a fantasy. With respect to the achievable, yes, member.
Not fantasy
through you,
in
Madam
terms
Chair.
of upcoming expenses. Not a fantasy, but
Allow me
upcoming expenses.
to respond as best as I can. So, with respect to the breakdown of the invoices for the symposium, yes, that can be provided in writing to members of the committee from Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. With respect to details on events not yet formulated or planned, that's that goes into the realm that we cannot provide a breakdown. What we can do, what I have done already, is to indicate that with respect to the 50th anniversary Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM, the estimated expenditure is $10 million. I don't know what further the member would anticipate on that. I went further to indicate that with respect to the hosting of the events for the campaign of the 78th session presidency of the General Assembly, I gave the figure for that. So, Madam Chair, I think I've taken this matter as far as possible with respect to details, with that commitment to provide a breakdown on the invoicing for the symposium.
Minister, what we are looking for is transparency in the allocation of this 20 million. Yes, you have indicated 10 million plus the symposium expenditure. However, what I'm asking for is detailed if what is being projected, how it is this 20 million is going to be utilized. What has been budgeted for?
Remember, I think the minister has explained. The details which you seek can be given with respect to events that have occurred, right? Because there will be invoices. As far as other events, he says that with one, he has an estimate. Okay? I think I will spend $10 million. As far as the others, where no planning, he can't even say, I think I will send $5 million. I think in the simplest Trini language, that's how I understand it. Okay, so if there are no other questions.
Madam Chair, if that being the case, then what we are doing is we are allocating monies without any commitment of how this money is going to be spent, when I can tell you in
remember, remember, I would say this. We have been through exercises like this at least twice every year since 2020. All right? I think we all know after these estimates are done and what our budget is, we get a chance sometime later down to interrogate actuals. I think we all know that. Honorable members,
Chair,
the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, be supplemented by the sum of $49,956,823.
I still have questions.
Those in favor say aye.
I still have
Those
questions
against
here.
say no.
Madam Chair, you are ignoring me.
Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, has been supplemented by the sum of $49,956,823. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Pierce. Thank you, members. Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development. Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, a supplementation of $2,110,000. I will now invite the Minister of Sport and Community Development to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ministry of Sport and Community Development seeks to build our nation's human capital through the development of athletic talent and community life. The ministry's main focus is to maximize the interconnection of the three divisions: physical education and sport, community development and mediation, to improve the quality of life for all citizens. The ministry's mandate is supported by the three state entities under its purview: the Sport Company of Trinidad and Tobago, the National Commission for Self-Help Limited, and the Export Centers Company Limited. I sit before you here, Madam Chair, as the Export Centers is being granted an additional $2+ million, and I'm open to accept question statements at this time.
Member for Caroni Central.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Minister.
I see this allocation is to facilitate payment of gratuities and retirement benefits as well as operating expenses. Would the Minister be so kind as to disaggregate the two figures to arrive at the 2.1 million?
Okay, for gratuity and payments for retirement, that allocation is $751,387. For training and development, we're looking at $564,000. And for operational costs to compensate the increase in staff in filling key positions, $860,761.
Attorney Central.
Yes, thank you. Just a follow-up, please. In respect of the new staff, can you indicate how many new staff will be taken on?
Well, during the COVID period, the handicraft sector was somewhat slowed, and because we didn't have cruise ships coming in, we didn't have much activity taking place, and we were making that transition from one board to another board. Since then, we have a new strategic plan and new focus, I should say renewed focus and renewed energy in the state enterprise. So we have filled the positions that were vacant. The CEO position is now filled, the manager for accounting and finance, the auditor position is now filled, the HR manager position is now filled, facilities and assistant manager now filled, and the procurement officer.
And just in terms of the retirement benefits, this will meet all the expenditure to September 30th, 2023, or there will be additional?
This is to September 30th, 2023.
Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, be supplemented by the sum of $2,110,000. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, has been supplemented by the sum of $2,110,000. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Pierce. Thank you, other representatives from the Ministry of Sport and Community Development. Honorable members, the question is that the appropriation for fiscal year 2023 be supplemented by $3,852,055,829. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The appropriation for fiscal year 2023 has been supplemented by $3,852,055,829. Item number 2, variation. Honorable members, we shall now consider the proposals for variation for fiscal year 2023. The proposal for decreases will be considered first, followed by the proposals for increases. Decreases. Honorable members, we shall now consider the proposals for decreases for fiscal year 2023. Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, a decrease of $100 million. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Madam Chairman, I hold myself available to answer any questions honourable members opposite may have on this specific line item.
Honourable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, be varied by a decrease in the sum of $100 million. Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister. Minister, can you provide us with some details of the projects this $100 million is going to be allocated to?
This is a subtraction.
That too is impossible. I'm not a mystic.
Under the Ministry of Works and Transport.
No, let's be serious now. This is a decrease. Okay? All right. So, honorable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 42 Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government be decreased by the sum of $100 million. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Head 42 Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government has been varied by a decrease in the sum of $100 million. We now move on. I thank you, Minister of Finance. We now move on to increases. Honorable members, we shall now consider the proposals for increases for fiscal years 2023. Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport. Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, an increase of $100 million. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister of Finance.
Again, Madam Speaker, I hold myself available to answer any questions that are relevant.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, be varied by an increase in the sum of $100 million. Member for Point of Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, through the Chair, the $100 million is now moved to the Ministry of Works and Transport. When it was originally set up, it was for rural development roads. Is that concept has changed since it has now gone to the Ministry of Works and Transport?
The words rural development do not appear in any commentary on this matter. Perhaps you would like to rephrase the question.
Yeah, let me rephrase the question. The $100 million that has now moved to Ministry of Works and Transport, what would it be used for?
Secondary roads.
Secondary roads within the Ministry of Works and Transport or outside of the Ministry of Works
Roads
and Transport?
are classified in Trinidad and Tobago as main roads and highways and secondary roads.
And orphan roads.
Well, and then they have roads that have no owner, and they are euphemistically called orphan roads.
And just a final question, Madam Chair. This allocation has moved to the Ministry of Works and Transport, and it's for secondary roads. Would the Ministry of Works and Transport, now we working closely with the rural and local government boroughs in respect to this funding?
I would hope so.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and Madam Chair to the Honourable Minister. When the Secondary Road Rehabilitation and Improvement Company Limited was under the purview of the Ministry of Rural Development and local government practitioners were all asked to submit to the ministry roads that fall within the electoral district that this program will take into consideration to have repair. Will those requests now be transferred also to the Ministry of Works and Transport?
The company was transferred, so all the records of the company were transferred.
Honorable members, the question is that the 2023 appropriation for Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, be increased by the sum of $100 million. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Thank you to the Minister of Finance. Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, has been varied by an increase in the sum of $100 million. Thank you to the Minister of Finance. Thank you to the PS Ministry of Works. Honorable members, please note that the debate for the adoption of the committee's report will take place on Wednesday, May 10th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. This meeting of the Standing Finance Committee is now adjourned. I wish you all a pleasant weekend and a safe journey home.